Good morning, or good afternoon, or maybe even good evening. Wherever you are in the world, welcome to the 8th Global Forum on Nicotine, which is being held this year in Liverpool. And welcome too to the inaugural broadcast of GFN TV, which is a new innovation for the conference and one that we're very excited about. And you'll also get to see later on a whole selection of videos that we've put online called GFN Fives. So essentially it's Netflix and CNN, eat your hearts out. I'm your host, Harry Shapiro, and alongside me to give their thoughts and views over the next 2 days are Sarah Cooney, who's the Senior Science Comms Manager for BAT, and Martin Hewlett from the New Nicotine Alliance here in the UK, who you might also know, or you may not know, as Dick Puddlecott, who writes a very engaging and insightful blog under that pseudonym, although it's not a pseudonym anymore, is it? So, Martin, if I can come to you first. France versus the campaign for tobacco-free drugs. How do you think that's going to play out? I mean, you know, Matt Myers versus Mbappe on the wing, it's really not going to play out, is it?
That's playing into the Euros there.
Hang on a minute. Okay, Quentin Tarantino says get on with it. So this conference is about the future of nicotine. That's the theme. But we're going to leave that until the end, because we'll be back right at the end. We'll be here at various points during the conference, but we'll be back here at the end to do a wrap-up, and we can kind of talk about how we think the future of nicotine has gone on the basis of what people have said. But the overarching theme, of course, is of the conference, the mission statement, if you like, is where science meets policy. So I'm interested in what that means for you. I mean, you've been a regular attender at GFN. So what's important about this particular conference? Why are we all here? But particularly, why are you here? Why do you come?
Well, I've been to all 8, including this, in various forms. You know, last year it was online, obviously. And it's just good to throw around a few ideas and hear perspectives from all over the world. You know, we feel quite lucky in the UK that we're doing rather well with harm reduction, and I do understand that sometimes we might come across as saying, you know, we'd like things to be better in the UK, but then you look at countries like Australia and other countries who think we would kill to have what you've got in the UK. You know, but we're still trying to improve it even here. But you know, just coming to these events, you do get a perspective of what's going on in the rest of the world. You do get to talk to people from you know, the consumers, most importantly for us as a consumer organisation, but also talk to people in industry and a few public health people who've braved to come along. It's a shame we don't have more. You know, in the past we used to get the likes of Deborah Arnott and Linda Bald and that type of person come along, and I wish they would not impose this self-imposed apartheid and keep away when they could come along and learn just like the rest of us from just talking to consumers from all over the world and maybe get an insight into how industry views the future going forward as regards nicotine products and safer alternatives. Yeah,
because it does mean, and there's a very I mean, my background is very much in the world of illegal drugs and drug law, drug harm reduction and so on. And it is in a very similar vein that there is very little debate in that arena, because it takes 2 people to have a debate. And if you can't get the people in the room, it's very hard to find consensus or find a way forward or see if there are walls that you could maybe climb over in order to sort of, you know, meet people on the other side. So it feels like it's a problem that's actually got worse within the tobacco harm reduction arena.
Yeah, and what you need to think of is, you know, you do find, you know, the likes of WHO now seem to be turning their guns onto nicotine rather than smoke, which obviously we don't think they should be doing. But regardless of whether they want to target nicotine, it's a simple fact that at the moment the market leader of nicotine delivery products at the moment is a cigarette. all over the world. And regardless of whether they want to get rid of nicotine in the long run, in the short term, they should be looking at, would you prefer people use safer products now, or would you prefer them just carry on using cigarettes? And I think they've lost focus on that quite a lot. And I think there needs to be a more refocusing of where, in the short term and the long term, nicotine's going to be around and it's going to be used by people. So what's the best way to use it?
And that's an important point, because the one voice that seems to be missing when you get kind of high-level political and medical establishment and scientific debates is the voice of the user. Nobody actually seems to be that bothered. Maybe they're scared about what they're going to hear about the fact that these products, you know, people have quit smoking and their life chances have improved and all the rest of it. Maybe they just don't want to hear what for them would be the bad news.
Well, that's true. I mean, you know, later this year we got the World Health Organization's COP9 meeting. We know that consumers are not going to be able to attend that, let alone even speak. We've also got a review on the European Tobacco Products Directive coming up, and ETHRA, European Tobacco Harm Reduction advocates, have been doing very well trying to get their voices heard in the EU. But still, like you say, it's a high-level discussion, and they don't really take into account consumers' views as much as they really should be doing.
If I can turn to you, Sarah, I mean, you obviously come at this from a scientific perspective, but I think you also bring some kind of personal experiences and stuff within that arena as well. So maybe you could just elaborate a little bit on that.
Sure. Thanks, Harry. So I am a scientist, and I do think that science and innovation are what are going to create products that continue to compete well with the cigarette and help smokers shift to alternative products. Myself, I'm
Good morning, everybody.
But when I first came to England, what surprised
we actually
me
start
was the number of people my age
the
who
broadcast
smoked. And
element
as they,
of today.
Trying to give up, there didn't seem to be particularly good options. And so when I joined BAT, one of the things I would do was share with my smoking friends, you know, examples of reduced harm products, and sort of try to show them that there were safer ways to use nicotine. And I think over the 10 years I've been with BAT, the products have got better and better, and I think that that's helped more people shift off cigarettes onto alternative products.
Right, and the people you know have been kind of resilient in this, they've kind of stuck with it, or they're, I suppose there's been kind of lapses on the way, but you think the innovation and the product development is making these products more acceptable?
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think that, you know, 8 years ago, these products, you know, were not so great in terms of nicotine delivery, sensorial delivery, and with improvements in battery and improvements in other technologies, you know, electronic cigarettes really deliver really well.
Right.
And I know people who've not had a cigarette for 6, 7, 8 years, and you know, some of them can't believe that they ever smoked. and I think that's what, you know, I think sometimes that's what we lose sight of, is that quit or die doesn't help those who are unable to quit.
No, that's very true. Martin mentioned this idea of apartheid and people not coming to conferences, and we know from KAC's experiences of people, you know, not being allowed to even go to conferences, let alone, you know, able to speak, and people have attempted to try and derail our events and all of that kind of thing. People we know have had their reputations kind of smeared in the peer-reviewed publications, which is absolutely deplorable. But also, of course, it's a struggle for tobacco industry science to get their work into the peer-reviewed journals. Now, if you go back decades, I'm sure there are plenty of examples of tobacco research that should never have found its way into journals because of, you know, attempts to kind of to do very much what's happening these days: misinformation, lies, propaganda, all the rest of it in support of cigarettes. And now we're getting to a point where the same problems are emerging in an attempt to stifle science in relationship to tobacco harm reduction. So from your point of view, how much of a struggle is it these days to get your research aired?
I can put it like that.
So, I mean, my background is first as a scientist, but then as a science publisher. And my experience is that although there are some high-profile bans, censorship bans against tobacco industry-funded work, our experience is that although we sometimes have some bumps along the way, we are able to get our work into good peer-reviewed journals. Sometimes it takes a bit of time, but in the last 6-7 years, we've had over 100 manuscripts on reduced-risk products accepted in the literature. And of course, manuscripts in peer-reviewed journals, they are really the currency of scientific credibility because of the importance of peer review. And I think that we'll always find a home for our research, but that we just have to work at building relationships. I think another really important aspect is that sometimes when we've had pushback on our work, it's because the referee wasn't actually qualified to review the work. And you can tell that sometimes from a referee report that comes back. You can see that they have misunderstood some of the science. And in some of those cases, we've challenged and appealed a decision. But one of the problems is that there aren't enough really qualified people to review research articles on tobacco harm reduction products. And a lot of the expertise is held within the industry.
Which is, yes, which therein lies that supposed conflict of interest problem. I mean, given the amount of scientific papers that get published, I mean, I heard the other day that there have been 10,000 or more papers just on COVID in the last 12 months or so. It's easy, I suppose, for tobacco industry research to be kind of shoved out of the way in terms of just the amount of scientific literature that editors have to deal with. And presumably if some are already, shall we say, biased, for want of a better word, against, they've now got even more reason to sort of shove it to one side because they've got this ton of other stuff that's coming at them. So, and the other thing, of course, is we're now getting pre-print stuff coming out, which hasn't even been peer-reviewed yet. But the other thing I suppose I've noticed is that what gets into the media, of course, is always the bad news. A new research project from X shows that this terrible thing is going to happen if you smoke, if you vape e-cigarettes, or if you have a heated tobacco product. Is it still the problem then that not only does the bad news more likely to get published, but it's also more likely to find its way into the media? I mean, do you find that whatever neutral or positive or whatever work that you've done from a science communication point of view, it's hard to push beyond the peer-reviewed journal into a more generalized audience?
Well, I think what we try and do is, so a peer-reviewed article is pretty intense, and not everybody wants to read that. So we do other things to try and translate the paper into, easier to understand language and easier to understand material. So a press release, for example, but we've also produced infographics about an article. And so it depends on how we then share that and try and amplify the key messages, the key scientific facts that are in that particular paper. So we've had some good success with that in the past. And then going back to one of your other points, I think as traditional journals receive more and more submissions every year, they have restricted page budgets, so they can't increase the number of accepted papers year on year. They have to reject more. So with traditional journals, you sometimes see a narrowing of their aims and scope. But there is also open access journals which accept sound science, and because they're online only, they don't have a page budget restriction. So we've been able to submit to open access journals, and because their purpose is to publish all sound science, that's also been a good avenue for us.
Excellent, thank you very much. Okay, so we've got two keynotes, both fairly trenchant in their views about the direction of tobacco control as it relates to tobacco harm reduction. And then we've got some presentations and discussions about this whole contested area of science and clinical evidence. And you will see, if you didn't know already, that the science is very much not pure science. So I don't want to get a red card. I was already had a yellow card for the rather weak joke. So I'm going to hand over now to our host for the keynotes, Paddy Costa.
Hello everyone, my name's Paddy Costa and it's my pleasure to welcome all of you to this 8th edition of the Global Forum on Nicotine. Thanks to Harry and the commentary team for their initial thoughts on today's proceedings, and I hope those of you joining us online will continue to tune into their contributions during the breaks to get their perspective on what's been said during the conference. This new departure for us sees our first hybrid event, and we're delighted to be able to have some of you join us live here in Liverpool. And I hope this is a sign of better times to come for all of us, and that very soon we'll be able to have more and larger events around the world. Whether you're here in the auditorium or joining online, we've got a programme that we hope will inform and provoke discussion in equal measure. We're grateful to those taking part for preparing and sharing their thoughts in presentations posted online in advance, which I hope people will have had a chance to read, and which will enable the time available to us today and tomorrow to be largely devoted to discussion and debate, which will be hosted by some familiar faces as well as a couple of new ones. We welcome questions which can be asked either in person by the audience here in Liverpool or by posting them using the function available via the broadcast system online. Please keep the questions short and to the point to enable us to include as many as we can in the time available. During the short breaks in the programme, we hope that you might take the opportunity to look at some of the GFN Fives, another new item for this year, with over 50 contributions on a wide range of topics, which will supplement the formal programme content. We're entering new territory with this event, and I'd like to pay tribute to the work of our colleagues from KIC AV here in Liverpool, who are producing the event, alongside our KACC technical team in Warsaw, who sadly are unable to join us here in Liverpool as a result of COVID restrictions. I'm sure the result of their combined efforts, your viewing experience will be a good one. I'd now like to introduce people who are leading discussion in this opening session. And firstly, I'd like to say hi to Fiona Patten, who joins us live from Melbourne in Australia. Hi, Fiona.
Hi, Paddy.
How are you?
I'm very well. I feel I'm sitting alone in my office, so yes, missing you all.
Well, that's nice to hear. I'm sorry you couldn't join us in person today, and we're very grateful for you taking the time and what I imagine is quite a busy schedule for a politician grappling with some of the problems that have been presented by the pandemic. I know you've been a long-time advocate for many, many minority populations, and that includes the efforts in relation to tobacco harm reduction. And you've been incredibly active in that, and your efforts are obviously very welcome in that respect. And I think it's especially important given the situation that you face in Australia with the highly restrictive legislation and regulation. But before I ask you to say a little bit more about your role yourself and to address some of the issues that you've agreed to deal with today, I'd also like to introduce Chris Snowden, who has been invited to do a brief initial response to Fiona's contribution. Chris is well known to many of you as both an author and a blogger, working for the Institute of Economic Affairs based in London. His work is largely concerned with lifestyle and personal freedom, and much of it is focused on issues surrounding vaping and other safer ways to use nicotine. So with the introductions complete, I'd like to invite you, Fiona, to address the conference, both here and online. Over to you.
Great. Look, thanks, Paddy. Thanks very much for the invitation, and thanks to everyone for joining in. And by an Australian tradition, I would also just like to acknowledge where I am today, and I am on Wurundjeri country of the Kulin Nation, and in recognising where I am, I'd like to pay my respects to any Aboriginal people or Indigenous people who are in the audience today or watching online. And I think when we talk about harm reduction, it's the harm of drugs and other alcohol and other drugs or tobacco is exponentially affects our Indigenous populations, not just here in Australia, but everywhere. As Paddy said, I've been kind of representing a whole range of people for many years, but now I'm a politician. But before I was a politician, I was a lobbyist for the Australian adult goods and services industry, the sex industry. And before that, for a short time, I was a sex worker. And after about 6.5 years in the Victorian Parliament, I can tell you that sex is never far from politics. But neither is discrimination. And I think, bear with me, I'm going to try and bring these two together. And I thought, just to start off, I might just weirdly quote from my own autobiography, which was called Sex, Drugs and the Electoral Roll. Earlier in the day, I agonised over what to wear. Was the maiden speech a sombre affair or was it celebratory? Was my lemon-hued Scanlon and Theodore two-piece the right thing, or was the tailored pinstripe suit the way to go? In the end, I thought I would dress as if I'd been subpoenaed to court rather than going to the races, as I knew I'd be judged. So the pinstripe suit won out. I took my place, and after thanking my family, I started talking about my core values. I said I may be the first former sex worker to be elected to the parliament, to any parliament in this country. Now, everyone stayed silent because it was a maiden speech and that's what they're starting to do. But you could feel the temperature change in the room. You could see the attendance shifting uneasily. However, I continued, I'm sure that the clients of sex workers have been elected in far greater numbers before me. The mood did change. The clerk lowered his head down over his notes, and the women, they started smiling. The men started staring at their shoes. And I suspect that science is no different to politics in this regard. They're both workplaces where long-standing shibboleths or beliefs are still worshipped and put forward as truth, even when they've long been replaced by newer ways of thinking. And I'll use another sex analogy here. Many people may, well, I don't know. I remember when the Australian urologist Helen O'Connell from the Royal Melbourne Hospital here started using MRIs to map the clitoris in order to understand its structure and function. Now, many of the men, the sort of more conservative biologists, thought this was absolutely ludicrous. I mean, you could see it. And they thought that she was just being an idiot. But when she published her findings that showed that the clitoris was far bigger than a man's penis, well, you know, the crowds went wild. They actively tried to disprove her because she was disrupting what they had always known. So she was postulating something new, and this really upset their long-standing views. I mean, they'd been looking at the Grey's Anatomy for nearly a century, and they had never seen this. So I see a lot of similarities between the debate over the function and role of the clitoris and the function and role of vaping in tobacco harm reduction. Prejudice, discrimination, and possibly pleasure lie at the base of the objection to vaping by public health officials, researchers and politicians. And so does a kind of visceral clutch. And this was something that was coined by a feminist here in Australia, Beatrice Faust. And she talked about it as being a gut response to sexual matters that paralyse reasoning. And without reasoning, there can be no solutions to problems. I think the term can also be applied to the vaping issue, because vaping deniers often have this visceral response to the practice, and it paralyses their reasoning functions or faculties. You know, as a lobbyist for the adult industry, I was constantly knocking on doors, presenting evidence and campaigning for law reform that went in line with research and evidence. We had some successes, but it's so hard sometimes to change people's views, particularly when it's something that has a morality to it. And drugs, including tobacco, have a morality to it. I mean, in fact, I think as a sex lobbyist, I was only probably 1 or 2 rungs higher than the tobacco lobbyists that were also doing the rounds of Parliament. Now, our Prime Minister recently, and now infamously, said that the vaccine rollout here was not a race. Now, that wasn't the advice of the scientists. They said it bloody well was a race. And it is a race. We have a global pandemic. And I know the UK has done particularly well in their rollout. And we know that the vaccine is going to save and is saving countless lives. So just like rolling out tobacco harm reduction that could save millions of lives, it's not seen with any sense of urgency here. In fact, we're constantly told here in Australia that there just isn't enough evidence. Well, I'd say there's certainly enough evidence to state that what we're doing now is killing people. And that's why people choose to vape, to reduce the harm done by tobacco. And I know I'm not saying that anything new here. In Australia, governments around the world consistently state that drug use must be treated as a health issue, not a criminal one. Yet when it comes to nicotine, they are actively making criminals out of users here in Australia. Not all nicotine users, of course, just those trying to end their deadly relationship with combustible tobacco. And it makes no sense. I mean, why are politicians and some health organisations here in Australia so resistant to tobacco harm reduction that abstinence in this case is the only answer? And I look at this and I think some of those same organisations that are opposing tobacco harm reduction were the same organisations that stood next to me and campaigned for a supervised injecting facility to reduce the opioid deaths here in Victoria and more broadly in Australia. These are the same organisations now that poo-poo the Royal College of Physicians, the researchers, the doctors, when it comes to tobacco harm reduction, yet they understand harm reduction. Perfectly normal politicians who once listened to scientists suddenly start to question their advice. And it's interesting, I mean, sadly, it's kind of strange bedfellows for me because the politicians that are now kind of yelling, let the virus rip, you know, we can't cope with any more lockdowns, we can't have any more mask wearing, quarantine should end, self-isolation should end, all of that. Sadly, some of those ones are also the same people that support vaping in Australia. So there's some fairly uncomfortable bedfellows for me anyway. But I'd like to take you back to the 1960s when Australian politicians again ignored the advice of experts, including the Royal College of Physicians. And I was recently given some cabinet documents that have been recently released from their confidentiality. And I thank Steve Woodward, Australia's first anti-tobacco lobbyist, for providing them. But in May 1960, the Royal College had released a report that concluded cigarette smoking was causing the worldwide increase in deaths from cancer. The response to this report and its recommendations were interesting. So Cabinet looked at this, they discussed it, the Attorney General was involved, of course the Agricultural Minister was involved. The recommendation from the Australian Federal Government's Cabinet at the time was we should make these findings known and we should make it clear that these findings were arrived at by the highest medical authorities. But beyond that, the matter is one for private decision. The papers went on to discuss the damage that any restrictions would wreak on the tobacco industry, and also, and I think probably most importantly, noted how angry the newspapers would be if there was any restrictions on tobacco advertising. Again, in 1963, another report went round the Cabinet, and this time it said it was beyond doubt that cigarette smoking caused lung cancer, particularly in men. They made a number of recommendations. However, even noted in this that if the danger was really serious, the economic effects to the industry, and in fact, that government revenue benefits would have to be put aside. The notes to the Cabinet go on to say, we're inclined to suggest that the Minister go along with the National Health and Medical Research Council's recommendations, but not too fast. And without further research, any attempt to prohibit smoking in Commonwealth offices or public places would fail. So again, we are seeing this history repeat itself, and I know that this is something that many of us have spoken about before. It was interesting seeing it actually written down, and where they talked about the benefits of the tobacco industry, the fear that they would put some of the Murdoch papers offside if they were to change any of the roles. And as we know, it took them 30 years really to make much change from there, or 20 or 30 years. Now, again, at that time, they said, let's just take this step by step. Let's wait for their more research. We don't need to rush on this. Even though they knew that cancer deaths were doubling in this state, in this country. Now, I've read recently that if Australia took on a more permissive approach to vaping, we would probably save 20,000 lives immediately. But here we go again, report after report, expert after expert, like I'm sure most of the people in this room today have told the parliaments around this country, have told the federal government that vaping is a significant tobacco harm reduction tool, that it can help save lives. And, these are to our health minister, who will, fall over themselves to agree with the science of lockdowns, to agree with the science of isolation, to agree with the science of vaccines. But somehow, when it comes to the logical facts about vaping, they choose to ignore them, and they say, make up your own mind. There's not enough evidence. Most political parties in Australia don't accept donations from tobacco companies anymore, but they still protect them. Now, when we listen to the evidence and listen to the experts, this mantra has been on high rotation in all politicians' speaking notes for the past 18 months. So now, maybe it is the time to extend this newfound respect for science and health experts to change tobacco harm reduction policy in Australia. I think it is a time that this might be a moment when we can get people to listen better. But, we know we have the same problems with climate change, and I'm embarrassed to say that, I know our Prime Minister's over in the UK at the moment, sadly embarrassing our country on his approach to climate change. But while sometimes I can forgive politicians for not listening to science and I can't really, but sometimes, I'm not a scientist, and I'd have to say that some of my colleagues are a bit dim. So maybe they don't get it and they don't understand it. But the health organisations that are going out and campaigning against tobacco harm reduction, them I hold to account. Now, it was interesting. Just as a quick aside, when I was working as a lobbyist for the adult industry, I actually wrote to the Cancer Council to put forward a proposal that tobacco be sold only from age-restricted venues, so that it'd be taken out of supermarkets and it'd be sold in adult stores, tobacconists, pubs, bottle shops. Now, this wasn't particularly popular with my members who ran adult stores because they didn't actually want to sell a product that was going to kill people. They just wanted to sell a product that was actually going to pleasure people. The Cancer Council responded to me saying that I was ridiculous, that I was ludicrous, and that was a complete overreach. This is the same council, the same Cancer Council, that is now refusing to accept anything but abstinence in tobacco, in addressing the harms of tobacco. And when you see science being questioned like this, it opens the doors to, vaccine hesitation, to QAnon. When governments question vaping and prevent millions of smokers who have over a 50% chance of dying due to smoking from using a product that's less harmful, no wonder people start wondering about the science, wondering even about the advice that politicians follow. I am angry about this, and I'm frustrated by it. And I see, politicians telling us that we must listen to the science, we must rely on the science, and then on the other hand, completely ignoring it in this area. I guess just to fit, sort of finally, I'd like to touch on money. Now, it's a dirty issue. I must say I'm not very good at managing it. But I look at the funding for the Cancer Council, for example. One of their biggest donors is one of our large supermarket chains here in Australia, which also happens to be the biggest retailer of tobacco in Australia by far. I wonder whether they're also worried about the funding that they receive from the government. They don't want to bite the hand that feeds them. Do they not listen to evidence? Is it as simple as that? Australia has and prides itself on our tobacco excise. We pride ourselves on trying to tax tobacco out of existence. We know that doesn't work. The experts know that doesn't work. But, geez, we make a lot of money from tobacco here in Australia. Now, I'm sure that the Treasury understands that someone dying from smoking-related illnesses costs far more than the revenue collected from smokers. But the excise for tobacco here is $17 billion, compared to the alcohol excise, which is $6 billion. Our petrol excise is only slightly bigger at $18 billion. These are significant funding avenues and funding levers for our governments. As we know, they know that tobacco is addictive. They know that the demand for it, or reducing the demand for it, is less responsive to price because it's addictive. And I watch us Australians continue to smoke. We've seen in COVID, in the lockdown, where even getting illegal vaping supplies has been difficult. We're seeing smoking rates rise again here in Australia. And I watch with absolute frustration, and I'm an Australian, so of course, when I see New Zealand doing better than us, it makes me really angry. They beat us in netball the other day, and now they're beating us in tobacco harm reduction. They're beating us in this race against tobacco. You know, some of the organisations that that fund some of my freedom fighter politician friends, they also, you know, question climate change. So it's this strange area where some of the campaigners in the parliaments, and there is a handful of them, and I admire them and I'm grateful to them, but they're strange bedfellows for me because I believe in climate change. I believe in harm reduction on a whole range of levels, and many of the campaigners for vaping don't. So, you know, should the vaping industry, should we as an organisation start funding candidates as well? Should we start making political donations? Maybe that's how we get there. Do we actively donate to political parties? Now, I don't know whether they take the money. I know when I was working for the sex industry, politicians found it really difficult to take sex money. A lot of them quite happy to do it as long as it was possibly in a brown paper bag. And I remember once a woman accepted $20,000 from us, and strangely enough, we divided it amongst 3 companies, and they both paid her, all 3 of them paid her $6,666. So it was 666. They got out to the media, and we were really marked as devil's money at that point. But maybe that is the way that we need to shift the conversation. I'm not saying it is, but maybe it is. And you know, I guess in finishing, I think this speech is in memory of Michael Russell, and what would he do? You know, and I wish he was here to see how far we actually have come and how far the UK has come in tobacco harm reduction and in nicotine replacement. And I would have loved to have wheeled him out to health ministers and medical associations and those health organisations that don't support tobacco harm reduction. Because from what I've read, he sounds like he was really compelling. And I think he would have worked hard to try and earn a glass of sherry, which I believe was something that he rewarded people with if they had done well, generally in getting a paper published. I know that even now I saw that the Australian Cancer Council was somewhat disparaging him, saying that he had taken tobacco money. I think it was just when he was paying for some cigarettes to get through customs to do one of his tests. Look, to end on optimistically, I think science will work. I think science will win in the end. I mean, it has to. But I think we do need to, in Australia, we need to pump up our lobbying. We need to be knocking on doors. We need to be knocking on every door. We need to be challenging candidates at elections. We can do it. The number of vapers are growing in this country. However, we actually need the experts. We need the doctors. We need the scientists to be speaking direct to our politicians. And maybe this moment in time, this moment of COVID is the time when their ears are slightly more open to scientists. And finally, I'd just like to thank all of the people in Australia who have worked so hard to do this and who are working so hard, and, you know, pioneers like Dr. Alex Wodak, Dr. Colin Mendelsohn, and certainly many more, to GFN, to Paddy, and to all the vapers that vote. We will get there here in Australia, but I hope that what we've seen in COVID, what we've seen in the understanding that science can save lives, will be reflected in our drug policies or in our tobacco harm reduction policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiona. Provocative as ever, even at 10 o'clock at night. And thank you very much for giving us an awful lot to think about and making some connections which I'm sure most of the audience had never made before. I have a feeling I know some of the things that Chris will probably say now, but I'll give it over to him now to make an initial response before I ask for a couple of questions before the end of the session. So over to you, Chris.
Thanks, Paddy. Thank you very much, Fiona. That was a fantastic start to the conference. I'm intrigued by the idea that perhaps the answer to this is to shovel a load of money at politicians and health groups. Maybe we need our own Mike Bloomberg. I mean, Mike Bloomberg has put aside $160 million just to ban e-cigarette flavours. He's done something similar with sugar taxes previously, and you can already see the effect of that. You know, e-cigarette flavour bans are a real live issue. There are 2 or 3 countries in Europe that have already done it. America's already done it to some extent. And this is something now that the European Union is seriously looking at. And why? What's driven it to the surface? Well, sometimes they mention the so-called EVALI outbreak in the United States in 2019. We all know that's got nothing to do with, you know, conventional e-cigarettes, certainly got nothing to do with e-cigarette flavours. And we also know that an e-cigarette flavour ban amounts to, it's de facto ban on vaping, really, for most e-cigarette users. And it's all rather depressing. Unfortunately, I don't think, you know, the vaping community has the money to produce these kind of bribes, and there's no certainty it would work anyway. And we have to kind of rely on the argument and the lobbying, as you say. But it is very dispiriting, because I do feel that we've gone backwards. I mean, I was thinking back to the first time, this first conference in 2014, and I had no idea that things would be the way they were in 2021. I'm not sure what I expected, really, but I certainly didn't expect the WHO to be giving a special award to India for banning the sale of e-cigarettes altogether. I didn't expect, I don't think, the European Union to be looking at what it's doing. I didn't expect probably vaping to still be banned in Australia. I guess I just assumed that by now that ban would be repealed. Instead, they've doubled down on it. You know, they've got the complete internet sales ban as well. So, you know, I mean, you mentioned a lot about the evidence and the science and so on. I think one of the ways we've gone backwards in the last 7 or 8 years is sort of on the science. I mean, there's still lots of good science out there. The story of vaping as a harm reduction tool is stronger than ever if you look at the facts. But increasingly, the good science has been flooded out by very bad science, whether it's exposing zebrafish to vast quantities of formaldehyde and then portraying this as a vaping-related injury, or if it's the endless studies about the so-called gateway effect, which you can keep producing from now until the end of time, and you'll still find some correlation between vaping and smoking, because the kind of people who like nicotine. But never mind the kind of quality, look at the quantity. And if you're a politician, you're not scientifically minded, you're just going to look at the sheer weight of evidence as they may see it. And so much of it is awful. So much of it is disjunct science from anti-vaping advocates. So we're going backwards on the research. As a result of that, we're going backwards on public understanding. And this, I think, is the most shocking thing. That 10 years ago, when people knew almost nothing about vaping, they were actually better informed about the relative risks than they are now, when we know so much more. That growing numbers of people think that nicotine causes cancer, despite all the efforts to educate people. More and more people think that vaping is as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than cigarettes, and that applies even to the UK, where the public health organisations in the main have gone out of their way to try and educate people on it. So the bad research is leading to growing public ignorance, and the third way in which we've gone backwards, linked to both of those, is regulation. We're going backwards on the regulation, whether it's India banning vaping products outright, or, as I say, the various countries and the EU and so on, looking at making vaping as unattractive as possible, supposedly to children, but in effect, of course, to smokers. So it's not a very optimistic start to the conference from me. We probably didn't expect much more. But I think these are the kind of issues we'll be discussing over the next couple of days. How can we correct this dreadful and growing public and indeed political ignorance about vaping that is leading to more and more regressive policies.
That it? Remarkable, Chris. You stuck to time. I think now it would be the right moment to bring in our audience, and this is where we now test the technology. I'm going to try and take some questions from people online, which I hope are going to appear on a monitor in front of me. But first off, is there anybody here in the audience who would like to be a guinea pig and ask a question at that microphone there? Don't be shy. Okay, I'll go online to start with. We haven't got any questions online either. Obviously, some people have heard enough.
We do.
Oh, sorry about this. I have. Andy. Oh, John. If you could just say who you are and where you're from.
Yeah, I'm John Fell from Ash Park, investment management business in the UK. Fiona, thanks for your talk. It's really interesting. I'm just wondering, I'm picking up in your speech a sort of distinction drawn by you between the tobacco industry and the vaping industry in Australia. Do you think the tobacco industry does enough in Australia to lobby for reduced harm tobacco products? Do you think their involvement in that argument is helpful, or does it hinder progress? Yeah. Actually?
It's the tobacco lobby is still around here, and I actually meet with some of them. Sadly, the arguments that we get here is it's a ruse by the tobacco industry, and it's about getting kids hooked on nicotine. So I'm not sure that it's helpful having the tobacco industry involved in this, even though I think there is some genuineness to some of those companies in moving away from combustible products. However, the tobacco industry is thrown in our face every single time we try and talk about tobacco harm reduction via vaping.
Thank you.
Chris, have you anything you'd like to add?
No, I agree with that.
Okay. I'm going to take one question online. I'll come to you in a minute, Andy. An interesting one for the uninitiated from Sarah Tops. Who are the main opponents of harm reduction in Australia? Feel free to name names, Fiona.
Yeah. The really strange thing is, it's the Australian Christian lobby actually gets involved in this significantly. But when I think about who are the main opponents, people like the Christian lobby, Drug Free Australia, where it's just say no. Sadly, for tobacco harm reduction, we've got the Cancer Council being one of the main proponents against harm reduction. Generally speaking, we have politicians on both sides of government both sides of the spectrum, who will say harm reduction, we can't arrest our way out of a drug issue. We've got to treat drug use as a health issue, not a criminal one. But I don't think that there will be any opposition. There will be no people from the Labor Party, the Liberal Party, or even the Greens. The Greens, who are considered a progressive party here, have been staunch opponents to tobacco harm reduction. So it sits so uncomfortably with the rest of their policies around harm reduction in other areas that they can be so staunch and so blind to the science here. So it's actually, who supports tobacco harm reduction in Australia is probably almost the easier question to answer. And on that, I had a very because we're looking at moving vaping products into chemists or being supplied via chemists here in Australia, which I actually had a great meeting with one of the chemist industry associations, and they kind of got it. They got that it was a harm reduction tool. So, maybe we're, I don't know. It was interesting to see them being supportive, where we saw people like the Australian Medical Authority still absolutely opposing it.
Okay. Andy.
Thanks, Paddy. It's Andy Manson. I'm an independent consultant on nicotine and cannabinoids. Thank you, Fiona. Thank you, Chris, for a great introduction. I just wonder if part of the problem is a lack of recognition of the utilitarian benefit of nicotine. A lot of people see vaping and other forms of nicotine simply as a way of quitting smoking, rather than recognizing that the reason approximately a quarter of the adults in the world have used nicotine for many, many years is because it's great at moderating your moods, it's great at suppressing your appetite, it's great at reducing anxiety. Why is it so many stressful professions smoke more than less stressful professions? And I think, you know, it's about time we recognize there is a utilitarian benefit of this drug. And, you know, that might help to get a better understanding of why people use it and why people should use a safer form of it.
Yeah, look, Andy, I think it's a great point, but I think as Chris mentioned earlier, you know, the number of papers that we're starting to see that saying nicotine's not as safe as you all thought it was, you know, and Michael Russell was wrong when he said that, you know, it's the tar that'll kill you, not the nicotine. And so I think that it would be great if we could start talking, if we could start talking that way. And it's probably a shame that, you know, for the last couple of centuries, the only way people have been able to get nicotine is through smoking. I'm yet to see much research. I'm yet to see much traction in talking about the positives of nicotine.
Chris?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's a point that's not made often enough, you know, really, that people do really enjoy using nicotine. I use nicotine. I'm happy to say that I'm addicted to nicotine. I'm quite happy to be addicted to nicotine. The only problem has been people constantly trying to stop me using it all the time. You know, nicotine itself hasn't been a problem. It's been the anti-nicotine fanatics. The end of last year, the WHO went on the record saying they're not just after a tobacco-free world, they want a nicotine-free world. Yeah. There is simply no health or ethical argument for why anybody should be pushing for that, including the World Health Organization. So, of course, there is a very important liberal case, a libertarian case for all this kind of stuff. In addition to all the harm reduction, it's simply none of the government's business whether people want to use nicotine, especially if they're using it in an effectively harmless way.
I mean, wouldn't it be nice if we, you know, in some strange way, that 1960 cabinet document that said, well, it's actually up to people's personal decision whether they smoke or not. It's not up to a government to be making those types of, you know, those types of regulations on an individual. You know, why they think we should be doing it on nicotine is, yeah, I agree with you, Chris. It's tiresome.
Okay, thanks, guys.
I'm going to try and combine a couple of the questions online here. This is a whole new ball game for me, so please bear with me. One very interesting question from Jamie Morris for you, Fiona, is which elements of the UK's approach to harm reduction would you most like to see introduced into Australia?
Yeah, I think it's actually that the public health, that your public health authority has got behind it. That your public health authority is supporting tobacco harm reduction and supporting vaping, and that they are sending that message out, that they are using it in their campaigns, in their tobacco quit campaigns. That to me is the most pleasing. You know, I was thinking about this today that it would be wonderful. I get to ask questions of ministers, ask health, you know, the Minister for Health or whatever. Yeah, I would love to be able to ask similar questions to the Minister for Health in the UK and share those answers with my colleagues and with the ministers here in Australia. But I think it's the fact that the health department is not saying that it's harmless, but they're just saying that it's less harmful, and they have incorporated it in their campaigns.
I've got one question I think it is probably applicable to both of you to answer, but you did raise when you spoke, Eric Blomqvist mentions that you raised the issue of uncomfortable bedfellows when promoting tobacco harm reduction when disagreeing on so many other things. How do you both think that that can be best achieved, the unholy alliance, shall we say, to actually progress things?
Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
Yeah, me first.
I keep forgetting you're not in the room.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of, well,
thank you.
I don't mean to be facetious. I'm kind of used to uncomfortable bedfellows, and you know, I think, you know, while I was sort of lamenting about it in my remarks, I think we take support wherever we can get it, and if it has to come from some of these sort of climate denying, let the virus rip type of politicians, well, look, you know, if their reasons for supporting it are not around harm reduction, they're actually around libertarianism. And I think I'll be interested to hear what Chris says, because I think, you know, yeah, that shouldn't be a reason for us to stand shoulder to shoulder.
Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with Public Health England on a great many things, but on this particular issue, I agree with them. And, you know, libertarians or liberals, whatever you want to call them, absolutely find common cause with public health people on this particular issue in a way that they wouldn't do on a lot of other issues. And it's because in this particular instance, the liberal approach produces the best health outcomes, and that's not always the case. You know, and I take a more liberal approach to other hazardous products because I basically think that, you know, appropriately informed individuals should be able to, broadly speaking, do what they want. But in this particular instance, the libertarian argument isn't the, you know, well, to hell with it, people can take risks. The libertarian argument is also the pro-health argument, and it's so frustrating when you have public health people in places like Australia, and a handful of them in the UK, who are not just being illiberal, but they're being anti-health. And they can't seem to see it. And so speaking, you know, about the kind of people in Australia, the Simon Chapmans, the Mike Dobbs, and all these kind of people, I do find it interesting that in Australia you've got virtually everybody is against vaping except for a handful of people. In the UK, the vast majority of people in public health are in favour of vaping except for a handful of individuals. And it's very easy, I think, to imagine a parallel universe in which the UK went exactly the same way as Australia, where people like Martin McKee or indeed Sally Davis, the Chief Medical Officer, got their way. And I think we were very lucky in the UK. But doesn't it show something that once a few people of influence go in a certain direction, everybody else follows them? It's not as if the Australians have a completely different empirical literature to look at. They've all got basically the same evidence, but they've come in the main to directly opposite conclusions. And there's a lot of following the herd. And if you can just start pushing some dominoes, you can actually achieve things. Unfortunately, it's all being pushed in the wrong direction at the moment.
I'm afraid, although there are still quite a number of questions been coming in online, I'm afraid we're going to have to call it to a halt at this point. I'm sorry, Jeannie, we've got to call it to a halt. I'm being told by the director in my ear that we've got 2 minutes left. And I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank both Chris and Fiona for taking part, particularly at an unearthly hour of the day. And thank you very much for staying late at school to do that for us, Fiona. And I'd like to invite you all to thank our speakers in the traditional way. Thank you. We're now going to take a short break for 15 minutes for people to get a cup of coffee, and I'd ask you to be back in here about a minute or so before we're due to start again for the next session, which will be on basically the politics of science and vaping in another respect. And in the meantime, for people watching online, I'd encourage you to go to our GFN Fives section on the website and pick and choose some of the issues that might be of interest to you. And thanks very much for what I think has been a very, very useful session. Thank you.
This is a critical moment for the future of adult tobacco consumers and public health.
What's now clear is that FDA is at a unique moment in history to address this devastating impact.
I do not want to see another generation of Americans become addicted to tobacco and nicotine, and I believe that we need to take aggressive action to stop that.
Despite a range of public health strategies, about 34 million adults in the US continue to smoke. Tobacco harm reduction has emerged as a complementary approach to existing public health strategies, and it can play a critical role in helping these adult smokers. Most stakeholders agree on a continuum of risk for tobacco products, with combustible cigarettes as the most risky, non-combustible products as less risky, and not using tobacco as the best option. The switch from combustible cigarettes to less risky alternatives can be thought of as a risk cliff, and it can make a dramatic impact on public health. But tobacco harm reduction will only succeed if adult smokers have access to less risky products and find them satisfying. They also need truthful and accurate communications about the continuum.
All the biomarkers of risk associated with burning tobacco are dramatically, and I mean dramatically, reduced.
Despite this opportunity to reduce the death and disease caused by smoking, influential stakeholders engage in raging, time-consuming debate around tobacco harm reduction. How do we move the debate forward to address critical issues? How do we correct misperceptions around nicotine?
Most people's understanding of tobacco, nicotine, disease, is about 30 years out of date.
What role do flavors play in encouraging adult smokers to switch?
Tobacco use among high school students has increased by nearly 40%.
How do we prevent underage tobacco use while providing adults less risky alternatives?
I do hope will be appropriately balanced in protecting the public, especially our teens, while protecting the rights of consumers who still may find that vaping is a less damaging alternative to traditional smoking.
The FDA's product pathways offer a way to bring reduced-risk products to market and communicate about them when science and evidence supports it, while also protecting public health. Yet barriers exist that fundamentally threaten tobacco harm reduction. Some companies, like CROs, refuse to work with industry scientists, and peer-reviewed journals refuse to publish industry-funded research.
So what here seems to be the problem with trust? The lack of a clear, consistent, scientific leadership message.
Pulmonary delivery of nicotine in a properly regulated marketplace is something that could potentially benefit some currently addicted cigarette smokers, but only if they completely switch to the electronic cigarette.
How then can we engage effectively in a thorough and transparent review of the science related to potential reduced-risk products? Regulators, public health and industry must step up and fulfill their unique roles in helping offer smokers reduced-risk product choices and providing them truthful and accurate information.
So I challenge all of us, including physicians, public health associations, and academia, to start exploring how real-world data can be utilized to advance our understanding as relates to non-combustible tobacco products.
Who will help find the common ground among all stakeholders on the importance and potential of tobacco harm reduction? We need broad-based conversations and leadership around these issues. We must seize this moment for the almost 34 million adult smokers in the US who need reduced-risk options.
We believe that with the increasing adult smoker demand for these products, a commitment to innovation, and an appropriate regulatory framework, that we, all of us, have the opportunity to make more progress on reducing the harm caused by combustible cigarettes in the next 10 years than we have in the past 50.
China's opposition to vaping seemed to make no sense. Today, advocates for tobacco harm reduction face very fierce and relentless opposition in many countries. Opposition to vaping is ludicrous. It just doesn't make any sense. Fancy if you had to defend making low-risk nicotine options like vaping more restricted than deadly cigarettes. No wonder vaping opponents often resort to extremely nasty, vicious personal attacks. Or they argue that the estimate that vaping is at least 95% less risky than smoking is wrong, but refuse point blank to provide their own estimates of the extent of low vaping risk. Or they accuse vaping advocates again and again of accepting funding from tobacco companies without any evidence to support their accusation. Or vaping opponents cite studies of vaping that they claim make vaping look bad, but without any direct comparison of vaping and smoking. Or they cite cell studies of doubtful relevance, or animal studies where the vaping parameters have been set to conditions no human would tolerate. It's important to be aware that previous new drug harm reduction interventions faced very similar attacks. These attacks often lasted for many years. For example, advocates of methadone treatment for people struggling with problems from street heroin, and advocates for needle syringe programs to slow the spread of HIV faced a barrage of hostile resistance. These attacks continued long after the evidence was in that these interventions were effective, safe, and cost-effective ways for community to respond to difficult and important threats. Ad hominem attacks were also common and nasty. Again, most of the criticisms made of these then new harm reduction interventions were spurious. We should remember that many tobacco harm reduction opponents have been deeply scarred by years of battling against tobacco companies who behaved indefensibly. But of course, that's no excuse to behave badly to advocates of tobacco harm reduction now. It's important to try to always remain polite and respectful. Yes, that can be hard, but it's wrong to behave badly just because someone has behaved badly to us. Also, people who haven't made up their mind yet on this issue often turn away from an acrimonious debate where both sides are behaving badly. Evidence does sway some people. The evidence for tobacco harm reduction keeps getting stronger every year. Remember also that there are many other debates where the arguments of one side just doesn't make any sense. For example, the opposition to effective response to climate change never made any sense, and that's become clearer and clearer in recent years. Many people around the world were suspicious of the claims made before the 2003 invasion of Iraq that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. 18 years after the invasion, no weapons of mass destruction have yet been found. So what should you do? First, seek opportunities for debate or dialogue with people who reject tobacco harm reduction. Second, keep as polite and respectful as you can in communication with your opponents. Third, keep to the essentials. Smoking tobacco costs many lives, strains healthcare systems, and causes a lot of misery. Tobacco harm reduction options are much less risky. Smokers flock to switch to tobacco harm reduction if they can, with very few young never smokers taking up these options. The steamroller of disruptive innovation will also flatten the opposition, ensuring that tobacco harm reduction replaces smoking just as digital cameras replaced film cameras and smartphones replaced earlier phones. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tomasz Jerzyński. I will show you how we estimated the global number of vapers.
The combustion of tobacco is the main cause of tobacco-related morbidity and mortality. Nicotine vaping products are potentially disruptive innovations with considerable potential for population health. A key question is whether they are replacing tobacco cigarettes, which requires mapping uptake of nicotine vaping products. Collecting information on nicotine use is difficult for many countries due to cost. Our objective was to derive a global estimate of vaping. Information on the prevalence of nicotine vaping from national representative surveys was available for 49 countries. There are 2 publicly available international research programs and 8 national programs on tobacco use and vaping. The international research from which we obtained data comprises the Global Adult Tobacco Survey, last conducted in 2017, providing data on 6 countries, and the Special Eurobarometer on attitudes of Europeans towards tobacco and electronic cigarettes, last conducted in 2017, gathering data from 28 countries. According to the United Nations, the adult population of the countries for which vaping survey data were available was nearly 2.8 billion in 2018. The population of the remaining countries was over 2.9 billion. Thus, information on vaping was lacking for just over half of the world's population. Since 2018, we have collected information on the prevalence of nicotine vaping products use. To estimate the prevalence of vaping in countries lacking information, we used the method of assumed similarity between countries in the same region and economic condition. Based on surveys, we calculated the average prevalence of vaping for each WHO region, World Bank income classification group, and legal status of nicotine vaping products. These values were used as substitutes for the prevalence figures in the countries with absent data. The number of vapers was calculated by taking as the denominator the adult population. Therefore, the data need to be adjusted to arrive at estimates for 2020. This can be done by reference to data on market growth. Based on publicly available data on e-cigarette market value reported by Statista, we can track changes in global revenues in the e-cigarette market. The relationship between market value and vaping prevalence is unclear, as market values are affected by price and consumption patterns. It would be good for the quality of the projection to know the efficiency of the relationship between market data and the number of vapers in the population. It can easily be calculated where both the local market revenue and the prevalence of vapers are known. We estimated a total of 58.1 million vapers worldwide in 2018. By reference to market growth, the data were adjusted to arrive at estimates for 2020, which is 68 million vapers globally. Our estimate indicates considerable uptake given that nicotine vaping products have been available on most markets for only a decade, that there is either no support or opposition to vaping in many countries, and that countries which regulate nicotine vaping products have controls over advertising and promotion. However, given the global scale of tobacco smoking at 1.1 billion, progress in adoption of alternative products is slow. Those using nicotine vaping products are still a small fraction of those who smoke.
How does it feel to be amongst actual human beings? Kind of weird, kind of strange, kind of cool? Yeah, I think it's kind of cool. And also from Robin Gougelet. Please introduce yourself, Robin.
I'm Robin Gougelet. I work with Penny Associates and consult for Jewel Labs. And I'm also delighted to be here in person and see all your faces.
Has everyone had a chance to look at the 4 quite astounding video presentations that we've got? No? Good. All right. I thought they were really good myself. Got some very interesting material, which is going to take us into the whole kind of politics of the science here. You know, why is there so much misleading science? Why are conflicts of interest playing such a significant role? What's going on with the ultimate aims of all this? And are people kind of being directed to particular outcomes and the science bending around that? Are there entire major research institutions that have built-in but undisclosed biases? I think they are. So we've got some excellent presenters and excellent panelists. I'd like you here in the audience, live in person in Liverpool, to make a big contribution to this session by asking totally awesome questions. And also, we're going to have Robin is going to help me sort of curate the questions into interesting themes. Also, everybody watching from afar, wherever you are, in whatever corner of the world, we want your totally awesome questions, please. Don't be afraid to put challenging questions to these guys, even if you don't necessarily agree with the premise of the question. We'll get more out of the session if we have challenging questions to the audience. What you say in response to people who say that nicotine's addictive and you're promoting an epidemic of addiction? Don't be afraid to put the questions that are put to you to the expert panel that we have here. Okay, I'm going to start actually just by putting a question that is essentially a follow-up from each of the presentations that I've watched. Michelle, just tell us what we can learn about the way science played out with the war on drugs, going right back through the past century and you know, the past 100 years or so. What do we find becomes the scientific preoccupation?
Well, first of all, I'm so excited to be here. Hello, everyone all around the world. And Clive, thank you. That's a great question. You know, starting at least as early as the discussion around opium smoking, the pattern seems to be that science, once it enters the conversation, it's usually the last, you know, it's the last girl to the party, so to speak. There's years and years of lead up to when science starts to get involved. And science and evidence are really only as good as the questions that are asked in the research. So, you know, when you're following into a conversation that's been going on for years about this horrible thing that's happening to society around a substance, the questions are often quite skewed and they're coming from a specific perspective. So that's what I see. I see people asking, you know, well, why is this so bad? Or how do we stop this? And there are many assumptions that go into that. And a lot of times the assumptions and the perspectives are determined and dictated by the popular conversation, which in turn is dictated by whatever the dominant culture is at the time. You know, the media plays on that because they want to get the most readers, so they play on whatever scares the dominant group the most. Often, you know, in the US, that traditionally means, and still to this day means, we're talking about suburban white middle class people. So the entire substance use conversation, when it becomes a public conversation, usually begins with this idea, it's framed around a suburban crisis. And so unfortunately, that means the drugs that become targets of drug war policies are the ones that scare white middle-class suburban parents the most.
Michelle, did you see any difference in the way that dominant group, that powerful group of interests in the United States approaches e-cigarettes versus how it approaches menthol cigarettes?
Yeah, I mean, the menthol cigarette thing, I mean, the middle class at this point, they aren't terribly concerned with smoking, which should be concerning because there are still huge rates. The prevalence is still really high in certain groups like Indigenous Americans. And then if you look at around the world, cigarettes, Kraytex, biddies, all these other combustible forms of tobacco are still causing massive amounts of death around the world. But in America, the middle-class parents aren't terribly worried. Smoking has been coded as a non-white, non-middle-class behavior at this point. It's portrayed as, lower class or a problem of marginalized communities. E-cigarettes is the new scary thing, and specifically because it is targeting a group that was considered to be resolved when it comes to the issue of tobacco. E-cigarettes, the whole conversation has been framed around suburban, middle and upper middle class teenagers becoming addicts. And very scientific conversation around addiction itself is influenced by this whole dominant theory culture. You actually see two different definitions at certain points in the literature about what addiction actually is, and it is defined by willful hedonistic, someone who seeks pleasure, that type of addict, versus the innocent addict, which is someone who accidentally became addicted through, maybe they had chronic pain, and that almost always falls onto the drugs that are commonly used among white groups, upper and middle class groups, even lower white groups like methamphetamine. It's usually seen as tragic, they're victims, whereas the other stuff is coded as, you did it yourself, you are a perpetrator.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to come back to all those themes a bit later, but I'd just like to turn to Brad Rodu now. Brad, you made a pretty compelling case that this massive United States funding body, the National Institutes for Health, which comprises several agencies, has some built-in biases. Why do you think that? I mean, ostensibly, research and science is a neutral exploration of the natural and human world. Why do you see a kind of distortion in the way that it spends its money? And what makes you so sure of that? If you could just kind of give us your insights there.
Well, good morning, Clive, and good morning, the GFN audience. Well, first of all, research universities are nothing but businesses, and they're funded mainly by the federal government through NIH grants and contracts. If you think universities are here to teach students, well, you have another thing coming. It's mainly so that they can continue to function and grow. And they do so with federal grants and contracts, as I pointed out in my presentation. And despite the fact that there's $40 billion coming from NIH, it's not enough for all of the researchers and faculty in the giant medical industrial complex in the United States. So every institution, every researcher is competing for very scarce research money. And the way they compete is to produce the best and most spectacular results. And they employ a university's media research or media arms to basically propagate those findings. And it's a setup for continued funding and continued results. Now, when you're talking about tobacco, and I tried to point out how the federal government wants a tobacco-free society, that's a lead-in to only coming up with negative results. And so you can see the results of that in all of our media. So I think it's a setup, and I think it's very effective.
But Brad, what I find difficult about this is you could do good research, and you could do good research that showed that you could basically eliminate most of the disease associated with smoking-related disease. You could basically end the smoking epidemic. What I don't understand, and you get a Nobel Prize for that. There's no reason why you shouldn't get incredibly big plaudits for it. You know, you're solving one of the biggest public health problems of all time. Why wouldn't that be something that you saw a lot more of in the agenda of NIH? In the NIH, it is a National Institute for Health after all. Why wouldn't they be totally thrilled by harm reduction research that shows that you can eliminate, you know, nearly all of the risks associated with smoking? What's missing there? What's driving them in the other direction?
Well, thank you for that question, Clive. I am still holding out for the Nobel, by the way, but I'm
richly deserved and long overdue, I think, is the consensus here in Liverpool.
Yes, yes. No, but the thing is, the tone is set on top. And, you know, as I tried to show in my presentation, in 1994, I suggested that smokeless tobacco might be a safer substitute for some cigarette smokers. And I was blasted for that by the National Cancer Institute, investigated for a year, and then it went on for 2 more years after that, where I just about lost my job. And that was all because I suggested something. So,
Brad, that's what happened. But why did that happen?
That's the tone that's set. And once that's set, not only can you not go up against that tone and that statement, but you can't even get any allies. You know, people say, Brad, why hasn't faculty from all over medicine, all over the United States, why haven't they adopted tobacco harm reduction? This is the reason.
Okay,
the funding
Brad.
Doesn't let them.
But who owns that tone? I mean, the National Institute of Health is full of actual human beings that decide what the tone is. Why is it that somebody decides that, you know, research showing that smokeless tobacco is much less harmful than smoking is something to be demonized and cast out? Who is the guardian of that idea, and what stops them changing their mind?
There isn't a single guardian, Clive. I showed in my presentation, U of L, University of Louisville, has a small cut of all the research funds, $97 million. Okay, it's spread across 129 line items in almost every department and school in the medical center and throughout the university. It's not a single source, but it's a pervasive, it's pervasive throughout a university. I have tried in my 16 years here to get other faculty involved here in my research and my projects. Nobody.
Fascinating.
Nobody has taken.
It sounds like a cultural thing in essence, that NIH is gripped by a kind of culture. I'm going to go on to Roberto now, because his presentation I thought was very interesting in highlighting, I would say, different scientific cultures. I mean, culture of genuine inquiry versus a culture of research that's geared towards finding certain outcomes that support certain policies. So, Roberto, you've straddled the divide between physics and the tobacco and nicotine world. Just give us your headline. How do you characterize the difference between what goes on in physics and what goes on in tobacco and nicotine, without being rude about any particular individuals, if you can?
No, there is a confusion because the externally they look very similar. You look at the website, for example, Steve Weinberg's Nobel Prize in Physics, and you look at the website of Glantz, and they're very similar. Externally, both of them have PhD students, etc. They go to congresses and so on. So it looks like they are very similar, and also this is a perception that is shared by other scientists. You ask other, it's like the document that I'm circulating in a PDF that is has more detail, but they function very differently in many aspects. For example, in physics, it is very common to disrupt current knowledge. We're trained for that. You are trained to constantly be questioning whether this result is correct and checking it and so on and so on. And physics is always advancing by constant disruption. And there is no plan regarding, there is no, well, the plan is, for example, to solve specific problems, to advance a theory, to fit better observations and facts and so on. And so it's on the way, it's being built on the way. On the other hand, but when we talk about tobacco and nicotine science, it's, there has been an evolution. Tobacco and nicotine science was more or less like physics up to the mid-1990s. It's when the epidemiology, epidemiological research that started in the 1960s that discovered the association between smoking and different diseases. And that was a very, very productive and really scientific endeavor. But then once tobacco control at the beginning was basically physicians, but then it suddenly became a political movement that acts like a special interest lobby within the US, and this model spread globally. And then there's this issue that then politics took over and science was put in the backseat. Because, you know, science, why? Science is full of contradictions. It goes slowly. The path sometimes is erratic. You never know if you're going to prove or disprove a theory. Things come. And this doesn't work when you want a regulatory policy to be implemented. When you want a regulatory policy to be implemented, you don't want these deviations, these doubts, these queries, and so on. And so that's where the difference began. From then onwards, tobacco and nicotine science became more or less a political movement. And this somehow answers the question that you were asking, Brad. Like, who is there that is preventing the adoption of tobacco harm reduction by the NIH, sorry? Who is that? No, what happens is that you have a political movement. Imagine you are Roosevelt and you are trying to implement the New Deal. There is, you are not going to tolerate dissent in core issues, because that will delay the implementation of your political plan. And this is the logic of tobacco control after it became, after the tobacco wars, and that it became a political movement. It is guided by a political objective, and that's not the way science works. Science doesn't, at least physics, at least the science that I'm engaged, doesn't work like that.
It's interesting. I suppose a big difference with physics is, you know, what goes on in a black hole or a subatomic particle isn't really directly relevant to normal human experience, whereas, you know, there's no policy on, you know, astrophysics or subatomic particles or gravity or whatever. But here we have people pursuing a political objective. I'm still trying to get at this. Why? Where does this political movement come on, and what are its methods? You know, how does it create incentives for scientists to behave in this way rather than follow good science? And I know I watched Konstantinos very recently posted presentation this morning, which is incredibly moving, actually. You could feel the pain in it. I want to ask him, first of all, how do you actually feel about this as a scientist? What's the subjective experience of being kind of harassed in this way, very briefly? And then I'd like you also to speculate on the way the incentives for scientists actually work. You know, who are the enforcers and what are their techniques? What role does money play? All of that sort of thing. If you get into some of that, and then we'll go quickly from that into questions. So questions, get ready.
Yeah, in brief, I can say that I feel offended, and that's exactly what I feel, and that's the end of the story. As you can see, I think that the main incentive is money. And money always has the same color. I mean, I think Brad also mentioned that it's all about money, and it's about funding to the universities, funding to research groups. In my case, it's about money coming from philanthropies, and it's not the first time that I've been attacked for my views and my research without criticizing anything in my research. There is no criticism in the content, ever. There is not even a hint that I manipulated somehow the methodology or the data or the presentation, the interpretation of the results. It's always about supposed and imaginary conflicts. What is particularly concerning is the escalation in this attempt. Until now, it was, some media, newspapers maybe, some groups and organizations which are clearly funded by Bloomberg Philanthropies, which were releasing reports and website articles about that. But this has escalated. Now we see scientific journals which not only publish allegations without even trying to confirm and to verify any of these allegations, without even applying a basic rule that the burden of proof lies on the accuser, not on the accused, but they go even further into depriving from the accused of the right to respond. And that's very concerning. We see articles by journalists which are now registered in the scientific domain. They have a DOI number. They are listed on PubMed. And it's full of nonsense, full of false allegations, and no response is allowed to be published.
Konstantinos, why are they doing this? What's behind this? I'm trying to push this argument. We can see what's happening, but why is it happening? What are they trying to achieve?
I think it's more politics and less science, and that's exactly what it is. Some people are ideologically and dogmatically perceive the issue of tobacco and tobacco harm reduction, because that's what we're talking about. They are causing harm. They are actively causing harm to public health, to millions of smokers, and their agenda and their approach and their strategy is not about doing research, and I think you've mentioned that in your articles too. It's not about doing research. It's not about investigating either misconduct or doing their own research about the purpose, the goals, and the outcome of their own actions. What they are doing is simply trying to discredit anyone who has a different opinion. Okay. Whether they're using true conflicts or imaginary conflicts, it doesn't matter. It's always, however, about conflicts. It's never about the content of the research being published.
All right, let's leave it there. We're going to start opening up to questions other than from me. So, Robin, let's take one from the internet and see if anyone's actually got a good question from our worldwide global audience.
Yes, several good questions. So, from Inga, I think somewhat facetiously, is there such a thing as unbiased science? I think it'd also be interesting to talk a little bit about conflicts of interest that aren't just financial as part of that. Yeah,
I think that's a really good question, actually. What is a conflict of interest? Lynn Kozlowski, see if I can remember the title here, published a brilliant paper on a pandemic of conflicts of interest, in which he basically argued everyone is conflicted in some way, because they come at anybody who's worked in this field has some sort of prior beliefs or prior knowledge which they tend to wish to support, or they've said something in the past which they wish to be consistent with, or they're taking money from a foundation that has a political agenda. Mike Bloomberg, for example, told the New York Times in January 2020 that he favors outright prohibition of e-cigarettes. So if you're an alert grantee on the lookout for funds from that gigantic flow of money, then that's something to bear in mind, isn't it? And not surprisingly, the union, one of the main recipients of Bloomberg money, is in favor of e-cigarette prohibition in low and medium income countries, which covers about 80% of the world's smokers. So let me turn to the panel and get you to reflect on what is a conflict of interest and how should we think about conflicts of interest. And I'm going to ask Brad to go first on this one. And brief answers if you could, because we've got quite a few to get through, I think. Yeah. We've got quite a few. Let's just have a snappy round of questions now, and then we'll come to the audience here in Liverpool.
Well, as you said, Clive, there are conflicts of interest on all sides, and they do need to be reported. It's as simple as that.
Oh, that was a bit briefer than I was expecting, but that's actually very good. Roberto, how does this work does anybody have conflicts of interest in physics? How does it play out in physics?
Well, you mentioned black holes and universe and so on, but that's a type of physics that I work with. But not all physics is like that. Physics is also tied to industry, to technology. So you might work for many physicists are employed in industry, and they develop the type of science that can influence people, and then it can be related to money movements. So sometimes, for example, colleagues of mine ended up working for the US Navy, and so they have to declare that, and whenever they publish a paper, there is a procedure to declare where they are funded and et cetera, et cetera. So the NASA you can also work for the NASA and so on, so you declare them, but it's not a big issue. Once you declare the conflict of interest, that's a non-issue. We don't care about that. This is one of the most surprising things that for me as an external observer in the field of nicotine and science. That's it.
What if there was two long-standing competing theories of gravity, for example? I don't know if there are, because I don't really know anything about this, but let's say there were. And you constantly find that somebody that supports theory A is finding evidence that supports theory A, and someone who supports theory B is constantly finding evidence that supports theory B. Do people ever say, actually, I need to acknowledge that I've always been in the theory A camp, and therefore expect me to come up with theory A findings? Does that ever happen in physics?
Yeah, it happens that you belong to a certain school of thought, and then you are going to, but since in physics we're used to debating, and we're used to intellectual esgrima, then these things are settled down and they are known. And they're not such a big issue. You sometimes know that certain researchers go in certain directions and other, etc. But it is not an existential question that determines the evolution of a given line of research. Yeah, there is politics in physics, but it works out very differently.
All right, I'm not going to ask every question to every panel member, or we'll be here too long. So, Robin, next question, please. Then we'll get one from the audience.
This one is for Michelle, but I'm sure others will speak on it as well. So, often quip that all the good Puritans came to America. How do you think that affects the drug wars in the past, and how do you think we can move past that if you think that might be a problem, or soften that moving forward?
Puritans to America, prisoners to Australia. That was the sort of British deal.
I mean, unfortunately, if the Puritans were limited to America, I think the world would be a better place, but they're not, and the influence still, is worldwide. And what you're getting at is this idea that we see in drug policy, in drug research from the beginning up till this day, is that there are a lot of assumptions. Some of those are based in morality, which, in America does stem from Puritanism, but it's all over the Judeo-Christian, European-based world, is this idea that if something is pleasurable, it must be bad. And we're seeing that up to this day, where someone asked in the chat, I saw, why are nicotine replacement therapies, pharmaceutical types of nicotine, not being included in this conversation? Why do they always get a pass? And the reason is because smoking was categorized as immoral. It wasn't just bad for your health, it was immoral. And nicotine replacement therapy is the penance people pay for making an immoral decision. It's not fun. Either you go cold turkey, also not fun, or you use NRTs. Things like vaping or snus, they're pleasurable. And for people who have a moralistic view of what health is and what public health is, find that to be unacceptable. So the Puritans are here, but they are also everywhere. We just happen to be particularly a virulent type.
Michelle, the relationship between adult society and adolescent society, is that in some way different in the United States? Is adult society more protective of kids, less relaxed about kids engaged in vices than we are in Europe? It kind of feels that way. Or is that manufactured concern that's sort of done for tactical reasons? How deep is the sort of kid thing in the US?
That's a really interesting question, because I think it's a little bit about American culture, but it's also American culture that has been created by media and through previous drug wars, is the myopic focus on and protecting adolescents from any experiences that could potentially reduce their intellectual capacity or their economic capacity. Other cultures, I think, are much more forgiving and accepting of the very normal adolescent process of experimentation and rebellion. But in America, we see, people in this country will spend thousands, many thousands of dollars sending their children to the very, very best preschools because they think that will materially affect their the whole course of their life.
Any questions from the audience here in Liverpool?
The sound is not, I cannot hear you well, Clive.
Oh, okay, hang on. Okay, sound engineer at the back, do something. All right, let's get a question. Oh, okay, thanks. Hello, everyone. Is that better? Is that better, guys? Yeah, great. Okay. Any questions from the audience here in Liverpool? Where am I? Oh, there we go. There we go. Gentleman at the mic. Just give your name and affiliation, if you would.
Yes. Hello, Andre Kutter from Ivapo. I thought I'd say maybe something which is a little bit controversial, but so I'm coming from an independent vaping company. We started in 2014, and I think lots of these independent vaping companies came a bit naive to this whole topic, and we are finding out we are walking a bit of a burned earth in a way. Which kind of where policymakers naturally meet us with a lot of skepticism and mistrust, really, due to the association with tobacco and big tobacco and all the history of that and all the mistrust which has been built on that. And so would it be an easier conversation in a way if we wouldn't have that kind of association as an industry? Would we find more open doors? Is it maybe, is that okay. Maybe part of the context?
So let me build that into a question to put to the panel. Okay. So this field, the world of nicotine, comes burdened with the reputational baggage of the history of smoking, the tobacco industry, and so on. I think what's behind your question is, how does that reputational baggage affect science and the policy discourse in this field, even amongst firms, products, businesses that have never had anything to do with that history and don't make tobacco products in the sense that we understand them outside the United States. Is that a reasonable way of interrogating the panel?
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
so without
let's have some views on that. Konstantinos, you can go first on this. What effect does the presence of the tobacco industry have in this field, and to what extent are things justified or not justified around that?
listen, I think like that we are seeing a change in the approach until now, and understandably so. Cigarettes were the evil part of the industry. So the tobacco industry was evil, and understandably so. I mean, it's perfectly justified. But now with the evolution of tobacco harm reduction products, which many of which do not even contain tobacco, like electronic cigarettes, we are turning into calling nicotine evil. And that's what all the companies, including the companies which are not linked at all to the tobacco industry, need to understand. They are going to be part of this evil because they sell nicotine-containing products. Look at our research. Look at how the WHO dismisses research which has nothing to do with smoking. It has nothing to do with e-cigarettes or tobacco harm reduction. It has to do with the possibility, the hypothesis, that pharmaceutical nicotine may have some treatment or even prevention benefits. They don't accept that. They have attacked the French scientific team, which are doing a clinical trial with NRTs, with nicotine patches, just because they are trying nicotine, a pharmaceutical nicotine product, for the treatment of COVID. This is, the whole story starts from the fact that someone suggested that nicotine, it doesn't matter if it's a pharmaceutical form, that nicotine can have benefits in COVID. And you see, nicotine is the evil. And that's what all these companies are facing.
All right, so Brad, what we're seeing is in the past, and this was the sort of, if you like, the golden era of science that Roberto referred to. We had these brilliant scientists like Richard Dole, Richard Pito, and the American equivalent, Ernest Winder, and so on. You know, basically laid out the smoking and harm case in, you know, using really imaginative studies and brilliant work and so on. And that case has been made. What we're seeing now is, I think as Konstantinos suggested, a shifting of the goalpost towards nicotine. Now, is this a recent development, or was it always there, but sort of an undisclosed objective that we were aiming for the sort of nicotine-free society, and the harm of smoking was essentially a pretext of getting there? Or has it shifted because the new products are all about nicotine and no harm? What's going on there? Brad, if you could go first.
Well, briefly, Clive, this bias has been present since 1981. There's no question about that. When the New England Journal of Medicine published a paper by Deborah Wynn and colleagues about smokeless tobacco and mouth cancer, there is no question that that paper was in large part fraudulent in blaming all forms of smokeless tobacco to cause an epidemic of mouth cancer. So I know from that time on, at least, that all tobacco products were dangerous and all tobacco products were evil. And so now we have a transition from smokeless tobacco, more recently to e-cigarettes. It's the same game plan. It's the same strategy. And to emphasize what Konstantinos said, it's basically now all forms of nicotine.
Okay, so there's a really interesting conflict coming up, and it's going to play out in the United States. I might actually get Robin to reflect on this, but I'm going to start with Michelle. So the Food and Drug Administration's regulation of tobacco has the concept of appropriate for the protection of public health. And if you can satisfy them, that your products are appropriate for the protection of public health, you can put them on the market. WHO, in the guidelines on Article 5.3, has a principle number 1, which is there is a fundamental and irreconcilable conflict between the interests of the tobacco industry and the interests of public health. Now, at first sight, those two principles, those two concepts, clash with each other. So I want to ask Michelle, how's that going to play out in the United States as the Food and Drug Administration starts to issue pre-market tobacco authorizations and these products come onto the market kind of blessed by FDA, even if they're from big tobacco?
Well, we're already seeing it start to play out where you had the groups and the politicians who demanded, these novel products be reviewed by and given approval or denied approval by the FDA. And now that the FDA is starting to do that, these groups and lawmakers are turning on the FDA and saying, they're not reliable for this. You can't trust the FDA because the FDA is going to approve things that we don't think should be approved. So, they're the ones turning around now and casting doubt on the scientific institutions they said were necessary in order for these products to be proven safe. It's going to be I think the more relevant aspect of this is how what's going to happen in the US will play out in the rest of the world. Because unlike the US, where people have a significant amount of distrust in all types of government agencies, and much more so in recent years against the health agencies, the rest of the world looks at the FDA with more respect. And I think as the FDA starts approving various e-cigarettes, various heated tobacco products, they've already done it with snus, you will see the conversation is going to get much more difficult in the all forms of tobacco have the same level of harm camp.
Yeah. I'm going to get a comment from Robin, who has had a substantial part of her life wasted by the PMTA process, locked away in dark rooms, typing in things. Robin, it's one thing for the tobacco control organizations like Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids and the Bloomberg complex of organizations to sort of put themselves in a fight with the tobacco industry or a few maverick academics that appear to like Brad or whatever, who appear to support harm reduction. But it's quite a different thing in American public life if they appear to be in a conflict with the Food and Drug Administration. How do you think it's going to play out when when we see more of these PMTAs on the market and more e-cigarettes effectively blessed by FDA as positive for public health?
Yeah, so I think in authorizing PMTAs, the politics of it will be pretty complicated. I mean, the last couple of years with the Trump administration, political pressure on the agency hasn't really been perceived well by a lot of the types of groups who've been currently attacking the agency for prospective marketing orders for some of these PMTA products. I think it is an incredibly rigorous scientific process, and these are career scientists and bureaucrats who really care about the process and do protect it from political interference. So I think that they're the best ones capable of making these decisions, and I think seeing Swedish Match and PMI go through the process for their products as well, it's rigorous. They can attest to that, but it's been fair.
It's a truly awful process, far too burdensome, but that is a major silver lining, is that in the end the FDA endorses these products essentially for appropriate for the protection of public health.
Which is also not permanent, like it's not a forever order. It can be revoked if necessary. So there are a lot of safeguards in place, so it's not perpetual.
That's true. Let's get another question from our internet following, get back to the panel.
All right. A question for Brad. So there is like a big pipeline of researchers in the field being trained up for tobacco and nicotine research, but there probably aren't jobs at academic institutions for all of them, or even for FDA. If they can't get funding from acceptable sources, they need to look for other sources of funding. Is there any way out of this catch-22, or what advice do you have for younger scientists coming up in this field and how to navigate these situations?
No, there's no other real options in tobacco. They'll probably go to pharma or other acceptable sources for funding and or jobs. But keep in mind, as I said before, there's not enough funding for the scientists that are now at universities. There's tremendous competition within a university and between university faculty for this money. And no, there's never enough funding for all of the trainees. So they'll end up in other fields, but the funding and the publications against harm reduction products will continue into the indefinite future, no doubt.
I mean, it is interesting. There is an astonishing number of people who work in this field, tobacco, controlled tobacco, academia. If you compare it to, say, the number of people who research caffeine or alcohol, it's just off the scale. Every week, dozens of papers, often sometimes with, 10, 15 authors or so on. And if there isn't a huge problem for them to go after, there's nothing for them to do. And I think that's an interesting question, Roberto. I mean, to support that gigantic academic enterprise, you have to have a reason. And are they basically in the business of finding reasons to continue with their academic pursuits and their academic careers and essentially their livelihoods? And are they conflicted because of that?
Clive, keep in mind that all of these researchers have a technique, they have a field, they have a very microscopic specialty, okay? And it's very easy to take what you know and with Microsoft Word, convert it to a tobacco research proposal. It's very simple to do that. They go where the money is. It's the money that drives the research, not the other way around, unfortunately.
But what about the problem is if you come up with a finding that says there's no harm, there's nothing to see here, move on, don't spend any more money with me, that doesn't really happen very often, does it? Why not, Roberto?
It's not publishable.
All right, I'm gonna take a question. Is Neil at the back? Just go to the mic, Neil, if you would, and introduce yourself.
So, Neil McKegney, I wanted to make a small contribution other than from my mobile phone. Although there is a kind of view of science that it's kind of groundbreaking and addressing fundamental questions, much of science actually is pretty orthodox, and it's not surprising, therefore, that the institution where most science is carried out, universities, are inherently conservative. And I certainly, Brad's experience is my experience too, and almost all of my meetings with senior academics in managing the institution were about how much money could I bring the institution. So it was a very self-serving entity. And I think if that is the case, and orthodoxy predominates within the institutions such as universities, do we have to look to other institutional forms to execute the kind of research which questions those orthodoxies and gives equal voice to new theories, new understandings, challenging knowledge? And if that is the case, what might those different organizational or institutional forms be?
All right, let's get some comments on that from the panel. I'd like to generate, where is the missing challenge here? I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, at least, that a lot of really poor science gets published. Look at it every week, and a lot of it's awful. But most of it goes unremarked. It stays in the journal pages. Very often there's no letters to editors written, and it's cited by people doing future reviews and so on. So where is the missing challenge function? Konstantinos, you've been very, very good at tackling bad science, but why isn't there more of this? And then I'm going to ask Roberto, how does it work in physics? If you put up a ropey paper in physics, what happens? And what happens to you? So let's start with Konstantinos.
Yeah, I think that Michelle mentioned the moral approach to this debate. I fully agree with Dr. Professor McKegney, but the issue is, the job of the universities is to challenge the orthodox approach and the common understanding. I don't see who else will be responsible or will be able to challenge the conventional approach. universities and science, by definition, is about, you know, discussing and challenging what is supposed to be common knowledge, finding new ways, finding new novel understanding on how people, in this case, behave in the case of tobacco use. It's not happening, and that's that's why I'm very pessimistic, because I don't see, if the universities are not doing that, who is going to do that? That's the million-dollar question.
Okay, so but why isn't it happening? In other fields,
because it has become a moral rather than a scientific debate. It's about ethics, which, in my opinion, are simply pseudo-ethics. It's not even real ethics. But when you're turning a scientific debate into a political debate, and when all research is guided by predetermined opinions, we must show that tobacco harm reduction and nicotine is bad. And when we apply for funding, you know, the call for proposals is showing how bad something is. I mean, what do you expect the universities to do? They are going to submit proposals discussing about how bad e-cigarettes are, how bad nicotine is. I mean, it's becoming so well organized, and this is coming. I'm not suggesting that someone has, you know, any ill intentions, but it is becoming a moral and political debate rather than a scientific debate, and the universities participate in that.
All right, let's go to Roberto, because you talked eloquently in your presentation about how disruptions play out in physics. Just give us a sense. If somebody comes up with a theory that challenges orthodoxy in physics, what happens, and what should we learn from that, if anything, in the tobacco and nicotine space?
Well, disruptions happen all the time, but they're not major disruptions. And this, I would like to, the issue that universities and research and science is orthodox is true, because we cannot be super creative and super disruptive all the time. So there is a sort of routinary type of research that you are simply checking out or fixing little corners here and there. And occasionally you have an idea. And what happens when there is a disruption? Typically in physics, the disruptions don't happen like somebody sitting in a tower and suddenly has a bright idea. The disruptions are brought by observations. I can put a very interesting example. In the case when observations show that the universe is expanding in an accelerated way. That was a disruption. It forced many theories that could have been plausible. They had to be dismissed, and people who had spent years and years and years working on this type of theory, they had to give it up. And so, but this is normal. This is nobody is hurt by that. In fact, we are happy that this type of things happen, right? So but they don't happen all the time. We're not constantly, we're disrupting, but in little steps. In little steps. We cannot be creative all the time. Also, I would like to mention very quickly that science is a corporate activity. There are jobs, promotions, and so sometimes if you don't have tenure, and you are a young researcher or a postdoc or whatever, then sometimes you are not very happy to be so disruptive, because you might not be, you tend to follow the line. Also, on the other hand, researchers that are already too mature and so on, they become too conservative. So there is, typically in physics, we see that there is an age that you are not too young or too old, where you are more disruptive because you want to go up. That's another interesting point. In physics, disruption can be a price. If I, for example, challenge a gravity theory, then I get the attention of everybody. But I must be very good in doing that, because the tests are very difficult. And don't forget that physics is an experimental science. So if your disruption is against the data, then you are out. So you have to be very careful in what you are disrupting. But disruption for us is a prize, it's a privilege, it's something that is very exciting.
Okay.
But there is also a conservative side. That's it.
Same sort of similar tensions, but more enthusiasm for disruption as a basis for scientific curiosity and engagement. Robin,
and prestige also.
And prestige, yeah. This is what I'm sort of keep coming back to. This is that why isn't it like this? Why isn't the sky full of planes from California heading for Japan to work out what's happening with heated tobacco products? Or why isn't everybody meeting in Sweden all the time to find out why they have the lowest?
Because it's not science, because it's politics.
Okay, that's coming over, but I still get this why. Robin, let's have another one from the global audience, please.
Global audience, all right. So it's kind of disappeared a little bit, but what are examples of scientists changing their minds and priors based off of new data? And I think specifically to the panel, what are examples of you personally changing your minds on something that you held?
Okay, that's good. So how common is this, and when have you ever seen it or done it? Let's just have some quick responses to this, then we'll get one more from the audience here, and then we'll wrap up. So, Michelle, you go first.
Yeah, I was going to go first anyway, whether yes or not. I'd say for me, sugar. So I'm trained as a nutritionist, and the training involves quite a bit of indoctrination and all of this, and I, for a very long time, believed what the common narrative is about when the dietary guidelines were created and how the sugar lobby really threw fat under the bus, and that's why the fat theory became the lipid heart hypothesis idea. If you eat fat or cholesterol, you become fat and you have high cholesterol. And I believe that sugar is this horrible thing. And then as I did some more research, I had to change my mind. I actually pretty much had to apologize to some researchers where I had read into too much of they're dead, but I'm talking about researchers who are operating in the 60s. I had to take a different stance on that. It was difficult. I do see that quite a bit in the research. It's usually subtle, but and I think it should be, you mentioned incentives. That is at the very heart and core of all of the problems we are talking about. And as with physics or physicists, we need to incentivize researchers to question each other, to challenge each other, and give them a prize when they change their mind. That should be seen as the appropriate response in science.
Very good idea. Prizes for changing minds. Very good idea. Prizes for retracting bad papers. I think they should get kudos for that rather than...
And all those scientists who can't get grants, they should go and then form a watchdog organization like Retraction Watch or something like that, where what they do is they just read all the science that comes out and they critique it on its merits, people from all different fields.
Brad, do you want to comment on, on people changing their mind or being persuaded by evidence? Joe Gitchell would always say that almost never happens. No one's ever persuaded by evidence ever. But have you ever seen it?
I've seen it happen with tobacco harm reduction over the past decade, where others, and we now have them as colleagues on many of the lists and the correspondence is being taken on a daily basis. We now have a contingent that is supporting e-cigarettes, supporting tobacco harm reduction that we didn't have 20 or 30 years ago. So it's happening, but it's happening too slowly to achieve real progress.
Konstantinos, have you ever changed your mind about anything?
Sorry, I was muted, yes. Well, of course I have. Let me say, for example, that initially in late 2011, I had a particularly bad idea and bad opinion about tobacco harm reduction, specifically electronic cigarettes. I thought it was a useless product. This has changed dramatically over time, but this happened after I started doing research on the subject, after meeting e-cigarette users who came as subjects for my research work, and after discussing with them and in an effort to understand why they are using this. So my opinion has changed dramatically, seriously, dramatically. The thing is, why are you changing your opinion? What's the motivation? If the motivation is research that you either perform yourself or that you read in the scientific domain, it's fine. If there are other motives, like financial motives, well, in that case, I think that it doesn't matter who the funding source is, whether it's acceptable, let's call it in quotes, or not.
Right. My experience of people changing their mind, it's mostly through empathy rather than analysis, through a human connection and seeing how other people function rather than analysis, graphs, odds ratios, and all the rest of it. Sood, final question of this session, then we'll wrap up. Keep it nice and brief, and we'll keep the answers nice and brief. We'll all get lunch on time.
Yep. I'm Sood Patwardhan, Center for Health Research and Education. Question about conflict of interest in terms of what can we learn and how do we look into ourselves as the broader tobacco harm reduction community in terms of addressing some of the concerns raised by the external folks. And I want to just give two examples. One is to compliment Penny over the years on how they, at the beginning of anything they say, they declare their conflict of interest, gets it out of the way. Can this become a habit? Should this become a habit among all researchers in this community so that that doesn't become a problem? And second, kind of linked to researchers having either naively or intentionally a sort of disingenuous way to approach funding. When it comes from an e-cigarette company, which is not tobacco industry owned, it's all right. And then when it is, and there was an instance recently, which I don't want to go in the details of, how does this work when they say themselves and sort of reinforce the negative narrative that, yeah, this was funded by an e-cigarette company before they were acquired by tobacco companies, so this should be good. We shouldn't be doing this, right?
Okay. I don't think there'll be any dispute about the idea of transparency about conflicts and declaring them up front. Your second point was more about whether sort of tobacco company reputation kind of contaminates the discourse of e-cigarette companies, and has anybody got a view on that? Has anybody feel, you know, I mean, I remember saying, I remember my own thoughts on this, saying, you know, there was a kind of purity argument from e-cigarette companies in which they said, well, we're nothing to do with the tobacco industry. And I felt, well, what happens if you get taken over or bought out? You know, you're exactly the same people doing exactly the same things, but you're just owned by someone else. How much does that matter? And something quite similar to that happened to Juul. So how does that change anything? Does anybody want to give me a last comment on this?
You want me to?
Yeah, why not Robin, since she actually is a consultant to Juul?
Yeah, I think that that conflict is definitely something that makes it harder to publish and people perceive you as being part of the industry. I think ultimately what's important, though, at least in the US, is that there is all the regulations require that all data is submitted to the FDA, so they run their own analyses, and it's an incredibly rigorous standard. So they have, you know, it's forced transparency where the regulator has access to everything. So you don't have to trust the company, you have to trust the process and the regulators.
That is a good thing about the US system. Folks, we're going to wrap it up there. I want to thank, no, sorry, Roberto, we're done. People here need their lunch, you need your breakfast. So thank you to Roberto, to Konstantinos, to Michelle, to Brad, and to Robin, and thanks to everyone here and worldwide for the great questions. This session is over. Thanks very much.
Are we back yet?
Yeah, you're not.
Well, hello. We are back again. Gosh, what a cornucopia of goodies we had just now. I'm going to take kind of host prerogative here and just have just a few observations from this morning, and then we can kind of get into it. Just thinking about Roberto's presentation, where he kind of suggested that physics and tobacco science were sort of in lockstep until the purity dissolved and the politics came into the tobacco science. So I'm not asking you necessarily to respond to this. This is just me kind of, you know, riffing slightly. But I did look this up. And in fact, when Galileo suggested following Copernicus, that the earth revolved round the sun. He was tried for heresy because it completely upset the Catholic Church, and he spent most of the rest of his life under house arrest. And so it almost feels that people like Konstantinos and his experience and the people who've been smeared and blacklisted and all the rest of it are at the beginning of the process whereby they are in a minority and they're vulnerable to attack. Galileo's case, it was the Catholic Church. In this case, maybe it's Puritanism, as Michelle was suggesting. But there does seem to be, it may be a bit tenuous, but there does seem to be some kind of connection between between science that is disruptive and the people who are doing the disruption and the degree to which it conflicts with the orthodox established opinion. The other thing that struck me was the idea of what science gets published and what science gets media coverage. And because my background is in the world of illegal drugs primarily, I often reference this article in The Lancet from 1983, when there was a lot of concern about so-called crack babies, that somehow crack was causing an escalation in the number of infant deaths that would not otherwise have happened. It actually turned out to be that there were so many confounding factors that weren't taken into account, like poverty and deprivation and nutrition. But nevertheless, this study by Coren actually revealed that if you submitted a study about crack babies that was either neutral or suggested there really wasn't that much effect, you stood a far lesser chance of being published than other papers that showed there was a correlation, even if their methodology was weaker. So there's a history to that. The other thing, which will lead into my first question to Sarah, is about the industry. I mean, e-cigarettes came onto the market roughly around 2005, 2006, something like that, and spent most of those early years as a niche product with the information and the products being publicized through the internet, through local producers and early adopter consumers and so on. And I don't think there was even any interest from the major tobacco companies till about 2012, when I think L'Oreal took over. Is it L'Oreal, or is that a perfume? Can't remember. L'Oreal, yeah, L'Oreal I think is a perfume. They really weren't interested. But L'Oreal took over a small company, maybe Blue. Yeah, they took over Blue. During that period, I think the actual number of papers around tobacco harm reduction and vaping were very small. There was no real scientific interest. It may not have been a coincidence that as soon as the tobacco industry started waking up to the possibility of not being caught out by new products in the way that, say, Kodak were and IBM were about the laptop, they obviously got involved. And it seemed that, I think there was a guy from one of the vaping organizations that was talking about trying to separate out the vaping industry and the tobacco industry. And that kind of works unless you've got those kind of products, the good ones and the less good ones, both being produced by the same company, and the possible conflicts that might go in within that company between different departments and different philosophies and the rest of it. So I'm going to ask you, Sarah, how does that play out in BAT?
Well, it's a good question, Harry. I mean, I think so. When I joined in around 2010, we didn't have any revenue from, well, a tiny bit of revenue from non-combustible products in the form of snus. And the early e-cigarette products were not very good. The sensory delivery, the nicotine delivery wasn't very good. So BAT wasn't particularly interested. But as the technologies began to improve, we did get interested. And like you say, it is very much a disruptive technology. So when we started researching vaping, it was handled separately from the main business because, of course, you have to judge its successes in a different way using different criteria. And it was run separately for quite a while, and it was only integrated into the main business a couple of years ago when it got to a weighty percentage of what our sales are. And if you think about, so we this year we have around 13 million users of non-combustible products. We have a goal that by 2050 we'll have, by 2030 we'll have 50 million users of non-combustible products. Those are massive changes. If you think it was sort of hardly anyone in 2010 to 13 million today to 50 million by 2030. And I think that you have to do it carefully. You have to protect that kind of growing business, and you have to judge it differently from the main business because you are disrupting it. You are shifting consumers from cigarettes, which you know are really, really dangerous, to products that are much less safe. But I mean, for the sustainability of BAT's business, that's what we have to do. We have to, it's only right for us to, and for the sustainability of the business, we have to offer consumers a range of less risky products. We have to encourage smokers to try these, scientifically substantiated reduced risk alternatives.
And interestingly, from what you said, what is the process by which you hope to grow the market in the way that you said? Given, we hear a lot about the direction of travel and the Bloomberg organisations wanting everything banned and stopped and all the rest of it. Are you reasonably confident that you can pull that off, if I can put it like that, despite the regulatory, if the regulatory environment gets more toxic? But on the other hand, of course, we've heard that the FDA and its approach might offer a sort of beacon of light in all of this, which other nations and other health ministries might follow. But BAT are reasonably confident about this.
Yeah, I mean, it is a business, and the whole industry is in the midst of this technologically driven transformation away from cigarettes to less risky, non-combustible products. And science and sustainability are driving that transformation. And when we look at how we're communicating on the science behind these products, I mean, so it's one thing to do the science, but we must get it published, and we must, teach people in where we sell products around the world how to talk about that science with their local stakeholders. And so there's been a huge change in how we approach science communication in terms of the investment and some of the people that have been brought in the last year to make a step change in how we do that. And science and sustainability are driving that transformation. And that's what we need. Science is key to all of this, science and innovation.
And just before I come to Martin, the other thing which Chris was talking about, Chris Snowden earlier on, was at the same time as you've got this goal for product development and the shift, a bit like the motor car industry really, the shift away from petrol and diesel towards electric cars, where they're still producing petrol cars. So there's a kind of similarity there. About, to some extent, the worsening perception amongst people about smokers, about whether these things are more dangerous or just as dangerous or whatever. Presumably, your ability to cut through that, really, is quite important, that you need to be able to shift the narrative around this so that you can reach, the public health goals that you've got.
I mean, we just have to hope that the science holds out in the end, because what we need is sensible, evidence-based approaches to these products. And if you think about, I mean, it's a tragedy that there is more and more misunderstanding about vaping year on year amongst smokers. It's crazy that people think that vaping is as dangerous or more dangerous than smoking. It's just crazy.
It is.
You only have to look at the chemistry, the complexity of the aerosol of smoke versus an e-cigarette aerosol. You only have to look at that. And when we have visitors, so the other thing I would say is if people want to come and see inside a tobacco company, we're very happy to have people come and tour our facility and judge for themselves with their own eyes. but I can only hope that the science will prevail in the end.
So, given this problem that with perception that we've got amongst the the millions of people out there who are still smoking, what do you think the role of consumer advocacy is in trying to shift that narrative? What role can you play? What levers are there to pull? What can you actually do? Which allies do you need? I suppose. What's the architecture of trying to shift this perception that these products are dangerous, or as dangerous, or worse, or whatever, in order to reach these goals that BAT and all the whole vaping industry has got, whether it's related to big tobacco companies or not?
Well, I think consumers in themselves can do that. I mean, Clive often talks about how consumers should tell their stories, because there are so many different stories. Every consumer is different. I'm what's known as an accidental quitter, because as I constantly tell people, I never made a quit attempt in my life. It was just something I tried out e-cigarettes out of interest and slowly gravitated towards them. But on the other hand, you've got some smokers who tried absolutely everything, were desperate to quit. And then they found e-cigarettes, and they managed finally to switch onto something safer. And all of these stories in their own right are good examples of why public health should look seriously at safer products as something for the future. So just the body of vapers themselves. I mean, I must give a shout out to some of the people that are on social media, which it often baffles public health figures on Twitter and places like that when you get vociferous opposition to any bad news from vapers, and they seem to almost just assume that these vapers must be paid by someone, because they can't imagine doing anything themselves that isn't paid, presumably, I don't know. But it's because, as someone explained it to me once, vapers were smokers and they were hammered as smokers, and then they've found vaping, they've done what they're supposed to do, they've quit smoking, and now here they are being beaten up all over again.
Right.
And that's where their energy comes from, and that's where you have people on Twitter or on Facebook who say I'm an arc welder and I'm a vapor. They identify as a vapor because they feel it's something important to their life. And so really consumers have just got to keep engaged, listen to groups like ours, NNA, ETHRA, INCO, and just take your lead from them. And if there's something that they want you to do, in America, CASAR often do calls to action and mobilise vapers. Just listen out for those and get involved.
Right.
One last thing, this is especially to people in the UK, and I constantly say this: we're not out of the woods just because we're in the UK, and we're not in Europe anymore.
No.
There are still threats around, so you've got to keep your eyes out all the time, because these things can come to bite you. So no matter how much we think we're out of Europe, the EU can do what it likes, and there's no threat. Right. There is a threat. Governments can be swayed by what's going on elsewhere. So just keep your guard up, basically.
I mean, one thing that strikes me as quite astonishing, really, in terms of the EU TPD and around advertising, that apparently Philip Morris, BAT, whoever they are, cannot put a note inside their own packets, which is about as targeted as advertising as you could possibly get, suggesting to somebody who breaks open that packet that maybe you should think about switching to an e-cigarette. I mean, that just seems to me absurd and bizarre, that they're not allowed to do that. I mean, do you think that irrespective of what the EU TPD review comes up with, I mean, is that something that NNA, one of the things you would like to see change, that you could, and that would help you break out of this, what could be seen as a kind of social bubble, really, that you're sort of, what's the word, energizing each other, but not necessarily, or is there a kind of, I mean, do you find within the advocacy consumer group that your members and people like that will try and encourage others to switch?
They do, yeah, a lot of them do. I mean, Andy Morrison, who used to be one of our trustees, he's not anymore, but he's still doing his stuff up in Glasgow. I spoke to him a few weeks ago, and he got himself some kit given to him by an independent company, and he sees homeless people when he sees them smoking, he goes up and gives them an e-cigarette.
Yeah.
You know, he's still doing that, even though it's, you know, it's not his job. It's just something he feels passionate about. So there is a lot of that. Regards your point about the inserts in packs, we've written to the Department of Health in the UK and to Number 10, and one of our policy proposals now that we've left the EU is exactly that there should be it should be allowed or even mandated of companies to say you have to put these things into cigarette packets, saying have you tried an e-cigarette or have you tried a safer nicotine product, you know.
Right.
So that's one of many proposals we've put to them, and we hope they look on it. Now we can do that. Now we're outside of the EU, but yeah.
I was just the other thing that crossed my mind. I'm going to ask both of you in a minute what you've picked up from the mornings, so it's not just me, you know, driving the whole thing. I need, you know, I'd like to hear from you, because you may have picked up things completely, you know, different to the sort of things that I've latched onto. But I just wondered, within, I think it's something we were talking about, Sarah, before, in terms of the huge amounts of, well, two things really. The first interesting point that you made to me yesterday was about where this NIH money actually derives from, that's driving all this tobacco research, which in turn is being swayed towards anti-tobacco harm reduction. Maybe you could explain that a bit more for our viewers.
Sure. So when the Family Smoking Prevention and Tobacco Control Act was signed into law in 2009, one of the provisions was that the new center, the Center for Tobacco Products, needed to be funded by something. So user fees are taken from American manufacturers for certain types of products and based on percentages of market share. So these user fees are what, that's the funding base of the Center for Tobacco Products. So it's actually a very, very wealthy center in the FDA. And then the CTP has taken some of those user fees and turned them into a research program, the biggest part of which is TCORs, or Tobacco Centers of Regulatory Science. So the first rounding of TCORs funding was, it created 14 Tobacco Centers of Regulatory Science, and that funding instrument was worth $273 million over 4 or 5 years. And the second round of TCORs funding was 9 centers, and it was $151 million. So that's nearly $500 million worth of research funding. And the CTP doesn't have the infrastructure to be able to evaluate grant proposals, so they collaborate with the NIH, and it's the NIH's infrastructure that evaluates and makes decisions on how the CTP's TCORs funding will be distributed. And the research questions that are funded are things that are important to the FDA in making the decisions that they need to make, because it's evidence-based decision making that they're committed to. So, but what's interesting about that is that that money has originally derived from the industry. It is user fees from tobacco manufacturers in the US that's where that money has come from.
Right. So really, it's the value that still holds within the tobacco industry that is creating this huge pool of money that's being, and I can say this, washed through the NIH. You didn't say that, I'm going to say that. And finding its way to all the various universities and research institutes in the US.
This is new money. So the money that Brad was talking about is sort of money that's always been there, but this is a new sort of injection of research funding that has come online. I think the first TCORs began in 2013, so it's a relatively new but significant stream of funding.
Right, right. I suppose the other question really that sort of falls out from that, and this is my ignorance of tobacco science coming out here, is what else do we need to know about about tobacco in terms of the the impacts on public health and all the rest of it. I mean, I remember when I was, well, still do, kind of work in the drugs field. There was a definition that if you fill a rat with cannabis, the result is another academic paper. I'm just wondering if there is all that's happening in tobacco science is just replication after replication after replication, because publication, the drive to publication, gets you yet another tranche of money. I think Brad made the point that if you think universities are all about teaching students, then forget it. It's all about what not only what you publish, but where you publish and all the rest of it, which at one level might seem hugely cynical. But I just wonder about what tobacco science, where it's at outside of just trying to find the bad news about new products.
Well, from our perspective, we need to scientifically substantiate that the products that we're developing are indeed less risky than cigarettes. So we need to look at, so for every new product, we'll look at basic chemistry of the aerosol, and where we can, we try and publish that. Toxicology is an evolving field, so how you test for toxicological impact or biological impact of aerosols on cells, you can develop new methods. Something that is really important is having standardized methods for testing these products across the industry, not just the industry, but also academic researchers working in this area. Right. Some of the weaker science that you see published, it demonstrates a lack of understanding of the people who are designing those experiments. Right. And so having more standardized tests would be really helpful for the whole field. Right. And then I think some of the more complex research is around consumers and behaviors and understandings, and also looking at longer term population impacts. So that's kind of, the chemistry is very, very close. Chemistry and toxicology are kind of at the beginning of the process of substantiating the reduced risk nature of products. And then some of the other types of studies are a lot more complicated and are longer term. Right. So,
but beyond all the various stages of research that go into the study of new and innovative products, is there another whole sphere of tobacco science research going on out there that is, if you like, almost old school, is still trying to find the problems that there are and still trying to find new and bad things to say about smoking? I mean, I'm not expressing that very well, but is there because I'm just thinking this is just a huge amount of money that we've been talking, $500 million a year or something. It can't, or could it? Is it all going into the sort of science that we've been talking about? Surely not.
Well, no. I think it's looking at, so the FDA TCORS program is looking at a range of tobacco products and the new tobacco and nicotine products. So it isn't focused on, because we know a lot about tobacco and tobacco smoke.
Yeah.
So I think, and that $500 million is over quite a long period of time, say 2009 to 2022. So it's 10 years, but it's still an important injection of money, because money brings in new researchers and brings in. It changes what a research community looks like.
Okay. I'm going to come to you quickly to ask you a question that actually feeds also into the whole next subject of why do people use nicotine. Are you an addict?
Yeah.
And what do you understand by that? Very quickly, because we're going to come back to this. I mean, do your hackles rise at the idea that somebody could say, "Oh, you're just a bloody nicotine addict"?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'd often call it dependence rather than addiction. But as Chris Snowden said earlier, what's the problem with being addicted to something if it's not harming yourself. How many people quite proudly say they're addicted to chocolate, or
Yeah.
you know, or I can't get by without my first cup of coffee in the day, and no one looks down their nose at them.
So therefore, I stay guilty on both counts.
Yeah,
there you go. Yeah.
So, and no one seems to think that seem anything untoward to that.
No.
So they shouldn't really with nicotine. It's just a mild drug, just like caffeine is. So
right. Okay. I'm going to wrap it up there because Man's waving his hands at me. So when Man waves hands at me, it means we have to. I think people can now go and watch the GFN Fives, and if we're very lucky, there may be some lunch left.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, and we'll come back later.
Okay.
In this talk, Impact Health and the Centre for Health Research and Education, CHRE, will be speaking about stubbing out smoking in the UK. Before we start, I would like to declare that CHRE applied for and received funding from the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World for this project. The funder had no influence on the study's vision, design, and analysis, and the follow-up interventions were funded by CHRE from their own funds. In the past decade, the percentage of those quitting smoking has been declining, particularly among those with mental health conditions or those in lower socioeconomic groups. The Centre for Health Research and Education's mission is to prevent cancer by tackling preventable lifestyle choice-driven diseases. CHRE reached out to us at Impact Health, a healthcare market research company, because of our understanding of healthcare professionals' behaviour and the drivers of use among both smokers and vapers. The specific research objectives were to firstly understand the key drivers and motivations of consumers to quit or carry on smoking, and of healthcare professionals to provide quit smoking support in practice. Secondly, to identify barriers to smoking cessation provision by healthcare professionals and uptake by consumers. And thirdly, to uncover key themes and opportunities to help healthcare professionals deliver the best care they can and giving consumers the support that they need to help them in their quit attempts. To answer these objectives, we needed a holistic view of what consumers needed. To do this, qualitative research was conducted with 34 current and former smokers, as well as 37 individuals in professions with potential to influence smoking behaviours. In addition, the research was designed around the COM-B model. Groundbreaking work in behavioral economics and behavioral science highlighted that human behavior is not always rational and is influenced by a myriad of societal, individual, and environmental stimuli. The COM-B model provides a basis for developing behavior change interventions that recognize the importance of all of the relevant factors influencing behavior. The COM-B model itself serves as a validated framework to understand what is needed in order for behavior change to happen. It states that for an individual to perform a target behavior, in this case working towards tobacco harm reduction, they must have 3 factors working in their favor: capability, opportunity, and motivation. We used a 4-step approach with the COM-B model. The first step was formulating hypotheses to test, such as the hypothesis that there is a capability barrier for healthcare professionals, as they may struggle to remember to provide stop smoking support in unrelated appointments. In the second step, we ensured that our discussion guide tested all of our hypotheses. At the third step, we systematically reviewed all of the interviews, searching for instances of capability, opportunity, and motivation, so that we could tell a story of what barriers and opportunities there were when providing stop smoking support or when trying to cut down or quit smoking. The final step was to map our findings against validated behavioral change techniques in order to provide evidence-based and actionable recommendations.
If we look at one of our stakeholder groups in detail, we can see that general practitioners, GPs, are well placed to initiate smoking cessation discussions, provide education, and ensure that their patients get quick referrals to further stop smoking support. However, they are unable to capitalize on this opportunity. Many GPs reported having difficulty in engaging smokers about quitting, having limited resources to refer to, and a low knowledge of what further support is available. More surprisingly, in a follow-up quantitative survey, more than half of the 600 healthcare professionals, including GPs who were surveyed, believed that nicotine in tobacco products causes cancer. To meet their full potential, GPs need education on nicotine's safety and role of nicotine replacement in craving relief and withdrawal management during smoking cessation among their patients. They need to have confidence to provide adequate nicotine replacement for long enough, and training on giving very brief advice and dealing with the counter arguments they are often faced with. Finally, GPs would also benefit from clear, up-to-date referral information that they can easily refer to, so they are more confident they know how best to help their patients. We concluded that both smokers and healthcare practitioners needed clear, simpler messages bespoke to the opportunities and barriers of their circumstance and position. We designed, produced, and distributed infographics as part of our Quit During COVID campaign. The infographics shown on the screen continue to provide an up-to-date aid memoir and confidence-building tool for busy healthcare professionals and smokers on our journey to stub out smoking in the UK and leaving no smoker behind.
Thank you for tuning in to our report of our 3-year observational study designed to help individuals who have substance use or mental health disorders change their relationship to combustible tobacco use. My name is Kevin McGurr. What we've learned thus far is that our research is not rocket science, it's really a lot more challenging. We're funded by the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World. We're about halfway through. We recruited about 150 subjects thus far. It's a 6-month intervention with weekly coaching and counseling sessions, along with a choice of no chemical aids, conventional NRTs, alternative nicotine delivery systems, medications designed to interfere with nicotine craving. Individuals do receive modest compensation for their participation. Our model is a semi-naturalistic study design attempting to mirror what might occur in the real world. The subject must indicate some interest in change. They can choose their strategy as well as set their own goal. Abstinence may not be the goal. We avoid terms like smoking cessation. Our model is more intensive and longer term than individuals usually receive in most smoking intervention strategies. COVID certainly provided a lot of challenge. We were initially going to be recruiting individuals through behavioral health programs within San Francisco to enroll, deliver, and collect data. Once COVID hit, the door closed. We hit the street, therefore, and started to recruit generally in the community, established a website, and of course have recently expanded to New York and Providence, Rhode Island. People have phones, but the quality of their phones oftentimes is not the greatest. They lose their phones, their plans expire. So we do offer individuals to meet with us in person, as concentrating and focusing on the phone oftentimes is a challenge. Our participants are primarily Caucasian and African American, primarily male. Participants report 1.3 physical health condition and 2.5 behavioral health condition. The majority of our individuals have been smoking from 20 to over 30 years, and more than half are smoking between 6 and 20 cigarettes per day. The reason for change at baseline is primarily health or cost. Our evaluation design includes both objective and subject measures, which we collect at baseline, every month for 6 months, and then 6 months later. Our objective measure is a carbon monoxide breathalyzer, along with a salivary sample that measures DNA methylation, measuring smoking over the 9 to 12 months prior. Our results are hopeful, although we do acknowledge that there's a lot more work to be done. Of the 24 weekly check-ins, we do find that we have achieved about 14 visits per participant. the percentage of participants with carbon monoxide levels increased significantly over time, with the greatest change happening between the first and third month. Salivary DNA methylation measure also increased from 52 to 58% over the 6 months. Individuals do use a variety and combination of strategies, although the electronic cigarette is the most popular, with the patch being the second. We do find that the e-cigarette and the patch were statistically significant and positively associated with the greatest likelihood of smoking less than 10 cigarettes per day. It's important for us to actually acknowledge the challenges. We became very aware that there's significant diversity within this target population, based largely on the stability and the presence of resources for individuals in the way of housing, money, employment, support systems. Access to technology is very limited. The population oftentimes is very stressed and therefore distracted. Cognitive capacity and attention span oftentimes is limited. The historical, very well ingrained association with the cigarette and the availability of cigarettes is very, very compelling for this population. The accessibility of the alternative nicotine products is also very limited. If you have more questions, please do get in touch. I'd be happy to chat with you.
A smoke-free country as a mutual goal for tobacco control around the world. New Zealand will achieve it in 2025, the UK 2030, and Canada 2035. What is smoke-free Taiwan? According to the definition of the World Health Organization, a smoke-free country is a smoking prevalence which is less than 5%. Hence, when the Taiwan smoking rate goes down from 13 to less than 5%, that is smoke-free Taiwan. And the New Zealand and British government document Show Smokeless Tobacco, SLT, helps to achieve a smoke-free country. Why do we need to be smoke-free Taiwan? In Taiwan, there are 27,000 people who die from cigarettes every single year, and one person dies every 20 minutes. We have found more than 7,000 chemicals in cigarette smoke, including 93 carcinogens, which is 15 Group 1A carcinogens. The Taiwan Tobacco Harm Reduction Association found out in Taiwan that there are more than 1.2 million SLT users, which caused a tobacco health welfare surcharge undercharge of 4.2 billion new Taiwan dollars, and also caused a tobacco tax undercharge of 15.4 billion new Taiwan dollars in 2018, which means the Taiwan government undercharged almost 20 billion new Taiwan dollars in 1 year. According to Yam's poll, there are 87% of people in Taiwan who do not support banning manufacturing and importing vaping products. The TTHRA believes SLT products can help Taiwan achieve the goal for Smoke-Free Taiwan 2040 and decrease the harm of cigarettes to health, environment, and public safety.
So you're using that, not this?
I'm using this one because it's supposed to be
okay.
This big. Oh, is this for us already? No.
I don't know. Yep, I think so.
It's for us?
I think so.
Jess?
Let me see.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi everyone, welcome back from lunch. Welcome to our session where we're going to be talking about the theme of who uses nicotine and why. My name's Dr. Christopher Russell. We have 4 panelists in the room with us. We have Sarah Salim Sartone from the UK, and on Zoom we have Charles Gardner from the US. We have Bent Wiberg from Sweden, and we have Miroslav, apologies in advance for the pronunciation, Dvorzniak from Poland.
Iraq.
Great, okay. So all of the panelists' presentations are online. Hopefully you've all found some time to view those. We're going to start the session by just asking each of the panelists to summarize in about 60 seconds the answer to the question, who uses nicotine and why? And we'll start with Sarah.
Hi, everybody. So if we're focusing in on who's using nicotine with smoke, I think it does span all ages, it spans all races and all groups. Unfortunately, the majority of smokers now are held in the most marginalized and most vulnerable groups. So if we look at some statistics, 1 in 2 people who suffer with a mental health condition smoke, 1 in 3 of people who are in social housing smoke, 1 in 4 of people in routine and manual occupations smoke, and that's, if you compare that to 1 in 10 of managerial and professional, you see that there is an inequality here. So there is one point to be mentioned. If we go to why, people around them are smoking, so their peers are smoking. There are complex stress factors. If we go to Dr. Michael Russell's point, they're smoking for the nicotine, they're dependent on it, and they're satisfied by it, and they enjoy it. But a couple of things to mention. There are people who want to continue to smoke, but there are people who don't want to, but are not able to stop. So I think that's why it's important really to have alternative nicotine products that are way down that risk continuum, really to help people find their exit.
Thank you, Sarah. We'll go to Charles online.
Yeah, thank you. Sarah's already said it, and thank you, Sarah, for setting this up. But I would just simply say that this issue steps beyond where we have often focused in the past, which is on people who use drugs, and what we can learn from the drug war. The fact is that traditional tobacco control tactics work They work really well when they're applied. And so in the high income countries, the smoking rates have come down, and the tactics include bans and taxes and increasing stigma. And when we get down to 14 or 15% of the population still smoking, then we hit a point of declining marginal returns on bans, taxes, and stigma. And here is where, exactly as Syra just said, you can just look at the United States. 40% of adults living with ADHD and autism are smoking, and 60% of adults living with bipolar disorder are smoking, and 71% of adults living with schizophrenia are smoking. And this covers a range of other, what is politically correctly called neurodiversity issues, including Tourette's syndrome, and a number of others. And this is a kind of an untapped area for us to focus on, because this is a human rights and a social justice issue. And I believe nicotine and the medicinal benefits of nicotine is probably one of the most fragile cards in the entire house of cards that's been erected against tobacco harm reduction and safer nicotine.
Thank you, Charles. Before we go to Bengt, so just to ask the attendees in the room to start thinking of questions that you'd like to ask of any of the panelists over the next 50 minutes or so, and similar to our online attendees, please be submitting your questions. Some questions are already coming in, but please keep submitting the questions. So we'll go to Bengt now.
Hello, everybody. I'm Bengt Wiberg in Sweden, and the question was, who used nicotine and why? Looking at myself, it was actually friends in school. I think I was 13 years old and was asked to come along into the forest with some other small boys, and I was coughing like hell. So looking at, in the past at least, friends, group pressure, hip factor, and parents' tobacco habits is probably some reasons. And I know Mirek said stupidity is probably the biggest factor. I really like that. If we go into another question we should ask ourselves is that in every country on the planet, I think, except for Sweden, male smoking is much higher than female smoking. And I'd like to bring up what Brad Rodo told me a couple of years ago. He said, the only thing Swedish men can teach Swedish women are use in tobacco habits. Because in Sweden, women smoke 15 to 20% more prevalence than males, because males are using snus. Thank you.
Thank you, Bengt. And finally to Miroslav.
Hello, everybody. My name is Miroslav, or shortly Mirek Dvorniczak. I am a chemist. Who uses nicotine and why? Just as Bengt said, most of people start using nicotine, I mean smoking, because of stupidity and peer pressure. Everybody was smoking. I remember myself when I was, let's say, 15, 16, everybody was smoking during the break in school. We're just going outside just for a short smoke. There was one cigarette for, let's say, 5, 6 persons, and that's it. But right now, also, young people use nicotine, but right now, usually in the form of e-cigarettes, because it's much easier. It's much easier to hide e-cigarette. The new e-cigarettes are easier to hide. And of course, if you are going, for example, outside, out of the school, then you can just take 2 or 3 puffs and go back. And if you are using a cigarette, then either you have to just to put it out or do something with that cigarette. And the other thing is, of course, smell. The teacher can smell that you were using a cigarette, a regular cigarette. With e-cigarettes, it's not so easy to find out whether someone was using it during the break or not. Still in Poland, we have around 8 million people smoking, still smoking regular cigarettes, and about 1 million, sometimes they say 1.5 million people using e-cigarettes. And that number was increasing 5, 6, 7 years ago. We were quite happy because we thought that this will put an end to smoking in some time. But right now we have reached kind of a plateau. So still 8 million people are smoking, and the number of people using e-cigarettes is not growing, or is growing but very, very slowly. And that's the real problem. And that's because of our health authorities who say their approach is simple: quit or die. Nothing more, nothing less. So that's it.
Thank you, Miroslav. Charles, I have a question for you. So in your presentation, you started with a definitive statement that over the past 50 years, in many, many countries, overall tobacco control measures have worked. They have substantially driven down the prevalence of tobacco smoking. But you also invoke the economic phrase of declining marginal returns on additional investment. So countries doubling down, pumping more money into doing the same thing, but yielding fewer positive outcomes for that money. So the question is then, we can only get so far by continuing to do the same thing. And at what point do we consider doing other things to help the people who are not being served by existing tobacco control measures? And you mentioned that the remaining smokers, the people who are still smoking, are somewhat hardened against existing tobacco control measures, and these people tend to be the least able to quit, the least willing to quit, and importantly, the most vulnerable in society. I won't repeat all your statistics, but the one that sort of grabs me is that whereas 14% of the general population of US adults smoke cigarettes, around 40% of all cigarettes smoked in the United States are smoked by people with mental health conditions. So a huge imbalance between the general population and that specific vulnerable population. My question is, do you believe that cigarettes are just simply more efficient in meeting the needs of those vulnerable populations, i.e., that the alternatives to cigarettes just don't work as well for those people as cigarettes? Or do you think it's more of a problem of if more people living with mental health conditions could be encouraged and assisted and informed about the availability of alternatives, that when they try those alternatives they would find them sufficiently appealing, satisfying, and realise they can compete with cigarettes? So I suppose is the question that cigarettes are just much more efficient than the alternatives, or is it a problem of getting more people in the door to open to trying these alternatives?
So I'm using language actually from the field of innovation economics, and in that field we have Schumpeter's curves of innovation. With this issue of declining marginal returns on added investments in taxation and bans and stigma is an inevitable process in any human endeavor. And so I did say that what you get when you're successful is a residual of people who are, by definition, the least able or the least willing to quit. They may tell you on surveys that they want to quit, but they're the least able and the least or the least willing, because, you know, let's be honest, it's enjoyable to many people. Issues of neurodiversity are only one thing. So I did touch on the fact that it's also people who are low income, it's indigenous people. These are populations, the most vulnerable populations in our community. And it's the LGBTQ community as well. And it's people who use illicit drugs, where people who are using opioids, their smoking rates may be 60, 70, 80%. And it's also people who are homeless, right? So again, these massive human rights and social justice issues. But you may be a part of any one of those communities, including the neurodiversity community, but it doesn't mean you're stupid. And so giving people correct information, giving people, you know, the evidence of relative risks is as crucial for that population, and more crucial for that population than for the general population, and for, you know, wealthy, relatively wealthy people, white people like me, who should also be informed if they smoked, as I once did.
So, and we'll go to Sarah next. The theme of your presentation was essentially barriers and enablers to change, to behaviour change. And this is a question for all four people, but what are then, if we want to drive as much population level switching as possible, but there's a greater urgency to drive that change in populations where smoking prevalence is much higher, and where people are at much more urgent risk of being harmed by combustible tobacco products. So what can be done either by consumers, by industry, to give people more reasons to try using the alternatives, and ultimately, I suppose, develop products that do compete with cigarettes, so that the needs that were formerly met, whatever those needs were, the needs that were formerly met by a cigarette can also be met by a range of alternative, safer sources of nicotine. So
Yeah.
Sarah first.
No, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. We have to meet smokers where they are, and there needs to be a variety of exits for them with alternative non-combustible nicotine products. Because if they are able to use these products that, as you rightly said, need to compete with a combustible cigarette, they will eventually get an exit, and the merrier of exits, because it's only when you get to those exits and you create these exits for smokers to just get out of the combustible tobacco, is then when you start to really, achieve this goal of, ending that smoking epidemic. So for industry, we need to focus on developing those products and a variety of those products. But I think more importantly, it's about access. So wherever cigarettes are sold, there needs to be a non-combustible nicotine alternative. That's what industry can do. I think a massive part is education and correcting the misinformation, because it is at an all-time high, as Chris said earlier, contrary to the evidence that we have. And society needs that access to that correct information, because without that information, smokers are confused. And if they are confused, they don't know what to do. Do they trust these non-combustible nicotine products or not? And when that is clarified for them, they then are able to make that decision for themselves. And in my presentation, I think there've been a couple of studies that have showed that public health information videos actually help to correct misperception and intention then is increased then to buy an alternative nicotine product.
Bengt, as an innovator of a tobacco product, your situation, and you gave us information in your presentation, you saw that there was a barrier to existing snus products that was putting off people who may otherwise be open to using snus. Could you just say a little bit about essentially how you identified that barrier to transition, and essentially how you innovated the product to make a new product that appealed to a new segment of nicotine users?
I'd be glad to. It started in an emergency dentist visit. I had so much pain from burning sensation, and my gum was red. It's supposed to be pink when it's healthy. So I went to the dentist, and he investigated me, and he said, "Bengt, you have to quit using snus." And basically, I refused. I didn't want to go back to cigarettes for my enjoyment of nicotine. So I invented, I simply put a patch or a Band-Aid on one side of the snus pouch and cut away the waste, and I placed the protected side against my sore gum, and the pain disappeared immediately. And after that, my dentist has been very, very happy. And then I almost gave away my innovation to the biggest producer in the world, Swedish Match, because I wanted to buy this in the shop. Instead, I brought it further, developed a technique, and today we have patent approval in Sweden and in the United States, and an intention to grant patent in Europe for sting-free pouches. It's not, I'm not actually the inventor of a tobacco product. It's all about the wrapping the pouch, whereas you have a protected side and you have an open side. And when we people who are using smokeless tobacco products or the modern oral nicotine pouches without tobacco, when we taste it, we place the tongue against our lip, and that is just as normal. So how do we know that this is a problem? This is I would say this is a very, very big deterrent to moving, for example, smokers down the risk continuum to use these products. We made a survey in Sweden with 660 people, snus-using men and women, adults, and 40% of them disliked when it stings, no matter when it stings. And looking at those people who think that the stinging sensation, that is the greatest thing, only 10% of the women thought so, and 17% of the men. But we didn't stop there. We have done hundreds of empirical tests with people who are never smokers, e-cigarette users, people who have never used these products. And 9 out of 10 react negatively to the stinging sensation that we have, that my innovation has eliminated.
Thank you, Bengt. So now we'll turn the questions over to, first of all, to the audience online, and then to the attendees in the room. So, Celia?
Yes, I have a question here for Charles. You mentioned that tobacco control measures like stigma can work, but does that stigma create a problem for people who experience neurodiverse conditions, which nicotine can help?
I think that question answers itself. Look, folks, I used to teach healthcare ethics to people, to medical students and nursing students. And so these issues around the basic moral principles of healthcare ethics are extremely important and personal for me. This issue of stigma is obviously unbelievably unethical. I would also say that taxes and sin taxes, these are coercive structures. And coercion is unethical in healthcare and not appropriate in cases where we're dealing with products that that don't harm bystanders, for example, like snus or nicotine pouches or e-cigarettes, in my opinion. So yeah, I mean, the people living with neurodiversity issues, but all of these vulnerable populations that I mentioned, all of those communities are already dealing with stigma, right? The LGBTQ community, in many countries, indigenous peoples. If you're poor, you're stigmatized. So we're already dealing with stigma. So we're now applying, if you're a smoker, that stigma layered on top of that. And honestly, now, the same stigma is being conveyed to people who vape or who use other safer nicotine products. I think it's reprehensible and it needs a big rethink.
Charles, just to follow up on that, do you think that the stigmatization of smokers has morphed into stigmatization of nicotine users more broadly in all its forms? And do you think that's contributed to the erroneous perception among the public that these different tobacco and nicotine products are comparably harmful? Do you think it's the stigmatization of one product that has become then stigmatization of the category of products has led to the public just putting all these products together in terms of their health and addiction risks?
So nicotine itself is stigmatized now, and that was originally a tactic within tobacco control to discourage smoking. And I think it seemed logical to people 20, 30 years ago, but it's no longer logical, it's no longer ethical. And so here, I would say that probably the most provocative thing that I wanted to introduce into this panel discussion is the idea of medicinal nicotine. I'm not a cannabis user, but I talk to many people who are, and people who are veterans of the war on drugs. And one of the things that helped to tilt the needle in that field was discussions around medical marijuana. And it was controversial within that community when people like Ethan Nadelman started pushing it. But the list of health benefits from nicotine are actually quite long. And whether it's weight control or it's moderating the symptoms of ADHD, autism, bipolar disorder, Tourette's syndrome, schizophrenia, there's a large body of literature there, which gets us into the other area where advocates who I represent are not paying much attention to yet, which is the issue of research priorities. In the HIV/AIDS advocacy community 20, 30 years ago, changing research priorities was one of the top things on their agenda. And based on the previous panel discussion, we have the wrong research priorities. And getting those research priorities to shift toward looking at the benefits of nicotine, the health benefits of nicotine, would, in my opinion, start to change the discussion.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Charles. So if anyone in the room has a question for the panel, and if not, we'll go back to the online audience.
I have some more questions. Sure. Come on, let's be brave. There's a beautiful pink line in there. Thank you.
Hi, David O'Reilly, Director of Scientific Research at BAT. I just want to follow on something that Charles was talking about, research priorities for nicotine. So beyond potential looking at therapeutic areas, what else do you think we should be researching when it comes to nicotine specifically? Thank you. And it's not just for Charles, by the way, the panel. Yeah.
Did you hear that, Charles?
Yeah, I'm already speaking to somebody who knows more about this than I do, but I'm focused on the potential health benefits you know that nicotine is neuroprotective with Parkinson's disease. This should be no longer in question. Smokers have a much lower risk of Parkinson's. Animal models support this data or this hypothesis. And snus users in Sweden, 60% lower Parkinson's risk. There's a major research project underway in the United States now to look at nicotine for early stage dementia. And so I think that, I mean, the ideal thing right now for us would be to engage with the right members of Congress in the United States, because the United States is the basic epicenter of the misinfodemic right now, to get the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine to conduct a study of nicotine comparable to the one that they conducted on marijuana and THC in 2017. It's a wonderful study. It looks at all of the health benefits and potential risks of cannabinoids. Why, with the death toll from smoking, why we don't have something similar for nicotine is quite shocking. And so an organization like that doesn't have to be in the United States. It just has to be one that's completely, beyond repute. Is that the right word? It needs to be one that everyone will trust, and it needs to conduct a 1 or 2 year study to look at all of the benefits and look at, the strengths of the arguments one way and another for the benefits and potential harms. I mean, okay, if nicotine is addictive, maybe that's a harm, but if nicotine doesn't cause cancer, heart, or lung disease, then let's call it a dependence. And is that a concern, and so on? So the issue around nicotine dependence or addiction is obviously another part of the answer to that very good question.
Thank you, Charles. Suli?
I have a question for Benj. Can you hear me well, Benj?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please forgive me.
Bengt.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. That
No
must
problem.
be my terrible Brazilian accent. Listen, please forgive my accent on the next words that I have to pronounce, because I'm not too sure how to say that. But some smokeless tobacco contain betel and areca or areca, and I suspect that this add a pleasurable element to the product. Do you have any ideas on ways to alter snus to replicate those effects safely?
That's a good question. Betel nuts and other very dangerous additives are not used in Swedish snus standards. It is used very much in India, etc. But flavorization is extremely important, not only for smokeless tobacco, it's for all THR products, and the flavoring companies are getting better and better. So I think it was Riccardo Polosa, Dr. Riccardo, who said, if you want snus to work in Italy, you have to come up with a pizza taste. So why can't these Indian, for example, flavors like betel nut, why can't that be replicated in a safe way? I see no problems in doing that. And with regards to the previous question, that was, what do you think we should research? I think we should research what safer nicotine products appeal to certain people or categories of people. For India, it might be the betel nut taste. For Italians, it might be the pizza taste, and so on. That's how we more rapidly make people move down the risk continuum, reducing the risk by leaving smoking behind.
Thank you. Should we research a barbecue one for Brazil then? But I did try snus, to be honest, once, and I did have this sensation, the stinging one. And I did, as well as previously mentioned, tried smoking because of peer pressure, and I did try. But I just want to mention something in relation to what Charles said before, which was about the stigma. And I just want to say, let's not forget that the stigma doesn't really work with the older generation of people that are heavily addicted, like my father, who's been smoking for over 50 years, and who doesn't really care if people say anything or tell him not to smoke. In fact, he bluntly lied to the doctors. I took him last time, and he said he smoked 2 cigarettes instead of 2 packets, which I just said to him, haven't you forgotten a couple in there? Yeah, so stigma does do some working in stopping people, but I think there is lots of people left behind, especially in countries where vaping is not allowed. Do you want to ask this one?
No, you ask this one.
This is going to go to all of you, so whoever wants to answer, including you, Syra. How can we support smokers to quit smoking and switch to less risk nicotine products? What is the role of governmental support in this process?
So I think if I can start, when we go back to the conversation around education, because it is around education to correct that misperception, government are absolutely the right people to do this. The public health bodies are exactly the right people to put this message forward. So we know that there's a lot of academic papers on relative risk, and even researchers themselves say, we researched the area, but it's the dissemination of that information down to the public. And it's all about messaging, and maybe messaging campaigns, things that have been done. Say, for example, in Manchester, they did a messaging campaign where they put, vaping is less harmful than smoking on a bus ticket for people to look at. And it's about engaging in they have, the ability to, fund and progress this.
I agree that public health authorities, I think the main contribution they can make here in getting sort of word from the top down to the average person in the street is giving healthcare providers, physicians, GPs, cover to start speaking positively about e-cigarettes, because for most people here, we were talking about e-cigarettes back in 2015, 2016, and there were doctors who had their beliefs about the opportunity that e-cigarettes presented, but they couldn't, for the sake of their jobs, publicly or support it, or with their patients support such a switch. I think especially for Public Health England, the Royal College of Physicians, and then Cancer Research UK, and the Royal College of Midwives, all of these authoritative bodies coming out with a firm position, a firm plain English position. E-cigarettes are much less harmful, and they can help you to quit. And that's all we want the public to know about these products.
Exactly.
And I think that what that does for people down throughout the healthcare system, it gives them the confidence, the legal cover, to speak more positively with the patients that they're engaging with. So government, and I'm not arguing for, I firmly believe that the population level transition from smoking to vaping has largely been driven by vapers themselves and vape retailers. But it's not to discount, obviously, what the government can do at the highest level of disseminating truthful, simple information that smokers are just, they just want to know a yes or a no.
Yeah.
Should I not? Nothing more complex than that.
And I think that at a previous conference, Dr. Rosemary Leonard had said, let's get this straight, that misperception does not only exist within smokers, it also exists within health professionals. And so you're right, they do need to be armed with that information in order to share it. to correct those misperceptions.
Miroslav, would you like to contribute?
Well, let me put it this way. I am so envious because in the United Kingdom, you have the PHE, you have the Royal College of Physicians, and their information is loud and clear. Here in Poland, the situation is much, much worse because both the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education are absolutely against tobacco harm reduction in general, e-cigarettes. In schools, right now, there are lessons in which the teachers have to say that e-cigarettes are worse than regular cigarettes. Next thing, we were talking about nicotine, the positive things of nicotine. Right now in Poland, most of the information is about nicotine, that nicotine causes cancer. If nicotine causes cancer, then it's evil. It's just evil, just like in regular cigarettes, e-cigarettes, and then there is information then that we have pharmaceutical nicotine that is therapeutical. So the same molecule of nicotine is evil or is positive. Positive only in NRTs. So that's the information. Information is the key. But passing this information is another subject. It's not easy. And as someone said here, vapers pass the information, but their voice is not as loud as it could be.
Yeah. I think it's, and we've got a couple of questions in the room that we'll come to in a second. I think it's interesting that we're in a moment just now where, at least in the UK, that there have never been more vape stores, there have never been more flavours, there have never been more devices available to people, and products have never been as affordable, and yet the rate of smokers ever trying an e-cigarette has plateaued for the past several years, which suggests, it's not conclusive, but it suggests that the problem is not necessarily with product availability, but more of perceptions of the products themselves, perceptions of their absolute harm and harm relative to continue to smoke. So we have two questions, so Clive and then Neil.
Yeah.
Just wondered, in the future, if you can use nicotine with pretty low risk, do you think a lot more people will use nicotine, given that the health risks are one of the reasons why, well, the most important reason why people quit smoking and quit nicotine? And if they do, if we move to a lot more nicotine use but a lot less harm, what are the implications of that, and how do you think about that? Who would the new users be?
Mm-hmm. Does anyone want to come in, Charles?
I don't think that would happen. I mean, not initially. If you ask smokers, former smokers who have switched to nicotine vaping, about 75% of them taper down their nicotine. So I don't know if this is because they believe nicotine may be harmful, or if it's purely, most of them will tell you, it's purely a personal choice. I mean, I think that the world could get to a place where we eventually see nicotine as comparable to caffeine. But I think that the baggage that nicotine carries is intergenerational. Basically, people like me and the age of some of us men on this panel, we have to die off. And the younger generation may not have some of that baggage. I'm not troubled by recreational use of safe or safer nicotine, but obviously many people in the public health community are. But I think if if the light switched overnight and the world suddenly embraced safer nicotine alternatives to the toxic forms of tobacco, we would not see a rise in nicotine use. And in fact, there's been a steady decline in overall nicotine consumption in the UK, for example, even while the public health system embraced safer nicotine alternatives. So smoking is going down, e-cigarette use increased. Okay, it's plateaued now for a while. Let's hope that changes. But overall nicotine consumption has gone down.
Thanks. Sarah, do you want to?
No, I would just say, in my past job, everybody wanted to decrease their nicotine. Everybody wanted to decrease their nicotine. Apart from some people who, when they were trying to decrease their nicotine, got to a point where they were craving cigarettes again. And so they went from, I think, a 24 milligram to a 12, wanted to decrease even more, but then started craving cigarettes again. Then they realized that 12 was the number that they would use, and so they stayed there. But the majority of people, they just want to, they would want to come off it.
Just a very quick comment to contrast the UK and the US on this. In the UK, the National Centre for Smoking Cessation Training, in their guidance, specifically, they have a sort of, what if I get asked various questions, and it's what if I get asked by a person, should I be reducing my nicotine over time? And the answer is emphatically, only if you feel comfortable doing that. If you ever feel like you're going to relapse back to cigarette smoking, keep vaping, use the nicotine strength that works for you, that keeps you from smoking. Consuming nicotine in e-liquid is a far distant concern to inhaling smoke from a cigarette. Whereas in the United States, it's more of an attitude of reduce all nicotine as quickly as possible, and there's no discrimination between harmful, less harmful. It's really just, you're consuming nicotine, you really should try to stop using all forms of nicotine as quick as possible. But Ben, did you want to jump in yet?
I think the expression, the Swedish experience, deserves to be mentioned. Clive asked about what if we can have less harm and more nicotine users. Looking at Sweden, we have the same average consumption of tobacco as the European Union, but we are now on or just below 5% daily smokers in Sweden, and we have the absolute lowest tobacco-caused, or rather smoking-caused, cancers and cardiovascular diseases rates in the European Union, and we have the lowest tobacco mortality. So I don't see nicotine as a problem. If we can, what if all of Europe had these figures? It would mean probably around 750,000 premature deaths would, and a lot of suffering. There's a lot of suffering if you get cancers, and besides it costs governments billions to take care of them.
Thank you, Ben. So question from Neil.
Hi. So Neil McKechnie from Glasgow. In the earlier session, we spoke at length about the impact of orthodoxies. And I do think we actually share an orthodoxy here. And so I have less of a question than an observation. Because when Cyrus said we should meet smokers where they are, I thought that's absolutely right. We should do that, but largely we don't do that. We largely ask to engage with smokers where we want them to go to, not with where they are. And in a sense, it's perhaps not surprising that we struggle to answer the question, why do people use nicotine? Because we so rarely, it seems to me, ask the smoker why they smoke and give them the opportunity to answer that question without lodging their answer within a realm of deficiency. But anything that they say is indicative of their failure in some regard for having done the thing that we don't want them to do in the first place, and that they only become socially acceptable if we can somehow move them from that to where the activity we want to engage them in. So I do think that we face a challenge here, not only with regard to the orthodoxy against tobacco harm reduction, but against the orthodoxy which forecloses on us trying to understand where, in the context of widespread understanding of the harms of smoking, there are still individuals who choose to smoke, to initiate it and to continue it. And in a sense, it's our persistent and irremediable refusal to ask that question and give people the opportunity to answer it in a way unshackled by our own prejudices about what we think they should be saying and doing and changing, that I think we struggle both with regard to the alternatives to smoking and the limited uptake, and it is limited, certainly in relation to the numbers of smokers, the numbers of vapers, the limited uptake of the alternative products. So I absolutely feel that we must do much more by way of doing something rather simple, which is to be prepared to ask a question without shackling the answer that we want to get.
Yeah, can I just respond to that? When I was researching this topic, I was exactly looking for that information, and I couldn't find much, but I found a paper that you wrote. And going back to what Clive was saying about what should we be researching, it's that. We need more qualitative research on where smokers are at and what they need.
Just to touch on both what Neil said there and something Clive said earlier, that people are more often moved by empathy, the gaining of empathy, than they are from statistics and presentations of data. It's no surprise to me that I think the highest levels of support for encouraging e-cigarette use to smokers is within smoke cessation clinics and centres across the UK, because they're the people who, on a daily basis, hear the pain in people's voice about trying and failing, nothing works, I'm doomed, I'll forever smoke, and what they think that means for them and their family. And to have that, whether it's one-on-one or group connection, and to hear the consistency of those stories has the impact on the smoking cessation advisor to think, well, we need to find other ways of helping these people, because we can't just keep saying the same thing and after 10 years expect them to have a different outcome. So it's always struck me that people at the front line, it's not surprising that they are the most supportive of tobacco harm reduction, because they see the harm in the faces of people every day, whereas people who they look at numbers on a screen, words on a paper, but perhaps I've never heard the cracking of someone's voice as they tell a story. I suppose my point is it wouldn't hurt for more scientists to do more face-to-face engagement with the people that they write about all the time.
Yeah, we do have some.
Sorry, Ben had a point to say.
Sorry, Ben.
Yeah, I just wanted to add my admiration for vape shops in Sweden, because there people can talk in face to face with somebody. And in Swedish vape shops, they don't only sell e-cigarettes, they are virtually tobacco harm reduction pharmacies that you can talk about products. They are selling nicotine pouches, snus, as well as e-cigarettes, and you can have a talk about something. It's not a directive from some political parties or governments about.
I think this will be the final question. I think we've got 5 minutes left. Yeah. Or not? 3 minutes. Okay, so this is perhaps the final question then. And I'm paraphrasing from a question we've received from the online audience. The question is about whether it's the place of science. Charles, you mentioned earlier about more research on the benefits of nicotine. Is it the place of science to also talk about or to seek to understand the pleasurable aspects of using nicotine, to understand pleasure as a driver of continued use, or displeasure as a driver of discontinued use. A lot of the discussion in this session and previous sessions is about health risks and health benefits, but there's that other part of life which is about just enjoying yourself and doing things that give you pleasure, and that is part of health. And so I suppose the question is, what is the role of science and scientists to understand the role of pleasure in the use of harmful and less harmful nicotine products?
Yeah, I mean, that gets back to the earlier discussion about kind of a puritanical mindset where pleasure is bad. And, you know, I enjoy salt. Salt adds immense pleasure to many of the foods that I eat. In my family, we don't have a family history of heart disease, high blood pressure. So I'm assuming that that's probably okay for me. And the data show that about 15% of any population is salt sensitive, and they may have high blood pressure if they eat too much salt. Okay, but the other 85% of us can eat as much as you want. Now, public health has been debating that one for decades because there are big factions in public health that want to tell the entire population of the world to stop eating salt, reduce it drastically. And because we don't really know how to distinguish those who are sensitive and those who are not. It's weirdly similar to the issues around nicotine addiction. I don't think everyone who tries nicotine is going to become addicted to it, any more than we would assume that everyone who tries a beer becomes an alcoholic. We know that about 10% of people who drink may begin to suffer dependence and alcoholism problems. And my own father did, and he was also a smoker. So there's so much we can learn from the drug harm reduction space, including the fact that a lot of people are using drugs and they're fine. So I mean, so then the pleasure aspect is something that it has been researched. People do research on that, but it's really not mainstream, and it's a bit frowned on by the regular scientific community.
Yeah, to touch on what Brad said earlier, I'm sure there are no NIH grants going to such research. Fairly sure of that. Thank you to all of you, Sarah, Ben, Charles, and Miroslav, and Suli. So that's the end of our session. All of the panelists' presentations are online if you want to watch them again. But thank you very much for listening.
We are the European Tobacco Harm Reduction Advocates. Our GFN 5 will discuss consumer advocacy in Europe. I hope you enjoy the presentation.
ETHRA was born out of the consumer activism which started around the time of the 2014 TPD discussion. You'll see from the map of regulations in Europe from 2013 that a majority of countries were regulating e-cigarettes through medicinal products regulation. Because of this, the European Commission wanted to use the TPD to make vaping products medicinal only. The UK MHRA supported a medicinal route. This would have killed vaping. As with all safer nicotine products, one size cannot fit all. Success lies in having a wide choice of products available.
Consumers needed to act to preserve the products which had saved our lives. So we started to get organized. Vapers from all over Europe wrote in their thousands to their MEPs to save vaping. Vaping forums were full of discussions about the proposals, who to write to, and what to say. As time went on, we became more and more organized at the regional level and in our own countries.
Threats to THR increased, so it became evident that national groups needed a common voice. In September 2019, several national consumer groups came together to form ETHRA.
Many threats exist at a national level. Anti-THR measures were proposed or introduced in Denmark, the Netherlands, Germany, Spain, and Sweden. These can include flavor bans, taxation, usage bans, plain packaging, advertising bans, and online sales bans. At an EU level, the TPD review and the Scheer report, the revision of the tax directive, and Europe's Beating Cancer Plan all contain anti-THR measures. And of course, the global threat lies with the FCTC COP9.
With the UK leaving the European Union, THR lost a valuable ally. The majority of EU countries are anti-tobacco harm reduction, apart from France and Greece. Even Sweden, the country that has benefited most from tobacco harm reduction through snus, which is the proof of concept for tobacco harm reduction, has recently proposed a flavor ban for vaping products.
ETHRA is a group of 22 consumer associations in 16 countries. We represent approximately 27 million consumers across Europe. We're supported by scientific experts in the field of tobacco control or nicotine research. We're mostly former smokers who have used safer nicotine products to quit smoking. We work together to represent consumer interests with respect to tobacco harm reduction. Our motivation is to keep safer nicotine products regulated sensibly for the benefit of current and future smokers. We are honoured to be supported by 5 scientific partners and an expert public health advisor. ETHRA's strength is that we are all equal partners and agree with ETHRA's core principles.
Building on our core principles, we wrote the ETHRA Manifesto in 2020 and translated it into all our languages, which are available on ETHRA website. ETHRA offers advocates a platform for exchanging information and for sharing experiences on local initiatives to support THR. We encourage consumers to participate in consultation and publish guides on how to navigate consultations. We regularly write and publish articles on the ETHRA website and publish a monthly newsletter with important recent developments.
ETHRA actively takes part in national consultations, for example in Denmark and the Netherlands. We support national partners by writing letters to counter draconian initiatives against safer nicotine products. As well as letters and submissions, we also proactively assert our position as a voice for consumers. ETHRA successfully inserted itself as a stakeholder in studies and interviews related to the TPD and tax directive reviews. For Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, we wrote to all the members of the Special Committee on Beating Cancer. Our comments and the letter was included in a briefing prepared by the European Parliament Research Service.
Our survey was translated into 16 languages and was hugely successful, with more than 37,000 responses. The data is being processed now, so look out for our report soon. These battles in the EU will be won or lost by consumers. That is why it's so important for consumers to be active and informed. Please follow us on Twitter and Facebook. Links are on the slide. And thank you very much for watching us.
These people need to be called out on the carpet and asked to explain why they have some of their philosophies that they do have on something that everybody else in a lot of the world thinks is beneficial.
As we looked around at interviews with experts in Asia, Africa, and Europe, it was clear that their voices were being drowned out by the voices of a few American billionaires. Sadly, this battle is affecting small countries everywhere who are struggling to make evidence-based policies. In one last stop to the other side of the world, we decided to visit Armenia after our friends in Los Angeles told us about the situation there. Armenia recently went through a peaceful revolution against the ruling class who had corrupted their country. They called it the Velvet Revolution. They replaced all government leaders with people who would make the best decisions for the citizens who wanted change. We got a chance to speak with their new health minister, who was quite open about the options he had for funding his push to reduce smoking deaths in Armenia.
Where do you get most of your support and information from?
We get a lot from WHO in terms of directly for tobacco control. We get starting from technical support, how to write these legislations, how to implement it. We also get support from lots of other organizations. We recently signed a grant with Bloomberg Foundation, one of our institutions, National Institute of Health, and other tobacco-free kits from America. But now I think that regardless of WHO or other foundations, we have to spend our money to make our people healthier.
With over 60% of men smoking and smoking among women on the rise, this is an important crossroads for the health of the Armenian people. These Bloomberg-funded groups like WHO and Tobacco Free Kids are going country to country to fight safer nicotine options under the guise of ending smoking, just as the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network is doing to counties and small states in the U.S. As we met more and more of the wonderful people in Armenia, we also met more and more of the people who would be affected by anti-science propaganda imported from the other side of the world. It was sobering. As we began the long journey home, we discussed this whole situation. The voices of thousands of people from all walks of life were difficult to ignore. How will these same powerful people try to mute or twist our message? How many leaders will make the wrong decision because of false information? Will the voices we met along the way even be heard? It was overwhelming. How many people will lose their jobs or their lives because of this corruption? Health societies around the world who are struggling to navigate these complicated nicotine issues, it is clear that we need a plan.
Una de las mayores confusiones al hablar de nicotina, tabaco y fumar es pensar que son lo mismo. La nicotina es un alcaloide que produce efectos estimulantes y se encuentra en la hoja de tabaco. El tabaco es una materia vegetal que se procesa de la hoja de la Nicotina tabacum. Se consume de varias formas, aunque la principal es la combustión. Fumar es la acción producto de la quema de material vegetal y oxígeno, la cual produce combustión. Con esta información te invitamos a conocer los diferentes dispositivos y preparados para la administración de nicotina. Así tendrás una percepción clara del riesgo entre uno y otro y tomarás decisiones informadas reforzando las prácticas de reducción del daño. Anvil es una pasta negra usada por varios pueblos indígenas de la Amazonía que se obtiene a partir de la cocción de las hojas de tabaco mezclándolas con sales vegetales alcalinas. Su consumo tradicional se ha dado en contexto medicinal, ritual y sagrado. Esta pasta se consume en pequeñas cantidades vía oral. Rape, tabaco en polvo esnifado. Después de secadas las hojas del tabaco son machacadas, pulverizadas y a menudo cernidas. Puede ser aspirado directamente de la mano o ser ingerido por por medio de tubos de absorción nasal. Cigarrillo es un producto que contiene picadura de tabaco, envuelto por una hoja delgada de papel en forma de cilindro. Comúnmente presenta integrado un filtro. Al encender un cigarrillo se quema y genera humo. Las temperaturas pueden alcanzar los 800 grados centígrados. Estas altas temperaturas generan combustión de la materia vegetal que produce monóxido de carbono y más de 6.000 sustancias nocivas para la salud. Pipas es una pequeña cámara para la combustión y un tubo que termina en la boquilla. Los materiales más comunes son arcilla, cerezo, vidrio, porcelana, entre otros. Por su tratamiento especial, la picadura de tabaco contiene menos sustancias químicas que el cigarrillo. Snus es un producto de tabaco oral y procesado en una bolsa de papel que el usuario pone en la boca entre la encía y la mejilla. La forma oral de consumo de tabaco es menos dañina que fumar. Cigarrillos electrónicos y vaporizadores, también llamados e-cigarettes, vaporizadores o sistemas electrónicos de administración de nicotina. Son productos que calientan un líquido que contiene nicotina, saborizantes y otras sustancias químicas. Al eliminar la combustión, estos dispositivos pueden llegar a ser menos dañinos que el cigarrillo para fumar. Por su novedad, aún se encuentran en fase de investigación los efectos secundarios. Productos de tabaco calentado. Son dispositivos que calientan unidades de tabaco en láminas en vez de picadura a temperaturas por debajo de los 350 grados centígrados, evitando la combustión o cambios en la composición química del tabaco. De esta forma, se evita la generación de humo y ceniza. En cambio, se libera vapor de nicotina. Al eliminar la combustión, pueden llegar a ser menos dañinos que el tabaco para fumar. Todavía se encuentran en fase de investigación sus efectos secundarios. Parches. Funcionan liberando nicotina a su cuerpo a través de la piel. Existen muchos tipos de parches de diferentes concentraciones en el mercado. Los parches liberan la nicotina de forma uniforme y continua, de modo que la cantidad de nicotina en sangre nunca será tan alta como cuando fumas un cigarrillo. Ahora que conoces las diferentes formas, medios, dispositivos y preparados para administrar nicotina, te invitamos a tomar decisiones informadas frente a este consumo. Es importante que las personas usuarias puedan acceder a información científica y real sobre el uso de nuevos dispositivos de administración de nicotina. También acceder a información de riesgos y daños para reducir los efectos nocivos del consumo de tabaco y, sobre todo, acceder a información sobre derechos humanos que les permita participar y poder tomar decisiones sobre las políticas que los afectan. Síguenos en redes sociales y visítanos en www.nicotinareducciondedaños.com.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this session, which is another first for GFN, looking at the GFN Fives. I know when the idea of GFN Fives first came up, there was some doubts about what we'd get from it. You know, would we get enough submissions? Would there be enough interest? And I think it's fair to say that everyone involved has been absolutely overwhelmed in terms of both the quality and the numbers of submissions that we've received. And if you haven't had a chance to see all of them, I do recommend them. I think there's a tremendous resource there, and I think it's one of the things that there'll be a lot of use for after this few days. It also strikes me this is probably as close as I'm ever likely to get to having a role in something like the Oscars. But you may be relieved to learn that the decisions and the thoughts on the films aren't down to me alone. I'm joined here on the stage by Dave Cross, but we've also got an international audience to help guide you through some of the highlights of the GFN Fives. So we've got Aisha Alaran, who's in Nigeria, Eliana Rabushkin in New Zealand, and Will Godfrey, who I think is still in the United States unless he's escaped. But there's going to be opportunities for the panel all to contribute about some of the high points, some of the very powerful films, any themes that emerge from the Fives. There'll also be the opportunity for you and our online audience to raise points and questions. But I think, you know, before I start, I'd really like to take the opportunity to thank everyone who submitted one of the Fives. There's some tremendous work in there. But without me rambling on further, Eliana, you're closest to me as I look at the screen, although most distant in reality. What was your favourite Five? What one do you think really stood out for you?
I think that's not a very fair question, but because I mean, I was very surprised on the quality of the productions, and as you said, I mean, there was one video that it was a whole, you know, cinematographic experience. It's the video from Thailand. It was, you know, it was very emotional, you know, I almost like felt it, you know, I was like, it's powerful, you know, the messaging, like this video that was made, I don't remember in particular who developed this video, but it's like showing like the actual situation that a lot of Thai people are experiencing, that they are not allowed to choose, and they're being criminalized and actually actively criminalized and punished for actually having a decision that is improving their health. And I just find that video striking, but I also find the two videos from Colombia, and not because I'm from Colombia, no personal preference, no nationalisms here, but the two videos from Colombia were fantastic. One video was even mentioning aspects of harm reduction with actual cigarettes, which is something that I was not thinking about before.
Thank you. Dave, what was your favourite?
My favourite, and it was my favourite, was the one that was produced by ETHRA. And I never ceased to be amazed. Coming from a long time ago now, an educational background, I'm very used to sitting in a meeting of peers and lots of people having ideas and it being impossible to go anywhere or come to a decision. And so ETHRA just impressed me every single time, and through the video, the multiplicity of voices, the voiceovers coming in, everybody combining together, and time again since its inception, ETHRA has brought together all of these diverse interests across 16 countries to speak with a unified voice and to tackle the biggest issues that are currently facing vaping and tobacco harm reduction in Europe. The SHEAR report, the EU tax directive, the TPD review, the EU beating cancer plan, and the up-and-coming COP9. And that's what comes through for me. The most impressive thing about their video is these people, these individuals, unfunded, working together and producing top quality submissions going into the things that impact us as vapers day to day.
That was a really strong argument for an Academy Award, I think. That was, well, Aisha, I know you produced one of the Fives as well, and don't be shy if you want to say you think that was the best one. I certainly think if there was a category of one that was very pragmatic approaches that people should consider and could adopt, you'd be in with a definite chance of winning one of the awards. But what was your favourite or favourites?
Okay, yeah, favorites is actually a better way to describe it. Actually, I watched quite a lot of the videos, and all of them really got a message, and it was really beautiful to see the wide range of submission and expertise in the videos. Well, I think maybe because I'm from Nigeria, which is a lower middle income country, so I think the one that really stood out for me was for a smoke-free Pakistan, the video submitted by Dawood Malik. The animation was so beautiful, and the information the information was so was passed in this really interesting and beautiful and compelling way. So, and besides that, I think the THR Advocacy submitted from Malawi. I think that also, because it actually addressed how we can approach tobacco harm reduction advocacy in the developing world, and I think that could be applied to a lot of countries. So I think I really like that also. So those were the two.
Thank you. I think there was quite a lot of the Fives did a very good job of addressing some of the issues faced by lower and middle income countries, and I think you're right. I think your own one, which you didn't promote there, but that and the contribution from Malawi were both very practical things that need to be done. Will, turning to you, which ones did you enjoy most?
Quite a number, actually, but I want to join Eliana in commending While in Thailand by Asa Saligupta. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that one, for absolutely astonishing production values. I wasn't sure to begin with if I was watching a car commercial or a Hollywood movie, but it was really something, and I do recommend checking that out. But packs a punch in the substance as well. We are harassed physically, financially, and brutally, really exposed to propaganda and repression of Thailand's vape prohibition. Of course, significantly influenced by events in the United States, and a couple of other videos that I really appreciated that dealt with some of the issues around THR advocacy in the US and elsewhere was Tobacco Harm Reduction Climate USA by John de Miranda, and Why is the Debate About Tobacco Harm Reduction So Nasty? Alex Wodak. I think that's one that a lot of us here could appreciate. And another one I'll mention at this point is Why Bans of Low-Risk Nicotine Alternatives to Smoking in LMICs Do More Harm Than Good. Title a real mouthful by Inko and Jeffrey Zamora. Content right on the money. I really recommend that one.
Excellent, thank you. So there's been a few sort of themes touched upon there, but are there any sort of commonalities that you sort of came through, or areas that particularly struck you in sort of the themes they were addressing? And then I'll pick on Dave because I saw he looked away then, so I'll take it.
Commonalities not so much beyond the fact that they all impinged on consumers. The Juul one, very pertinent because we're currently undergoing this post-Brexit restructuring of legislation, and it just highlighted two things to me. One, I didn't know silica wicks were still being used. I didn't know they were a thing. But also the success of using high-strength nicotine products, which is something a number of us have been calling out for a number of years. And hopefully that gets addressed. And also the fact that as consumers, we're not experts, we're not, some of us are scientists, but we're not technical experts in this area. We rely on experts to give us information, to give us the truth and advice. And so it was striking, I'm just referring down to my notes, I'm sorry, that the Centre of Health and Research and Education highlighted that deficit in knowledge in one key fundamental area, and that's the GPs. And if you've got over half of the medical profession that was surveyed coming back and telling you that nicotine causes cancer, there's a huge disconnect going on there. And as consumers, we have to be worried. And that highlights that. So I think for me, then it ends up with the state of vaping in New York. And this is where it finishes when we stop being given information, when we rely on alternative facts, which are so popular nowadays. And Spike, I adored her entire video because it's just this ride of catastrophe that bottoms out in this beautiful, pithy little statement that she makes to camera, where she points out the fact that on one hand, America are combating underage use of cannabis by legalizing cannabis, and then on the other, New York is prohibiting the use of vape products in order to protect under 21s, and the disconnect that goes on there, and the importance that we should have as consumers of access to the evidence and the truth.
I think that video stuck with me because I think Spike's ability to carry on in the face of repeated adversity is incredible, actually. And I also think that there is a couple of, well, there's a strong theme running through around education, both generally and professionals. And I wonder if I might look to Eliana and then Aisha about that issue around educating professionals and the importance of helping even professionals understand the science, because that's a real problem that I see. So Eliana, if I could ask you first.
Yeah, so I think it comes with frustration to see that there is such, and like all the evidence we have and we've been collecting, and how this evidence that appears to be consistent enough, and after all this growing evidence that is even more difficult to debate or to argue against, we still have this resistance from, in particular, people that have a particular way of wiring, of understanding this problem and thinking that the same problem can be handled the same way, and you have to expect, a different outcome, because we've been having this conversation for more than 30, 40 years in many occasions. We are dealing right now with a pandemic, and we had 30, 40 years ago, we have another pandemic, and in which harm reduction was centered as an element to deal with that pandemic. We have a different population at risk, and maybe that's why we didn't care too much about learning the lesson right. It was the LGBTIQ population, and it was like, okay, we don't care about them, it's a pandemic, it's affecting them, not us. Right now, we're all being affected. Still, the harm reduction paradigm is a paradigm that many professionals, health professionals, don't want to learn about a paradigm. It's a fundamental paradigm in line with human rights, and I think that this connection that we have in understanding the importance of self-determination, dignity, and respect for fundamental human rights rights needs to be educated, like doctors need to learn about this more, understand that the patient is central in their decision-making process, and that because the patient has the right to decide what option works better for them, they also need to educate themselves and find out what's the best way to help them to have the best attainable standard of health, which is a fundamental human right.
Thank you. Arshat, you've got anything to add to that? I mean, some of your work was with professionals.
Yeah, actually, I one or two things to add to that. And I agree with Eliana. And okay, there's this, I think healthcare professionals could actually play a huge role in increasing access of smokers to tobacco harm reduction products, especially vaping. But there's this distrust, there's this overestimation of the harm nicotine causes, there's this overestimation of the harm of electronic cigarettes, and in the LMICs especially, there's this ignorance, there's just this not knowing what electronic cigarettes is for many healthcare professionals, and that's kind of a huge problem. That's kind of a little scary if you think about it, because at this moment, tobacco harm reduction should actually be everywhere, should be embraced everywhere, because it could actually help a lot of smokers. But that's not the case, and I think that's a huge issue. So we still have a long way to go to make sure that healthcare professionals actually know more about vaping and actually keep an open mind, because I think that's one of the issues. Because it is science. In science, you are not supposed to keep a closed mind. You're actually supposed to keep an open mind and evidence-based work, like in tobacco harm reduction, because there are a lot of evidences that have been saying that tobacco harm reduction is safe and it's a viable alternative for smokers to outrightly quit, for people that are unable to or either unwilling to quit. So tobacco harm reduction could actually do a lot for them, but I don't think most healthcare professionals, most doctors, pharmacists, nurses are seeing it that way, and I think that's a huge problem that needs to be addressed.
Thank you, thank you. And before I sort of take the chair's liberty to promote one of the videos that I thought was particularly interesting, if anyone here wants to comment on a video or ask a question, the microphone's there, and you'll probably catch my eye as you walk towards it. I think one of the videos that really caught me, because it's delivered in such a calm way, but it begs a lot of questions, is the one produced by Dr. John Oyston, who's an anaesthesiologist. And, you know, it really does, why are doctors in the UK so sceptical? And yet, you know, we do have the advantage here of Public Health England being quite supportive, we've got a supportive environment, and yet medics are very, very wary to endorse it. We sort of often accept, you know, it's grudgingly. We don't sort of see a lot of promotion for this kind of thing. You know, the grudging, well, sometimes acceptance really doesn't help deliver the potential. Looking ahead, I think you know, there's a great resource here amongst the 70+ GFN Fives, and I'll start with you again, Dave, if I may. Which one or ones would you be most keen to share with people who may be somewhat doubtful about the value of tobacco harm reduction? Which one do you think might help sell the story to people?
Well, it depends on which language they speak. And if their recall of Spanish is slightly better than mine was, there was an excellent overview in Spanish. For me, sorry, I'm going to go off on a tangent. There's one of the things that I find personally frustrating is you have leading public health bodies presenting information that at best can be described as disingenuous, and yet you have tobacco companies producing informative videos that are factually based, that are measured in what they're saying and put over facts for consumers to base an opinion on. There's volte-face. Everything's turned upside down. And so not only was that video very accessible, the nicotine alternatives and preparations for nicotine administration, I'd never heard of Ambil before, but also I've lost it and I'm back again, one produced by BAT that looked at the decades of legislation and ultimately made a plea for evidence-based, proportional, sensible legislation. It doesn't, the ones I've watched don't apply directly to consumers, certainly not from an approach of convincing them that tobacco harm reduction products are right for them or informative. I haven't seen those videos. But I think they're very important, the ones I've seen, for education and for broadening and understanding. So the one I referred to initially, the Juul one, that used their evidence looking at 3 different strengths of liquids, and the higher strength liquid performed best. It's always concerned me when I've been talking to people from industry that they see it as an imperative to help people on their journey get from high strength to no strength liquids. And to my mind, that's counterintuitive, because as you go down with the strength of liquid you use, you tend to either increase the voltage or increase the amount you're vaping. And then I just hark back to research by Dr. Farsalinos, what was it, 6-7 years ago, where he advised against using high-powered setups. At the time, he was suggesting we use higher strength liquids and take fewer puffs.
Will, which of the films do you think would help push the advocacy of tobacco harm reduction?
In terms of speaking to somebody who's unfamiliar,
converting those who are sceptical but convertible.
I mean, I have to go back to the INCO Jeffrey Zamora video, which I think does really well for focusing on some of the fundamentals, starting off with smokers who are losing their lives to smoking-related diseases, 8 million a year, 80% of them in LMICs. And these, of course, are the places where smokers have the least access to the tobacco harm reduction interventions that can save lives, influenced, of course, by the Union and other Bloomberg vehicles, which have resulted in the kind of prohibitions that we see in Thailand, Cambodia, and elsewhere, India. And so I really liked how that video spelled out the consequences of philanthropic colonialism, is the term it used. I liked how it focused on deaths and lives that can be saved, the fundamentals of THR. I liked how it focused on LMICs, which is bearing most of the consequences of opposition to THR. And I liked how it focused above all on consumers, ending with that well-known phrase, nothing about us without us. So I would recommend that as a primer to share with anybody who is venturing into THR for the first time.
Thank you. Before I go across to Aisha, I know there's one question from the audience. Jerry?
Yeah, Jerry Stimson, one of the founders of GFN. This is the first time we've done the GFN Fives, and we had no idea whether it would work or not, but it clearly has worked. It's been a great success, and it's a joy to watch the submissions we've had. We accepted nearly everything. We didn't really have many guidelines, but one of the guidelines was we'll take anything as long as it's about 5 minutes and within the spirit of the conference, and being in the spirit of the conference leads you a lot of discretion. But in fact, nearly everything was good. So I got two, we'll do it again because this is going to be, I think, an integral part of GFN meetings. But I got two questions for the panel. We had very few guidelines, and should we have more guidelines for how people should do these and produce them? And the second question is, what hints and tips would you have to potential producers of GFN Fives?
Who'd like to start on that one? Aisha? Eliana, go on.
Yeah, that's fine. I think if we put guidelines, maybe we'll restrict the creativity, which was amazing because it was very creative. I was very surprised. The animations, very high level, very high level of work that you wouldn't expect to see, because we are very used to seeing conferences, these posters, and, like a little bit of lack of, these kind of movements and dynamics and the way you communicate a message that really goes really deeply, into your fibers. So I think that would be maybe something that we still let people to be as creative as they can be, because I think creativity really communicates and resonates well with people. Potentially what I would like is to have a more categories. So it is easy for someone that understands the topic or wants to understand a particular topic to navigate deeper in that topic, because there were kind of three categories that a lot of them have particular intersections that appear maybe to be belonging to another category. And so as for instance, a person that is interested in the science of harm reduction and start navigating aspects on human rights and advocacy, that would be a little bit confusing, because that would be like, so it's as a matter of helping someone with a particular interest to navigate a little bit multiple videos, because we're speaking about around 6 to 10 hours of videos. So I think that would be my only recommendation. I don't know if someone has another comment to make.
Thank you. Aisha, any tips, seeing as you were one of the, as you produced one of the fives?
Yeah, okay. I think what I would like to add is, I agree with Eliana, we could actually have more categories. I think having more categories would allow easier navigation, sort of, so to be easier to navigate the different categories. They kind of sort of overlap at the moment, so and there are a lot of videos, so if we have more categories, that will be easier to deal with. And I also think there shouldn't be restrictions. People can actually submit videos just based on, in the spirit of the GFN conference, and if it's in line with tobacco harm reduction and promoting tobacco harm reduction or advancing it any way it is. So I think that's it.
Thank you. Will?
Yeah, I completely agree with the points just made. Having watched a lot of these videos, and I think that their diversity and the range of ways in which people approached this communication challenge is one of the great strengths of the Fives as a whole. So I wouldn't suggest imposing more restrictive guidelines. Perhaps one tip for people making them is it sort of reminds me a little bit of what my English teacher told me about essay writing many years ago, but is to sort of not overestimate the amount of information that you can impart with 3 or 4 minutes of speaking, and probably go with something like say what you're about to say, then say it, and then say what you've just said. Possibly, more impactful communication can be achieved that way rather than diving too much into the weeds in such a limited amount of time.
Yeah, good advice. Anything to add?
Categories, fantastic idea. Certainly a number of Twitter users, you pull up a question and give them a category, and they will instantly, some of them seem to have a library at home where they can instantly resource that information. It, I think, would help to have the categories for people looking to make videos next year to see something similar to what they wish to do, to see what's gone before. And the only thing I would say, I'd urge more consumers to get involved and to offer up something that they feel passionate about. I'd like to see some of the consumer passion reflected in the Fives.
Yeah, all good points. So some advice for us to take away there, and certainly from my point of view, I like the fact that there was such a range of them, from basic PowerPoints through to things that genuinely could grace Hollywood. I've got one online question here about the impact. Does the panel think basically that these sort of things can have an impact with people who are opposed to tobacco harm reduction. And I know we've kind of touched on that. But I like to think so, and I think it helps to have a much broader range of people and organisations. And I think particularly on your point, if we could get more consumers to add their voice, I think that does generate a sort of power. I don't know if the panel agree with that.
I'm not sure. Slightly negative, but I kind of feel what was said earlier, was it Clive, who suggested that the only time he's witnessed change was when there was an emotional involvement between the person, a development of empathy. And I'm not sure you get through to Stanton Glantz by showing him a video. I'm not sure Martin McKee is going to change his mind. Just because there's 5 minutes of somebody saying how much it changed their life. Maybe it's defeatist, I don't see it.
Maybe it's not so much for those who are quite that hostile, but those who are somewhat doubtful. Yeah. Are there any other questions from the audience? I do know that there was one question I got on here that people were asking how to see the GFN Fives. So just for those, it's on the website. So I guess one of the sessions that or one of the themes this year that we've touched upon, which had quite a lot of entries, was on the science theme. So I'm aware we have 3 people with some level of scientific backgrounds, 2 quite high. What do you think were the most valuable scientific contributions? Which ones stood out for you? Because as someone with a CSE level 2 in biology, as the high point of my science academic career, some of it was fascinating, but some of it was a little beyond me. Although I will say that one of the graphics from one of the science presentations was one of the things that has stuck with me most. But I will start with Eliana again, if I may. What did you think were the best of the science sort of categories?
Well, I mean, I had the opportunity to navigate some of them. I was actually very interested in the determination of 3-hydroxybenzoapyren, which is one of the biomarkers that they actually validated the methodology, and it's a very good element. It's a good biomarker that can help you to understand the harm that is caused by the substance that is released from the combustion of tobacco, and it can help somehow to differentiate them from other ways of safer nicotine products. And I just find that interesting because it's a fairly simple technology, like a fairly simple technology that can be used, in any type of settings, because it's the same LMIC like chromatography, and it's a good way of understanding the harm and prospective harm and immediate harm. I mean, other than having the carbon monoxide analyzers that we usually use and for smoking cessation, which at the end of the day is not necessarily a very good picture of harm. I also like the video that Ricardo Polosa did on the COPD, which was as an outcome of a very interesting piece of work that actually was quite comprehensive. It was a 5-year follow-up on different people with COPD, and how obviously we know this is common science and common sense, but it's just to have more data for us to support our claims, how the life expectancy or the quality of life increase, and how in general, all these parameters that are used for analyzing the lung function and the impact that these products, the safer nicotine products, including heated tobacco and e-cigarettes, have done. And it was a very substantial improvement. And I speak that as a pharmacist and as someone that has a mother that smoked for 52 years and has had severe COPD, and I actually witnessed by myself how the COPD of my mom improved after she started vaping. So I think those are some videos I want to talk about on my sense. I don't know if somebody has some other views on other videos that they saw.
Thank you. Aisha, over to you.
Okay, I think for the science, I think the video on nicotine and inflammation, and also the one on nicotine addiction, and also the one Professor Ricardo Polosa did, I think those are the ones that really stood out to me in the science. Because, okay, the one on nicotine and inflammation actually explored the mechanism of action of nicotine as a stimulant, and actually not a terrible drug, or not as overestimated as risk is overestimated. The harmful effect of nicotine as it is overestimated in the media and by healthcare professionals. So it just broke it down as nicotine is a stimulant, is a sympathomimetic even, and explained that although it has both anti-inflammatory and pro-inflammatory actions, it could actually benefit a lot of people. It is used to treat inflammatory diseases in clinical trials, such as I think in Crohn's disease and in ulcerative colitis. And although it has a role in atherosclerosis as an inflammatory agent, but it is not the major factor in atherosclerosis. So I think that kind of breaks that down and explains that nicotine is not this harmful drug as it is being perceived. And I think also the video on nicotine addiction is also one that actually stood out for me, and I think it explored how lifelong use of nicotine couldn't be compared to smoking cigarette, and very low risk of nicotine use over a long-term use. It has a very low risk over long-term use. And I think I agree, Eliana, on the video from Professor Polosa also on the effect of e-cigarettes on COPD patients. I think it is actually particularly interesting because it is actually a 5-year-long study, and at the end of the day, they discovered that when smokers switch to e-cigarettes, smokers that have COPD, when they switch to e-cigarette, they could actually have an improvement in their quality of life. Their clinical outcome increases just because they switch from e-cigarette, from smoking cigarette to e-cigarette. So I think that's actually something really interesting, and I think it further shows that evidence-based research and science is a way to go in the argument for tobacco harm reduction.
Thank you. Dave, do you want to? I don't want to pull up. I want to extend gratitude to the professionals who. Richard Feynman said that if you can't explain something simple in simple terms, you haven't understood it. And as a bear of little brain, I appreciate the experts who have produced the videos and presented their findings in terms that a layman like me can understand. Yeah. And I really appreciated that. Will, did you want to say anything on the science aspect of it?
Fortunately, I completely agree with the scientific analyses of my co-panelists, so I don't need to add anything.
I think it's very wise. But there is one question which I think is pretty much into your world, Dave, here, is about the potential for GFN Fives as a vehicle to help empower consumers, which I guess is not less of a question and more of a statement which aligns with what you were just saying. But I also think from what we just heard, there is, I think here, some targeted potential educational material that we can share with medics, scientists, and others. And I think that's one of the great strengths of the Fives, is that there's a great range of things there which I think are quite compelling. We're getting towards the end of the session. Are there any questions in the room? No, okay. Well, I will keep checking. I think we haven't got many here online.
I would echo the whole utilization of the videos by consumers, that if they see one that they think is appropriate, we've been saying for a number of years, keep in contact with your MPs. Despite the fact here in the UK, despite the fact we've moved away from Europe, what happens in Europe will impact on what we do here to some level. So send copies of these videos to your local politician. Use it when you go to your doctor if he's or she's slightly averse to the use of e-cigs. I think there's a huge potential for these videos in doing that thing that you asked me earlier about convincing people who, let's say, are skeptical rather than averse to THR.
Well, I mean, that's the point I was just trying to make. Actually, I can think of some of the fives, and there's two from John de Miranda, and one particularly about smoking as a harm reduction toolkit. I come from a sort of drugs policy background. I know people who are a little bit doubtful. Wouldn't have any problem convincing them of the merits of substitute prescribing in other areas, but we're not really sure. But I think his presentation, it's 5 minutes. You can say to someone, I'd like you to spend 5 minutes looking at this. It's not too much out of your life, and I hope and I think there's a few of these could have a significant impact. As we come to the end of this, is any last points any of the panel drawn from across the globe would like to make?
I want to make very important mentions to some videos that I couldn't mention, but for instance, Aaron Beavert and You Don't Know Nicotine was our four of the fives. So obviously, we have to be very fair that his whole movie is a masterpiece of activism. So I mean, it's not very fair to even compare, like all this movie with fives and lots of fives, because four of the fives were from him. So I just want to give that sort of notion of balance, you know. And we're actually speaking with an Oscar director, I'm sure, someone with lots of experience in making a wonderful, wonderful movie that I hope people can watch, because it's life-changing. It really has even myself, someone that is in this world of THR, it changed my mind in many ways of how I understand nicotine. Okay, so that's one statement I wanted to make on Aaron Beavers and wonderful four of those fives. I also wanted to make notions on the importance of intersectionality. So Mariwa Glover made this video on the 5%, which is when a country is considered smoke-free, and what are the voices of those? What are the voices of those that are not going to quit, or that at the point in which a government says, we are smoke-free, we don't care about you? And those 5% are the ones that are actually more challenged with the structural systems that lead them to actually use the substance and to be more hesitant to THR. And how most of them are particularly minorities, LGBTI populations, indigenous groups, which is another of the videos that Mariwa did, which is a fantastic piece of work in which Mariwa tried their very best with all these limitations to analyze the trends on tobacco consumption in multiple indigenous groups around the world. So that's all the finalized comments I wanted to make. Fantastic videos made also from my land here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And yeah, that's my final comment, my closing comment.
Thanks very much. We are running out of time, but Aisha, Will, any last comments?
Yeah, I think I was able to say anything about the video from South Korea on end-time smoking cessation. I think it's actually a very beautiful research that was done on the impact of electronic nicotine delivery system on smoking cessation in South Korea. And despite the government distrust and ban on e-cigarettes and other nicotine products, they could actually prove that smoking e-cigarette could actually help smokers to quit smoking. And I think that, and then the human rights video, although it was short, it actually provided a very important message on the importance of inclusivity and including everybody. And I think that's all. Thank you.
No, thank you. Will?
Yeah, just to quickly, I think it's important to include a note of optimism. Necessarily in this space, a lot of our discussions and a lot of the videos revolve around suffering, death, and disastrous policy decisions that exacerbate both. But there are real-world positive impacts of our advocacy, and John Miranda was one who asked, is there a sea change in the Biden's administration's attitude to harm reduction? We did see recently that the Office of National Drug Control Policy for the very first time included harm reduction as a strategy. The FDA, of course, has approved lower or modified risk applications for products like snus and IQOS, the heat-not-burn product. We'll see what it pronounces on vaping products soon. So I think it's important to focus on what's wrong, yes, but also what we can achieve, and I would recommend that video as one way of doing so.
Thanks, Will. That's an excellent point, and to add to a great way to end a session on a point of optimism, I think I'll repeat the point about engagement, and on that I think Alex Wodak's Five is also well worth watching. We're pretty much out of time now, so I would just like to ask you to join me in thanking not just our wonderful panel, but also all those who contributed to the Fives. They're brilliant. It's an outstanding resource. Thank you.
Smoking is bad, but shouldn't we have the right to choose less harmful products? But our rights are stripped away. We are harassed physically, financially, and brutally. Visitors, you are forced to smoke again. Why can't we choose? We have the right to know the truth. Isn't it the government's job to provide the facts to help us make the right decision? But look at what we have.
แนะนำของทางการแพทย์นะครับเขาว่าไม่ได้แนะนำว่าให้ไปสูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้านะแล้วอเมริกาหรือในออสเตรเลียเขาก็บอกว่าไม่ต้องไปสูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าออสเตรเลียเขาก็ผิดกฎหมายเขาบอกว่าคุณเลิกไปเลยแล้วเราก็มีวิธีช่วยให้คุณเลิก
Hoax after hoax, lies over and over again.
แม้แต่ในอังกฤษก็ดีในอเมริกาเขาแนะนำให้เลิกเขาไม่ได้แนะนำบอกคุณไปติดบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าแทนนะเพราะบุหรี่ไฟฟ้ามันก็มีอันตรายอยู่มันมีสารนิโคตินนะครับซึ่งเสพติดนะฮะทีนี้เนื่องจากบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าเนี่ยมันใช้มาไม่ถึง10 ปีมันค่อยๆมีรายงานออกมาว่ามีสารก่อมะเร็งพบมากขึ้นผลกระทบเราก็ยังไม่รู้เนื่องจากการใช้ยังไม่นานที่อเมริกาเนี่ยสิ่งที่เขาพบและก็กังวลมากก็คือว่าเด็กนักเรียนที่ยังไม่ได้สูบบุหรี่นะครับเข้าไปสูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าแต่เด็กที่สูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าเนี่ยนะครับที่ไม่ได้สูบบุหรี่ธรรมดาเนี่ยมีพฤติกรรมเสี่ยงอื่นๆนะฮะกินเหล้าแบบเมาจำเปเลยนะครับแล้วมีพฤติกรรมเสี่ยงเรื่องเพศมีพฤติกรรมไปสูบกัญชานะฮะแล้วก็ยาเสพติดอย่างอื่นตามต่อมาไม่กี่ปีเนี่ยกลายเป็นเด็กที่สูบบุหรี่นะฮะทำไมคุณไม่เปิดโอกาสให้ผมเอาผลิตภัณฑ์หนึ่งของอเมริกาเขาทำที่บอกนิโคติน1 หยดฆ่าหนูได้ที่ความเข้มข้นเท่าไหร่ครับไม่ต้องถาม
Why do we have to keep our mouths shut just because we think differently? Maybe this is why. can I choose my way?
Hello, I'm Ariel Celia, scientist at Pinney Associates, and today I'll present my work on testing gateway versus diversion scenarios about e-cigarettes against reality using simulation modeling. First, I'll disclose that Pinney Associates provides consulting services on tobacco harm reduction to Juul. However, the work I present today is from before any conflicts of interest arose in my previous academic role. E-cigarettes have high uptake among youth, leading the CDC to describe this as an epidemic. Youth e-cigarette use has rapidly increased, especially around 2017 to 19, peaking at about 50% of youth having ever tried an electronic vaping product. The percentage of frequent use has also increased. However, e-cigarette use declined overall in 2020. One major concern about e-cigarettes is that they may act as a gateway or catalyst to more harmful cigarette smoking. Although many studies have reported a gateway effect, all of them suffer from some degree of unaccounted for confounding. Other studies with more robust adjustment for confounders support a common liability explanation, meaning that those who use e-cigarettes would have likely gone on to smoke anyway. Another important but understudied possibility is that e-cigarettes may altogether prevent or divert adolescents from ever smoking. Population-level trends are an important data source to turn to in figuring out which explanation is correct. One reason why it's difficult to resolve this is that we need to know counterfactuals, or what would have happened in an alternate reality without e-cigarettes. That's obviously impossible to observe directly, but there are methodological approaches that can get at this. I will focus on simulation modeling as a way to do this. Here's the basic outline of my simulation model. There are three categories of users: exclusive smokers at the top, exclusive e-cigarette users in the middle, and dual users of both products at the bottom. The catalyst scenario, in red, takes people out of the stock of exclusive e-cigarette users and puts a certain fraction of them into the stock of dual users, because Catalyst says that people first use e-cigarettes and then are also caused to smoke, making them dual users. The diversion effect in green takes the stock of exclusive e-cigarette users and prevents a certain proportion from flowing into the stock of exclusive smokers. Since this is a simulation model, I can switch diversion and catalyst on and off independently of each other. I start by switching them both off in the base model and calibrating the model parameters so that it is able to approximately replicate actual trends in youth tobacco use based on NYTS. When I calibrated the base model to real data, I did it for the period before e-cigarettes became available, from approximately 2000 to 2010. We can see that smoking trends were already declining during this pre-period. So our base case scenario takes these trends and projects them beyond 2010 to current day to estimate what would happen if e-cigarettes were never invented. In reality, we see fewer smokers than we would have expected otherwise, based on the pre-existing decline. Starting from the base case scenario, we switch on the catalyst effect. The base case scenario by itself overpredicted the number of cigarette users, and with the catalyst scenario switched on, this further overpredicts the actual number of smokers, even more so than the base case. So the catalyst hypothesis is inconsistent with real data. Next, we switch on a diversion effect, where e-cigarette users are prevented from ever becoming smokers. The simulated nicotine use under the diversion scenario is closer to the actual trends, but still actually overpredicts, meaning an even stronger diversion effect is needed to explain reality. So then we dial up the diversion effect to try and better match actual trends. A diversion effect with an exponential time constant of 55.4% is necessary to explain real data. This value can be interpreted as however many e-cigarette users there are in a given year. Over 3 years, approximately 55.4% are prevented from ever using conventional cigarettes. I should note that the model also allows an opposing catalyst effect to also be active at the same time, which affects some smokers. But in any case, a net diversion effect must prevail to match reality. In conclusion, the simulation study shows that once e-cigarettes became available, there were fewer smokers than we would have expected to see based on the pre-existing trends. The catalyst or gateway hypothesis appears to be fundamentally inconsistent with real data because it predicts that there would be more smokers when we see fewer. Instead, a diversion effect, and a rather strong one at that, is necessary to explain the degree of decline in smoking rates that have occurred. An important limitation of this modeling is that it doesn't definitively prove anything about the real world, but it does provide a basic validation test or reality check of each hypothesis against the real data. Thank you for your attention, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Let's look at this in public health language. Scaling up is an important part of any public health intervention. Once there is proof that an intervention works, policymakers are urged to move things to scale. Think of COVID and the rapid progression of vaccine rollout in some countries. We know that safer nicotine products work. If this were any other field of public health, we would be planning scale up. But tobacco is not like any other field of public health. There is a huge challenge. 1.1 billion smokers, a number unchanged for 20 years. Most smokers are in poorer countries, and nearly half are in China, India, and Indonesia. An estimated 7 million premature deaths a year from smoking, which is 3 times more than from malaria, HIV, and TB combined. Our Burning Issues report on the global state of tobacco harm reduction includes the first ever systematic estimate of vaping, around 68 million vapers around the world. We also estimate that there are around 20 million users of heated tobacco products and 10 million users of snus or US smokeless products. A ballpark figure is 100 million users of safer nicotine products in 2020. This might seem like good progress. But it isn't. Progress is slow. 100 million users of safer nicotine products is tiny compared with 1.1 billion smokers. There are only 9 users of safer nicotine products for every 100 smokers. Just think of where we might be now if there hadn't been so many obstacles to tobacco harm reduction. The obstacles are clear and well known. Antipathy from tobacco control leaders and organisations, the influence of big philanthropy, manufactured moral panics about young people and flavours, the antipathy from the World Health Organization and the FCTC Secretariat, bad science and an uncritical media, and the exclusion of affected populations. Harm reduction is integral to nearly every field of WHO work, as is the inclusion of affected populations, with the exception of tobacco control. This translates through to the failure of the dominant response package. Just recall, 1.1 billion smokers, a figure unchanged since the year 2000. The FCTC is implemented through the WHO Empower package, and the O in Empower stands for offering help to quit tobacco use. Clearly, this should be rephrased as help to quit smoking. This is the weakest part of international policy. Most of the world's smokers have no access to cessation services. It's also blinkered thinking to assume that people switch from smoking only through the offer of professional help. Most governments can't afford to provide this, and most smokers don't need it. LMIC countries face additional problems. Prohibitionist policies are pushed by international health agencies that tell poor countries that bans are best. This is wrong. Nicotine manufacturers have failed the needs of smokers in poor countries. Large tobacco companies are moving from low-tech cigarettes to high-tech alternatives, but neglect low-tech solutions for poorer populations. National ownership of tobacco companies also impedes industry transformation towards safer products. So, how long will it take to scale up? Historically, changes in the way nicotine is consumed have taken decades. It took 60 years or more for the machine-rolled cigarette to oust most other forms of tobacco use. How long will it take for safer nicotine products to replace smoking? We know that safer nicotine products are just that, safer than getting nicotine by burning tobacco. We know that people want to use these products. We have proof from many countries that tobacco harm reduction works. There needs to be much more ambition about what can be done. We can't wait 60 years. It's time to scale up.
Hello everybody, and welcome to the second of 3 Michael Russell keynotes at the Global Forum on Nicotine 2021, honouring the memory of the pioneering psychiatrist who did so much for the field we now recognise as tobacco harm reduction. Before introducing our speakers this afternoon, I would just like to start with a thank you, and that's to our wonderful GFN conference team in Poland. We are missing you all lots, but don't worry everybody, they've not got their feet up. Paddy has made sure of that. Together with our brilliant on-site AV team, they're responsible for broadcasting the conference to all of you at home. So thank you team, you are all doing a great job. As you've already been witness to, the Global Forum on Nicotine provides a platform for open discussion about the challenges, controversies, and obstacles that stand in the way of progress on tobacco harm reduction. This afternoon's keynote from John Fell of Ash Park is going to tackle one of the elephants that often lurks in the room: money. John is a founder of Ash Park, an investment management company, and he focuses on the fast-moving consumer goods industry, including the tobacco sector. His CV also mentions some city names that you'll recognise, including Deutsche Bank, Morgan Stanley, and Merrill Lynch. I suspect his handle on numbers is significantly better than mine. As John put it in his abstract, the development of reduced harm tobacco and nicotine products, with some major contributions from small and independent firms, has blurred old certainties about what's good and what's bad. Investors have played a part in the evolution of the nicotine market by providing next-generation startups with funds and as key stakeholders in the larger companies. John will be considering what risks and rewards there may be for public health in investment in nicotine innovation. After John has concluded his talk, I will be delighted to ask David Sweener to offer a response. Familiar to many of you, David is an adjunct professor in the Faculty of Law and chair of the advisory board of the Centre for Health, Law, Policy and Ethics at the University of Ottawa. Actively involved in tobacco and health policy issues since the beginning of the 1980s, David played a key role in achieving many global precedents in tobacco policy. When he isn't busy riding his bike for hundreds of kilometres, David focuses his activity on risk reduction strategies. But for now, it's over to you, John. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruth. I'm honoured to be here today. As Ruth said, at Ash Park we run a consumer fund, and you should know that we have some positions in tobacco stocks there, and my own money is invested in that fund. But I'm here with a couple of other hats as well, which you should know about. First of all, I'm a consumer. In the past, I would have called myself someone who smoked socially, and I still do sometimes, but these days I'm more likely to get my nicotine from vaping. The third hat, well, I've watched Swedish Match and the evolution of the story around snus since the late 90s, and I'm a strong believer in harm reduction. I need to add that nothing I say today should be interpreted as investment advice, and it's not intended as investment advice. So if you can move on a slide. Oh, I'll get the hang of this in a sec. Can we go back one? I'm going to take things as given, things like the risk continuum, and that products such as e-cigarettes, pouches, tobacco heating really do deliver a lot less harm than combustible cigarettes. I'm going to do some scene setting on who the industry is today, the part played by investors, what's driving change across the industry and within the companies themselves, and conclude by looking at the risks and rewards to public health from what's going on. And I'm going to start with a question. We can move on to the next slide. Does the discourse on the tobacco industry, especially its portrayal as a kind of cartoon villain, big tobacco, does that hold back the cause of tobacco harm reduction? And the term conjures up the image of US CEOs being dragged in front of congressional hearings in '94. And it evokes all the well-known misbehaviors of the US companies that came out in leaked documents and court cases. It might once have been a useful campaigning caricature, but it preserves in aspic perceptions of the industry from nearly 30 years ago relating to events that occurred often decades before that. It's very US-centric. What about the other parts of the world where cigarettes were sold by governments or independent companies? It obscures how the lines between legacy tobacco and new nicotine businesses have become blurred, and how even the largest companies can pursue very different strategies. It erects a barrier to dialogue and an excuse for failing to understand these companies. Who wants to associate with evil lying geniuses? Most importantly, the inference that the public health problem of tobacco consumption is all or largely the industry's fault short-circuits critical thinking about why people use these products. It denies individual agency in the pursuit of pleasure. There's a line in Carl Hart's great new book, Drug Use for Grown-Ups. He says, the war on drugs is not a war on drugs, it's a war on us. Too often the war on tobacco seems to become a war on the people who use tobacco or nicotine. The largest public companies inevitably attract most attention. Can we have the next slide? This one shows the relative sizes by market capitalization, dominated by PMI and Altria, very definitely two different companies, and BAT. But note the appearance at numbers 4 and 9 of the Chinese vaping businesses, Smore and RLX, and how JT and Imperial, which are the world's 4th and 5th largest cigarette companies by volume, has slipped down the rankings. Now, the total market capitalization represented here is 536 billion at the end of May. That sounds a lot, but to put it in context, that's only about a quarter of what Apple is worth. And if you look at the tobacco sector's weight in a global equity index, it's just over 0.6%. Also note that this covers less than half of the global nicotine market. State monopolies like China, which is not far off half in itself, are missing, and loads of smaller independent companies, some in combustibles, but increasingly also in reduced harm products, right down to vape store chains and independent vaping stores. The question of ownership is another area where cliches on tobacco can be wide of the mark. The largest publicly owned companies here, they're not controlled by some secret cabal. They're largely owned by the same people who own the rest of the stock market via pension funds, retirement accounts, an equity index or tracker funds. That boils down to individuals like you and me, a broad swathe of society. Next slide. A common misconception is that the only concern of companies is to maximize profits. Now, a simple way to value shares is to look at the price earnings or PE ratio, which is the share price divided by the profits or earnings per share. And that earnings multiple reflects a range of factors, including growth and market discount rates. But it also includes investor perceptions of quality, the risks the business faces, how long it's likely to be around and growing. From a share price perspective, it's no good companies only growing their profits. They also have to protect that perceived quality of their business. Next one. Now, it may be surprising how volatile that PE ratio can be, how perceived quality can change so rapidly, but it does. And what you've got here is a share price chart for the global tobacco sector over the last 25 years. Ignoring the dip in 2008-9, which is the global financial crisis, which hit everything, tobacco has faced two very painful periods when the PE ratio compressed. In the first one, at the end of the 90s, tobacco share prices fell 65%, almost all driven by the PE moving from 15 to 6.5. That was because of fears over the impact of US litigation, and also partly because of odd investor behaviour relating to the bubble in telecoms, media and technology stocks. And we've been through something pretty similar in the last few years. From early June 2017 to the end of March last year, the tobacco index dropped 54%, again almost entirely driven by the PE moving from a bit over 20 to just over 9. The very tail end of that was driven by a COVID-related dip in the overall equity market, but most was due to three other factors. Firstly, fears over to the extent to which new nicotine products like e-cigarettes, tobacco heating, were disrupting the market and the profit stream of combustible cigarettes. Juul's growth was something that particularly grabbed the headlines because that threat came from a company outside the incumbents. Second was regulatory concerns. In fact, the beginning of that PE slide corresponds with the FDA's announcement that it would look at lowering nicotine levels in US cigarettes to non-addictive levels, and you've got menthol bans in that mix as well. And then thirdly, you've had a rise in the extent to which investors are taking into account environmental, social, governance, or ESG factors in their decisions about what to own. You can see how painful the last 4 years will have been for many senior executives in the tobacco industry who not only own significant amounts of the stock from the companies they run, but whose long-term incentive plans packages also often heavily reflect the relative performance of their own company's stock price versus the rest of the stock market. You think that stabilising and improving the PE, the perceived quality of their business, would be quite a priority for them. I'll come on to ways they might be addressing that in a second, but first, on the next slide, a little bit on the trends in ESG, or socially responsible investing. There's a massive amount of interest in that at the moment. Big flows of money into funds managed according to ESG criteria, especially in Europe, where one figure I saw recently suggests it now accounts for around half of all fund inflows. Many people probably associate socially responsible investing with refusing to invest in things you don't like. Tobacco usually falls in that bucket. Weapons, human rights violators are other common ones. Sometimes alcohol. From what I've seen, the majority of ESG funds take that divestment approach to tobacco and exclude it. But you don't have to do it that way. You can decide to invest in the best in class of a particular group of companies. You can decide to encourage or harass the companies you own into improving what's called engagement. It's what we believe in at Ash Park, and it's part of the reason I'm here today. One of the standard bearers for the tobacco divestment approach is the Tobacco-Free Portfolios Initiative, which started in Australia, and whose pledge now has 162 institutional signatories, mostly from Australasia, from Benelux, France, and Scandinavia. Tobacco-Free Portfolios says that tobacco stands out as an exception, even amongst other controversial sectors, demanding, they say, exclusion from financing and investment. Positive influence of the industry through professional engagement is futile, as the only acceptable outcome would be for tobacco companies to cease their primary business. Note that in another part of their documentation, their toolkit, they ask themselves the question, what about freedom of choice? Don't people have the right to smoke? To which their response is, yes, of course they do. I respect those whose personal moral views mean they don't want to own tobacco stocks, but I equate the divestment in all circumstances approach to a bit of an abdication of responsibility. It might make the seller feel good, but it doesn't really address the underlying problem. There's still a tobacco business there. If a less scrupulous group of investors ends up owning the shares instead, the effects could even be counterproductive. If public market valuations imply that they won't be in business for very long, then companies might become more focused on maximising short-term profits. Shareholder engagement with controversial companies recently hit the headlines in the fossil fuels sector, with activists winning battles against ExxonMobil, Chevron, and Shell. Is tobacco uniquely toxic as an industry, even compared to oil and gas? We want oil companies to transition their business models towards cleaner energy and reduced carbon emissions. And don't we also want to encourage tobacco companies to shift their business as much as they can towards reduced harm forms of tobacco and nicotine use? However well they do on climate or on the environment, it's the health impact of their products which is the overwhelming ESG concern in tobacco. And investors need help on how to think about that. The WHO FTC-driven approach of tobacco-free portfolios, engagement is futile, with no apparent recognition that reduced harm tobacco and nicotine products might exist, doesn't really help. So I was encouraged to see last year the first edition of the Tobacco Transformation Index published, which was organised by the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World. And that ranked the world's largest tobacco companies according to the degree to which they're transforming in terms of progress so far, also how much effort they're putting in to change things further. It can no doubt be improved in various ways, but it's a big step forward for me in providing investors with an externally substantiated outline on how best to approach engagement with the industry. Moving on, here's what I think is particularly wrong with the cartoon villain caricature of tobacco companies. First, although the companies mostly survive as legal entities, the managers and personnel are completely different to those of 30 years ago. I wonder if you can say the same of the thought leaders in tobacco control. Altria is on its 7th CEO since that 94 congressional testimony. The current one was born well after health warnings went on US cigarette packs. Second, linking to that ESG theme, society's expectations are changing. Regulation's one of the things that flows from that too. But I'd agree with Charles Gardner, who said in his video presentation that the law of diminishing returns is starting to kick in when it comes to those traditional tobacco control policies. Third, the science and evidence bases have evolved, along with the range of products on offer. In the early 2000s, the amount of available evidence on tobacco harm reduction, starting with snus, really started to accelerate. And then you had a massive external shock in the invention and subsequent popularization of e-cigarettes and vaping. An important element too has been the impact of investment in reduced harm products from outside the tobacco industry. Think back to Small and RLX or Juul, major businesses which didn't exist not so long ago. I was reminded, reading one of the new books about Juul, that they had difficulties getting funding because many of the Silicon Valley venture capital firms, which are now deluging other startups with cash, have so-called vice clauses, which stop them investing in tobacco and nicotine. Perhaps the impact of external capital on reduced harm products could be even bigger if somehow that stigma could be removed. So what do you do if you're a tobacco company board watching this? These people, I don't think, want to repeat the mistakes of their predecessors, and it would be a very stupid company that didn't react to change. You can't really sit there and do nothing, nor can you, as some suggest, just stop selling cigarettes. Your shareholders wouldn't let you, And a unilateral decision like that, I don't think would stop anyone smoking. You can't just abandon consumers like that. You could diversify, but large-scale acquisitions of other types of business have been tried before and don't really work. You've still got the legacy tobacco problem there. More sensible, incremental movement into other categories or adjacencies like cannabis, caffeine, other tobacco, other plant-based products, maybe respiratory drug delivery, or biotech with a focus on the tobacco plant and things like vaccine development. And you are starting to see those things from the likes of BAT and PMI. But, ultimately you don't really have any choice but to adapt and transform your legacy tobacco business, even if you incur lots of hostility in doing so. These are very difficult questions for companies to address, which are not just about profits. The key one is, how far can you push your consumers? What attitude do you take to the ones that say, I don't like these new products, I want to carry on smoking? To those who enjoy it and for whom smoking is a big part of their identity. It's a messy process too. There are going to be board disputes, disputes across management teams. Everyone's going to make some mistakes and has made some mistakes. Big companies across different industries tend not to be very good at innovating, at being first movers. What they're better at is taking somebody else's idea and then scaling it. When tobacco company reduced harm products aren't a success, it's not, as I sometimes hear suggested, because they've somehow been designed to fail in order to protect the cigarette business. I don't know even how that would even work. It's because making good products with mass consumer appeal is actually really hard. And that's before we consider all the thorny regulatory and political hurdles which are out there. To finish off, one more slide, I think. Because of the many tensions, we shouldn't be surprised that companies don't all end up in the same place. Across the publicly quoted universe, you've now got RLX and Small making all their revenues from vaping. You've got Swedish Match continuing to shift its business mix towards smokeless tobacco and nicotine pouches. Then you've got the largest cigarette companies where some big differences are emerging. Philip Morris International generated nearly 30% of its revenues from non-combustible products in the most recent quarter. It was under 1% 5 years ago, and it aims to get to 50% by 2025. BAT is at about 12% of its revenues from non-combustible products, also with some quite ambitious targets for growth in that part of its business. And then you've got Japan Tobacco and Imperial, who've so far struggled to make real progress. It's relatively easy to spend a lot of money. The hard part is to get consumers to come along with you. The critical thing to note is that investors really do care. This is maybe slightly oversimplified, but if you look at the x-axis here, which shows the PE, that quality metric, you can see that the market is putting a much higher valuation on companies that are making that transition away from combustible products. And of course, the companies and their executives noticed that too, and it's reflected in the incentive plans of a couple of them, PMI and BAT. Next slide, last slide. It won't surprise you to hear that I think there's a lot of upside from industry involvement, investment in harm reduction. If we can move the discourse beyond that big tobacco mental model and refocus the conversation on a more open-minded conversation and look at what consumers want. But there are risks too. And at the top I put discomfort, which is probably stealing from Joe Gitchell. Discomfort because it challenges the idea that public health is united against a common enemy. I've seen a lot of laments recently about consensus in the tobacco control community having been broken, requests to find common ground by continuing to marginalise the tobacco industry. But aren't real progress and intellectual honesty more important than unity? And isn't it actually quite common to see these types of debates when paradigms are evolving? There's discomfort too that the harm reduction cause is tainted by a connection with the tobacco industry, and a dislike, I think, of big business muscling in on a territory that once belonged to smaller pioneers, particularly in vaping. And I see some people going through almost Jesuitical contortions deciding which vaping products to like based on who sells them. But what about the consumers? Are they less worthy if they've chosen a tobacco industry vaping brand or a heated tobacco product or a nicotine pouch? And what about the 35% of s'mores revenue made by its biggest customer? Are they no good because that customer is BAT? Is being hostile to reduced harm products because of who makes them really much different to the opponents of tobacco harm reduction, framing tobacco industry involvement as a reason to dismiss it? There are some, positives though that I want to finish on. Oh, sorry, a couple more things. Yeah, some things to really actually focus on, and maybe more genuine concerns. First of all, irresponsible marketing. It's a tough one because you don't want to cut off all the marketing edge, which might help consumers to switch to something better. To me, the larger tobacco businesses are relatively cautious when it comes to marketing reduced harm products, and it's the smaller startup companies that take more risks and who've caused some problems. A couple of other areas where you should maybe be vigilant as well and call out poor behaviour. First of all, regulation and attempts to use that to close off competition. I've no doubt tobacco companies made some mistakes early on, but company attitudes aren't all the same, and they've evolved. It's a dangerous game to hope that regulation will bail out your business. There's no substitute for giving consumers something they actually want. And then, as we heard in the last session as well, there's a danger that consumers in lower and middle income countries get left behind when it comes to tobacco harm reduction. People should keep on the industry's back about that, and also on the backs of those at the WHO and Bloomberg organisations whose role in restricting consumer choice in these markets seems to be quite large. The positives. For me, a major side effect of the growth in vaping is that nicotine consumers have found their voice again. This is a real grassroots movement. One of the things that's highlighted is the role of pleasure. This is not just about curing someone with a medical condition. People want to be stimulated, given access to pleasure, not cured. And that's something that consumer companies are expert at. The profit motive can really be a very powerful force for public health if you accept the concept of consumers seeking pleasure. And that's not just about big business. Think about the vape shops in many countries now that offer effectively stop smoking services. Think about the scale that business has to reach consumers and the amount of resource it can put behind marketing reduced harm products. There's an enormous amount of expertise and information available from tobacco companies in their science publications and on their websites, and also in the information they give investors. And I have to say that on this topic, I end up trusting tobacco company sources more than I do, sad to say, the WHO, the European Commission, or some academic journal articles. Executives can be prosecuted or lose their jobs if they mislead investors. And the good thing about the information is it's up to the minute too, particularly relative to the typical journal publication cycle. And that's really important when consumer trends in reduced harm products are moving so quickly. Finally, do use investors who ultimately control these companies, they control how much the managers get paid, to get your case across and to press for progress. There's a lot of intellectual curiosity in the investment world, a lot of influence, and a lot of people who find the just sell tobacco and wash your hands of it approach dissatisfying. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, John. I'd now like to pass over to David, who I'm hoping is going to be joining us momentarily on the screen. There he is. Hello, David. I'm going to pass straight to you, David. I hope you heard all of that. Please give us your response to John's fascinating talk. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Ruth. I hope the audio is coming through okay.
You're good.
Excellent. Well, the audio is good. We'll decide whether I am. I'm sorry I can't be there in person again this year. Hopefully that will change. But it's very good to be participating in another GFN. I think John's presentation was fantastic. When I first got involved in trying to push for policy measures to reduce cigarette smoking, as Ruth had said earlier, beginning in the 1980s, one of the things I did was study the industry, try to understand as much as we possibly could about the industry and why it was acting the way that it does. Because ultimately, if you want to win in regulation, in politics, in courtroom litigation, you need to have a realistic view of your opponent. And the sort of stuff that John mentioned, this cartoonish caricature of the industry, it can be fun for people to have things like that. It's used at time of war to recruit people to go fight an enemy. But it's not very effective when you're actually looking at policy. And we end up with things like, as John was pointing out, with the rise of disruptive technology just in recent years because of vaping, the share prices of big tobacco declined by over half. Some of the companies dramatically, because their whole business model came under a long-term danger, very similar to what we've seen happen in areas like telecommunications, with new technology destroying the business model of existing companies. And yet, at the same time, much of mainstream tobacco control thought that vaping was a plot by big tobacco, these evil geniuses, and it had to be attacked. And the best thing we could do would be to attack these alternative products. Not recognizing what they were doing was really protecting the cigarette market, which is where these companies made massively higher profit margins on a sustainable basis. So it was that failure to grasp the reality of what's going on. And into that category, I would also put the whole question of what's going to be happening in this area of innovation on nicotine delivery. And again, this is pretty simple when you look at this from a business standpoint, and that we all know that the science is there. You can deliver nicotine in ways that's massively less hazardous than cigarettes. We see that a tremendous number of consumers are very willing to move to these products if the products are available and they have decent information. And the global market for cigarettes is approaching $1 trillion a year with over 1 billion users. So if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a venture capitalist, and you say, what would happen if I got into that market and for some reason I only got 0.1% of that market? And the answer is, you'd probably be a multi-billionaire. That's an incentive. The idea that you could become phenomenally wealthy, even with what looks like a very small part of a market this size, where we already know that consumers are dissatisfied, a tremendous number of smokers are dissonant. We know that products can work better. So the innovation is going to happen. It's a question of, do we try to turn that to the advantage of public health? Do we have sensible regulatory regimes that help us reduce cigarette smoking more rapidly? Or do we get tied up on some of these, I think, quite silly things like divestment, tell people don't invest in any tobacco company? Well, markets are very broad. It's very hard to get everybody to say, I will do something against my best financial interests. And even if it was possible to reduce the share price of cigarette companies on a sustained basis because of people saying, I don't want to buy them, they'd go private, meaning that they would no longer be publicly traded companies. People would decide to own them outright. And we would lose this tremendous flow of information that we get now because of them being public companies. And as John pointed out, you get a lot of information from publicly listed companies. You know, they're constantly giving information to shareholders and to analysts. They're submitting reports to the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. All of that information is available. And I'd also agree with him that a lot of that information is very reliable because unlike, say, some of the things we see coming from the WHO, if you mislead the Securities and Exchange Commission, really bad things happen to you. And, you know, if you publish a journal article that's a little fast and loose with the stats, doesn't really make sense and misleads people, you probably get tenure. So which source of information, you know, is going to be most valuable for us to understand? And so I think we need to be studying the industry. We need to be looking at the new players. We need to understand this is a very dynamic situation. And we need to try to shape that through intelligent regulation, through having an intelligent discourse to look at how did we transform other industries, like what's going on with the automotive industry now, moving away from internal combustion engines. What happened to move from unsanitary to sanitary food, from snake oil to science-based pharmaceutical products? You know, how did we transform all these other industries? What are the lessons in that for us? And what can we do by understanding how this industry operates, but also understanding who's the industry? What's the difference between companies that are selling tobacco products and companies that are selling alternative products? What's the difference between cigarettes and non-combustion tobacco products? What are the divisions between the different companies? What are the divisions within the different companies? Because that's also common. Within any of the companies, there's some personnel who are going to win, there's some who are going to lose if we go through a transformation. The better we understand that, the more effectively we can do cigarette smoking. So the opportunity is there. Getting this sort of information is just critical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. So I'm going to start by moving to one of our questions that's come in online, but I would really like the next question to be from somebody in the room. So there's your challenge. So I'm going to put this to both of you. It's a question from Sarah Tops, and she's asked, what can be done to incentivize tobacco companies to develop appropriate, safer nicotine products for low and middle income countries? So what can be done to incentivize them to do that? John, do you want to take that first?
Sure. Well, I mean, ultimately, businesses, if they're going to seek to grow the proportion of their revenues that come from non-combustible products, as we've seen from the two leaders, PMI and BAT, they're only going to get so far if it only works in the developed world. I mean, very roughly, each of those companies, both of those companies, make half their earnings, half their revenues in LMICs. So to reach what they say is their goal, they're going to have to find ways of working effectively in those countries with reduced harm products. So to some extent, that incentive's already there. And it's something that was looked at as part of that smoke-free, or the tobacco transformation, I should say, rather, that I mentioned during my speech. And that also looks at how much effort is being put into developing reduced harm initiatives in LMICs. But the reason I mentioned it in my speech is because it's a difficult issue. The products which are winning at the moment, or two of the products which are winning, tobacco heating, vaping, tend to be just a bit more suited to developed markets in the way they're currently formatted. Mm. So it's also, I think, a matter of harm reduction advocates just keep hassling the companies, sure. Keep hassling investors to hassle the companies as well, and hopefully we'll get more movement in that direction.
Sure, thank you. David, can you be brief on that one so I can move to our question from the room before we close?
Sure. The easiest way to incentivize the companies to do more, and that's the whole range of companies, current and not yet existing, is to stop banning the alternatives. I mean, what incentive do you have to try to come up with a less hazardous product when countries like India not only decide to ban the alternatives, but the World Health Organization gives them an award for doing it? So there's tremendous potential in all of these markets, and anybody who thinks that new technology cannot be acceptable in low and middle income countries needs to understand what happened with smartphones. I mean, it will work. I mean, just take away the bans, give an incentive for people to move in this direction.
Sure. Thank you very much, David. So someone has accepted my challenge. Jeannie.
Thank you. Jeannie Cameron from Jewel Labs. The opponents, tobacco control, are very good at putting forward over 20 years arguments against the industry, which has gone from smoking and now over to vaping, etc. What do both of you think that we need to do in the industry to ensure that what is happening now in terms of different companies lobbing grenades against each other, in terms of whether you are a heated tobacco product, a vaping product, a pouch product, a snus product, it's all non-combustion and it all should be on the same side. There's not enough of it happening, and I think if we were actually able to come together and work together with one key message like the opponents, the tide will rise for everyone. It's not happening, but from the investment perspective and the perspective you've spoken of, what do you think needs to happen to change that? Thank you.
If I go first briefly, I mean, I think that's a really good point, Jeannie. I think there are difficulties in coming together, not least because that plays into exactly one of the big tobacco tropes that people worried about, that it's a coordinated conspiracy. You don't want to be repeating that, and you also want healthy competition. You want companies fighting each other to come up with better products. But I do think it would help sometimes if the companies took a step back and considered what impact the comments they make have on the perception of the whole category. I mean, it's not that long ago that I heard Imperial at a conference 5-6 years ago saying that actually tobacco heating wasn't tobacco heating, it was burning. And then 3 or 4 years later, they're selling those products and thinking they're great. I worry about that sometimes in the patent disputes we're having with, on tobacco heating. If one of those disputes caused products to be taken off the market somewhere and consumers hit, that would be pretty disastrous, I think, regardless of the sort of commercial issues at hand. So yeah, just think about the impact on the category, but yet still be very competitive, and there's maybe not a need for conscious cooperation.
Thank you. David, I must ask you, I'm so sorry, to be brief on this concept of uniting the industry. Is it possible?
You don't want it. You want competition. You want the companies to be at each other's throats, I think. And all we need is one company to really go all in on this and to force the change in the marketplace. And though a lot of them have a PR effort that's saying that's what they're doing, I think if we looked at it from a criminal law perspective, if it was a criminal offense to be actively involved in trying to transform this market as rapidly as possible from cigarettes and non-combustibles, could they be convicted? I don't think any of them could yet. I'd like to get to the position where they could.
And that is that. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me extend our warmest thanks to John and to David, and I hope you will be joining us again tomorrow for day 2 of GFN. Thank you very much.
We live. Okay. Well, it's hello again. I hope you're still with us and haven't signed off quite yet. You can't go and get your breakfast, lunch, supper, bed, whatever point in the whatever spectrum of the time frame you're on, because we just wanted to do a little bit of a reflection here on what you've heard this afternoon. Just a couple of points from me. I do take David Swenner's point and Jonathan Fell's point about the information that is actually out there. And I've got a fly buzzing across my face, so there you go. It's probably someone from the anti-tobacco harm reduction lobby sent in a little fly drone to find out what's going on. Anyway, that information is out there to the Securities Commission and to all sorts of different organisations, but it needs interpretation. I mean, people like Jonathan and David are very good at looking at these graphs and finding all the interesting stuff that's in there. Many of us are not blessed in that way. So we do need a way of extracting a lot of this topical, well-judged information, which, as David said, you really don't get away with trying to fool Federal Security Commission agencies and all the rest of it. So it'd be really good to find a way to extract a lot of that information to make it usable for consumers and advocates, and to be able to present it to politicians, because I'm sure most of those wouldn't understand it either. So that's the first point I wanted to make. Second point I wanted to make is this business of innovation. Now, I was very taken by Charles Gardner's comment about the fact that, if you like, the edges of opposition to marijuana, to cannabis, the edges have been blurred by, in a sense, bringing it in from the cold in terms of medicinal use. Now, some people have got a problem with that, they want it medicalised and all the rest of it, but it certainly, in my opinion anyway, helps to soften attitudes, and I think that certainly happened in the USA. And in another way, in this country and in America, there are clinical trials going on about psychedelics, about ketamine, ecstasy, psilocybin for possible use in anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, that doesn't necessarily lead to legalization for recreational use, but it begins to soften the edges of a kind of sort of them and us across the Great Divide approach. And the same kind of thing has got the potential there for nicotine, not just as a medicalisation of nicotine just to help people cut down or stop smoking, but in other sorts of innovative ways. Jonathan touched upon it there in terms of vaccine. And I'd just like to bring in Sarah here, because she's very knowledgeable about what's been going on within BAT subsidiaries on this very subject.
Thanks, Harry. It's true. So we have a subsidiary in America called Kentucky Bioprocessing, and they have been working on a novel platform to develop and manufacture vaccines. And the two really exciting things about it is the speed from which you can go from deciding you want to have a pharmaceutical, a vaccine, to when you have it in your hand. It's just 6 weeks. And the second very exciting thing is that the vaccine products are stable at room temperature for considerable lengths of time. So if you think about that could just totally change vaccines for the developing world, and creating sort of equality for vaccines. And it's because the tobacco plant is a really, really exciting factory. You can get it to do really amazing things.
Right. I remember a few years ago at the Isotech session at GFN. This is where I first heard about this, because somebody from that company was talking about Ebola vaccine, and I kind of sort of sat up in my chair at that point and thought, what? How do you get the Ebola vaccine out of a tobacco plant? So where did that go, or how was it? What kind of happened with that?
So what happened with that is it was a collaboration with a pharmaceutical company, and KBP manufactured the treatment that had been developed by this other company. And it was used successfully in the field to treat several American aid workers. It didn't become the dominant treatment for Ebola, but it sort of showed the power of plant-made pharmaceuticals. And the focus for KBP today is much more on vaccines rather than, well, actually there's lots of different things that's focusing on, but at the moment the we're working on a COVID vaccine and a vaccine for flu.
Right, okay. And I think you mentioned earlier to me that PMI were kind of doing a similar kind of exercise.
There's a company in Canada, in Quebec, called Medicago, and I believe Philip Morris have a stake in it. And they're also using, it's a different sort of technology, but they're also taking advantage of the quite amazing nature of tobacco to make plant-made pharmaceuticals. And they're also working on a COVID vaccine.
Right.
And both are in human, both the KVP and the Medicago vaccine are in human clinical trials at the moment.
Okay, so fingers crossed that they get through their, what would it be, stage 3 clinical trials, and then we see what happens after that.
Yes.
Right. Okay, so turning to Martin, again, this product, this idea of nicotine innovation, I mean, there's a few issues around that. One is about the products themselves. I mean, where do you think we are in the, we've come an awful long way, I think we mentioned this before, in terms of, the different sorts of products that are available for people who want to switch away from cigarettes. But what's, apart from getting rid of all the regulations, I know you would say that, but that aside, just in terms, because we'll come on to that one tomorrow, that'll be a subject for tomorrow's conversation. But just in terms of the actual product development, in your personal taste, where are we at with all of that? What do you think is coming around the corner? What would you like to see? What have you heard about? What's in the pipeline?
I'm not sure what's in the pipeline. I mean, it was interesting hearing Bengt talking about his sting-free snus, because, and he gave some figures, because I'm firmly in the 17% who likes the sting, so I probably wouldn't be buying his product. But obviously, that's an example of how innovation can go, just to sort of hone in on what particular consumers like or need, because we're always making the point that there is no archetypal consumer. All the consumers who used to smoke are different. Some get on with vaping, some get on with heated tobacco, some get on with snus and pouches and stuff like that. So the innovation is going to come as a reaction to how the market works, the consumer market and what they're buying. I mean, we've seen a lot of consumer-led innovation already. The way battery strength has driven better e-cigarettes, for example, and even the shape and size of the e-cigarettes. I'd say also that regulation affects innovation in all sorts of ways. So when regulations started coming along, which would ban vaping in places, vaping devices tended to get smaller and more hideable. And that's probably a reaction to how the regulations were affecting innovation. I don't know how far you can go with battery strength. I mean, maybe the batteries will get more and more effective, and you can have maybe the limits of nicotine can be lower. We see with Juul in America, you've got the high strength, which works very well over there, which you can't get over here. And the ones over here, just in my opinion, tend to be rather weak. I couldn't have used a Juul under a TPD compliant Juul to switch from smoking. I would have needed a higher limit, but maybe in the future you might get ways of innovating in those products so that they can be more effective at lower strength.
Is there a kind of dialogue between consumers and manufacturers and product developers, or do they themselves tend to be the users, and so you get the product development kind of in-house? I mean, does ETHRA and other bodies actually get to talk to the people who make these products, or do you just wait for something to come on the market?
I don't think consumers need to. I think consumers really in any market would just vote with their wallets, wouldn't they? So I presume a lot of companies, especially large ones, they watch the market intensely. I mean, John would probably say the same thing. They're watching the markets all the time to see where the market is going and where their customers are going, and where the customers go, they have to go too. So I'm not sure you really. I mean, I don't think ETHRA speaks to industry. I don't think we really do. And even if ETHRA did, industry would probably say, "Oh, thanks very much, but we've looked at this and we kind of know what we're doing."
That's fair enough. That's fair. So, which leads me to my kind of sort of final question, really, because I'm sure people want to get away and do their thing, because it has been a long day. But Jonathan was talking about the whole business of the kind of the ethics of where you get your products from, and some people care and some people don't. I mean, is that much of an issue? I mean, do is there sort of heated debate amongst the consumer groups about the ethics of the the end where these products are coming from? Or it's like they produce what I want, so who cares?
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's heated debate, but there is it's not exactly a debate really. It's just different preferences, I suppose you'd say. Right. I mean, I'm kind of vapor. If there's something I like, I don't really care who makes it. Right. But there are some people who now they're vapors, they've kind of resented the tobacco industry for getting them into that position in the first place, and so they just don't want to buy a tobacco product. You know, and so you do see some vapors who just say, I would not buy anything if it was made by a tobacco company, and sometimes with some animosity. Especially, I seem to remember years ago on YouTube reviewers, but they seem to have gone the other way. When the threats came in, they kind of thought, well, maybe we shouldn't sort of push these people away because they're making products that can create other vapors who can be on our side, you know.
And given the fact that the large companies will take over smaller companies who might then take over, I mean, is it, and this is as a non-vapor and is it easy to trace the provenance of what you're buying?
Well, I mean, for someone like me who's a bit of a geek, I suppose I know who makes them, but yeah, I suppose if you look in the supermarkets, they tend to sell the pod mods and the simple devices, which is, like, staff who work for me tend to use those rather than tank devices because they're just easy to get from the supermarket when they go shop.
And those are the ones that are going to be coming from the major companies?
Most of them, but I've noticed there are some, when I have noticed in the shops, that are made by independents, and they're in there as well. But how much independents want to go for pod mods or whether they want to stick to the devices they've got, I don't know. And whether they would want to get them into a supermarket rather than a bricks and mortar vape shop. Yeah. It's that kind of thing.
Okay. So we are going to wrap this up now. Anything that particular, and the answer can be no, so don't worry about it. I'm not putting you on the spot. Yes, I am putting you on the spot. Is there anything that's kind of cropped up today that you thought, I would rather he didn't ask me about? I would quite like to have mentioned this, or this kind of, caught my attention. Or do you think we kind of nailed most of the interesting stuff, because it's all been really interesting. But anything that caught your attention that you'd just like to chuck in there at the end of the day?
There was one thing, actually. I'm trying to think what it was now. It might come to me. Is there anything you...
Well, I was thinking back about funding. And the industry is able to invest a lot of money in improving innovations in vapor products and heated tobacco products. And also funding to test them and to generate the results. And I think that it's really important that that the science is sort of judged on its merits. It's kind of going back to what was talked about this morning. It's judged on its merits.
Important point.
And I think that a lot of the innovation is going to come from inside the industry for those reasons. And we do understand the sorts of things that consumers would want to see in terms of innovation, I think.
Okay. Did you?
It's come to me. It's come to me. It was to do with when Roberto and Brad were talking about, especially Roberto was talking about how physics, science was in lockstep with, and we discussed that, and you mentioned Galileo. Well, even Roberto said himself that if you do come up with something that's a bit disruptive, it could be something that you might get marked down for. So I think there's always that. But what I would have thought in physics that if you're going to put something in a scientific paper, you'd have to have solid grounds for doing it as a physicist. Whereas I'm often surprised at how poor and lax some of the stuff that goes into tobacco control research can actually be. So if I've just got time to give a quick example of where it affected us as the NNA, a study came out, a very good study in addiction, but somehow someone had put in there that we had funding from industry, which was completely untrue. Now, we wrote to addiction. Unfortunately, the editor-in-chief, John Marsden, was very good about it, and he said, that should be in there, we'll take it out. But how did it get in there in the first place? Well, how did something completely false get in there? As Konstantinos was saying, you'd think there'd be more rigor, and I would have thought that would be the difference between physics science and tobacco control science, that I would have thought physics would be far more rigorous what actually gets in.
And I think somebody made the point about that there really isn't that. Yes, I'm sure there's controversy in physics, people think there is string theory and other people think string theory is nonsense. But they're not going to necessarily start trying to smear you and ruin your career by going public in journals and getting the stuff accepted. So there is a much more egregious kind of nonsense going on with some of the journals that for whatever reason, morally driven, Puritan, anti-tobacco, all of the stuff that we've heard today, that means, I think, and this is a personal view, because of this link with big tobacco and the evil empire and all of that, it's almost like you can get away with anything. Mm-hmm. It's like it doesn't matter if your methodology is complete crap, the chances are it will get in there because you're sticking it to the man. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, you would think that editors and peer reviewers and stuff would be a little bit more kind of honest and balanced and stuff, but there are too many examples and they're growing all the time. And I know that Professor Jerry Stimson from KAC has been getting quite good at lodging complaints and not letting these journals get away with this kind of thing. And I think that's an important point to finish on. I mean, we've been talking about lobbying MPs and lobbying here and making the case there and consumer voice and all of that. But I think also, and it is happening, and I think it needs to happen more, the journals who are prepared to go down that road do need to be called to account. And whether they publish responses or not, what the important message is there is you are being watched. We're not going to let you get away with this stuff anymore. Mm-hmm. And I think I'm going to close that, and thank you very much for your efforts today. And I'll see you back in those seats at 11:45 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And there you go. Good night. Good morning.